Su Zimo wanted to reach the Three Tribulations domain as soon as possible and sprinted without stopping. About 2 hours later, a gigantic frost region appeared on the distant horizon, connecting the heavens and the earth. Cold winds howled sharply within. A large number of cultivators lingered around the frost region. Every cultivator looked at the region in shock. Some of them had hesitant expressions. Some of them stopped in their tracks, and some of them had already mustered their courage to charge in. However, the moment the person took half a step in, he let out a tragic cry and retreated. His thigh that took the step in was filled with injuries. However, the scariest thing was that the injuries had already frozen and not a single drop of blood flowed out. That person's leg was covered in frost and was frozen stiff. In the crowd, a cultivator sneered and pursed his lips. "Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Do you really think that the extreme north-east wind is something that everybody can endure? Fellow Taoist, may I ask what's the background of the extreme north-east wind?" A cultivator beside him asked. The person glanced at the cultivator beside him and cleared his throat before saying slowly, "There are many unknown places in Tianhuang mainland. Legend has it that the extreme north is one of them. Bone-piercing cold winds have been blowing in that place for 10,000 years, and there are glaciers and snowy mountains everywhere. Even conjoint body mighty figures wouldn't dare to venture deep into that place. The extreme north-east wind is only the outermost wind of the extreme north region. Even so, it's shockingly powerful. You saw it for yourself just now. If that person had walked half a meter further, he would have died within. That's scary." The cultivator who asked the question felt his mouth cramp up and shuddered. The red lotus karma flame of the second stage is even more terrifying. It's triggered by a cultivator's own greed, anger, and obsession and ignites from within their bodies, burning their flesh, bones, essence chi, dermic powers, and even their essence spirits. It's so painful that they would wish they were dead. Throughout history, there have been countless paragons who died in the red lotus karma flame. I heard that no one has been able to pass through the Three Tribulations domain since ancient times. What? Nobody? According to the seniors of my sect, there are indeed people who can survive the tribulations of wind and fire. However, none of them can survive the lightning tribulation of the third stage. I heard that the final lightning tribulation is also known as the Tao Heart Lightning Tribulation. If one's Tao heart is unstable, a single lightning tribulation can crush them into pieces. Standing not far away, Su Zimo listened to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators and gained a better understanding of the Three Tribulations domain. He took a deep breath and headed towards the Three Tribulations domain. "Have you heard? The titular disciple of Glass Palace, Tao being glass, fought against Su Zimo and died. To think that Su Zimo would be able to kill a titular disciple despite being suppressed so badly. He's truly the #1 monster incarnate in history. It's useless. That person won't live for long. I heard that the titular disciples of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Formless Monastery, and Heavenly Dipper Sect are already prepared to join forces to kill him. What's the use of that? Su Zimo isn't a fool. If he knows that they're joining forces, he can just avoid them. Fu, you don't know about that, do you?" The cultivator laughed. "The titular disciple of Pure Maiden Sect has already entered the Tao inheritance ground. She's close friends with Su Zimo and wanted to help him. However, she was captured by those 3 titular disciples who are waiting for him to walk right into their trap. Su Zimo had just arrived at the borders of the Three Tribulations domain and could not help but stop in his tracks when he heard the discussions. The titular disciple of Pure Maiden Sect who is a close friend of mine. Could it be?" Su Zimo frowned. He was already doomed for coming to the Tao inheritance ground to accept the challenge. At this moment, anyone who dared to stand out and help him would definitely be in danger of dying. No matter how he thought about it, Demoness G was truly someone who would do something as foolish as that. The discussions continued. "The titular disciple of Pure Maiden Sect. You mean the demoness of the fiend sex? That's her. I heard that the 3 titular disciples only gave Su Zimo half a day. If they don't see him after half a day, they'll kill Tao being Pure Maiden. If I were Su Zimo, I definitely wouldn't go. Wouldn't that be equivalent to sending myself to my death? The moment he said that, a figure flashed before him. In the blink of an eye, someone had arrived beside him. What's the surname of the Tao being pure maiden that you guys mentioned? Su Zimo asked. The cultivator focused his gaze and saw that the person was dressed in green robes. His eyes were clear and he was handsome. Although he was only at the nascent soul realm, his tone was impolite. That person sneered and rolled his eyes, pursing his lips. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? All of a sudden, the person felt his body lighten as Su Zimo grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he said frostily, "Let me ask you again, what's the surname of Tao being pure maiden? If you don't tell me, I'll crush your throat." The person's throat was gripped and he could not exert any strength at all. His face flushed red as he glared at Su Zimo fiercely with a ferocious glint in his eyes. However, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. This person looks familiar. He seems to be Su Zimo. It's Su Zimo. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded from the crowd. Many cultivators had witnessed the two battles in the Tao inheritance ground and naturally recognized Su Zimo. Initially, the cultivator wanted to launch a spirit consciousness attack to kill this person. However, he was scared out of his wits when he heard the words, Su Zimo. I'll speak. The person tried his best to open his mouth and a few words popped out from the depths of his throat. I heard. Her surname is G. Su Zimo continued asking, where are they? The person straightened his arm and pointed in a direction. Su Zimo tossed the person onto the ground and sped in that direction in a flash. There was no hesitation at all within Su Zimo when he heard that Demoness G was in danger. Even though he knew that the 3 titular disciples were waiting for him and it was a doomed trip, he had to do it. In reality, the wisest, safest, and most advantageous decision for Su Zimo right now was to challenge the 3 tribulations domain. However, he knew nothing about the 3 tribulations domain, whereas Demoness G would die half a day later. Demoness G was also a titular disciple. There was a chance that Tao being Zephyr Thunder and the others would be wary of killing her because of that fact. However, Su Zimo did not dare to take the gamble. Even if there was a mountain of blades, a sea of flames, the gates of hell and the yellow springs road in front of him, he had to charge forward head-on. For his sake, Demoness G risked tremendous danger to enter the Tao inheritance ground. No matter what, he had to ensure her safety without hesitation. If Su Zimo was afraid and did not dare to advance for the sake of his Tao, he would not be Su Zimo anymore. Hurry, follow him. There's definitely going to be an unparalleled battle. This time round, there's going to be an end to all the grudges. Many cultivators howled excitedly and followed behind Su Zimo, sprinting in his direction. Su Zimo's has gone over. In order to save the pure maiden of the fiend sex, Su Zimo is going to fight against 3 titular disciples. As news spread one after another, more and more cultivators gathered over in a massive manner. Su Zimo was as fast as lightning as the wind howled in his ears. His black hair danced and killing intent surged in his eyes. Suddenly, he pulled out a jar of strong wine from his storage bag. As a scholar, he was not one who enjoyed drinking. His older brother, Su Hong, was a soldier who fought on the battlefield and loved strong wine the most. Therefore, he always kept a few jars of wine in his storage bag. At that moment, for some reason, he suddenly wanted to drink a jar of wine. Slapping open the mud seal, the fragrance of wine filled the air. Su Zimo picked up the wine jar and gulped it down. Some wine spilled from the corner of his mouth onto his chest, but he did not notice it. The fiery wine slid down his throat and into his stomach, turning into a scorching aura that surged through his body. Ha 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 ha! Su Zimo raised his head and laughed, throwing down the wine jar casually. Drunk, he shouted, Good! Good! Titular disciples? Dean? Let the battle begin. Su Zimo was filled with pride and his eyes lit up as he strode forward. Although the cold wind blew against his face, the blood in his body burned hotter. Before long, it was pitch black ahead. There were countless cultivators gathered there. Su Zimo flew through the air and looked down from above. He could see that, in the middle of the crowd, was a huge empty space that was sufficiently spacious. On the empty ground, there was a stone statue of a female cultivator. She had a slim figure, sharp shoulders, and a slender waist. Her brows were raised, and she had a fairy-like appearance. Although it was only a stone statue, it was extremely lifelike, with ripples beneath its feet, as though it was treading on the waves. It was graceful and elegant like a swimming dragon. It could be said to be peerless in terms of elegance. That stone statue was clearly an inheritance left behind by a mighty figure of an immortal sect. Beneath the stone statue stood a cultivator in a dark golden Taoist robe. With one hand behind his back, he looked elegant and handsome with eyes that resembled stars as he gazed at the fairy stone statue with an infatuated expression. I really don't know what sort of a figure she was. To think that a mere legacy stone statue of hers would possess such grace. The cultivator murmured softly, "It's truly a great regret to not be able to live in the same lifetime as such a fine woman." Su Zimo's gaze landed on the man's sleeves. It was the symbol of Heavenly Dipper sect. Tao being Heavenly Dipper. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. Opposite the person was a gigantic, smooth green stone. A monk in plain robes was sitting on it with his eyes half closed and his brows lowered. He held a wooden fish in his left hand and a wooden mallet in his right as he knocked repeatedly. Monk formless. There were two people standing between the two titular disciples. At the front was a girl in pink who was bound by a rope as thick as a finger. Her beautiful figure was perfectly outlined and she exuded a charming aura. The girl was beautiful and flawless. However, at that moment, the girl's eyes were watery and she looked like she was about to cry. The tears on her face had yet to dry and it made one feel pity for her. Demoness G. Su Zimo recognized her right away. Behind Demoness G stood another cultivator. He was tall and had a Tao crown on his head. Lightning crackled around his body and he had a dignified expression. Tao being Zephyr Thunder. All three of them were present. "Hurry, look. Su Zimo is here. That man truly doesn't want his life anymore. To think that he would dare to come for the challenge. Could he have something going on with that pure maiden of the fiend sex? That's hard to say. Who knows, the number one monster incarnate in history might even be a servant of the pure maiden of the fiend sex. Haha." Many cultivators in the crowd giggled softly. "Zimo, leave quickly. Don't bother about me." Demoness G shouted with an anxious expression. Tao being Zephyr Thunder appeared from behind Demoness G and said indifferently, "Since he's already here, he can't leave." Tao being Heavenly Dipper, who was initially looking up at the fairy stone statue, turned around slightly and looked at Su Zimo, who was in midair. His eyes shone with a bedazzling starlight. "Greetings, number one perfected lord." Tao being Heavenly Dipper smiled faintly. In the Tao inheritance ground, demons could not use their methods. However, Su Zimo had been cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness for a long time and his eyesight was strong. That was something that could not be changed. The starlight in Tao being Heavenly Dipper's eyes did not affect him at all. Even so, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he felt immense pressure. He was almost certain that Tao being Heavenly Dipper knew visual techniques. This was a simple test. If he could not even withstand such a test, Tao being Heavenly Dipper would have attacked long ago and killed him here. On the gigantic green stone, Monk Formless raised his head slowly and looked towards Su Zimo. "Patron Su, I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you." Monk Formless' voice was calm and gentle. There was no hint of contention or killing intent. However, every single word contained a unique rhythm that made one uneasy and their blood chi chaotic. It was extremely terrifying. Although Su Zimo could not circulate his blood chi, Monk Formless' method of testing had almost no effect on him at all. He descended slowly on the empty ground expressionlessly. "What an eye-opener," Su Zimo sneered coldly. "So, the methods of titular disciples of the Immortal and Buddhist sects are that despicable." He was not the only one who thought that way. Most of the cultivators present had the same thought. Each of the 3 titular disciples was a renowned existence in the cultivation world. To think that they would resort to kidnapping the pure maiden of the fiend sex in order to kill a nascent soul-perfected lord. No matter how one looked at it, they were rather underhanded. Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Tao being Heavenly Dipper were speechless. Monk Formless shook his head. Patron Su, you're wrong. Since ancient times, immortals and fiends have never coexisted. As someone from the orthodox sects, it's only right for Patron Zephyr Thunder to slay demons and capture demonesses. How is that despicable? Slay demons? You lured me here to slay a demon, right? Su Zimo asked with a mocking expression. Monk Formless replied, Patron Su, you're quite an understanding person. If you're willing to lay down your butcher's knife and convert to Buddhism, I can spare your life. Master, you have a glib tongue. I wonder how strong your capabilities are. Su Zimo sneered, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Patron Su, feel free to try. Monk Formless looked calm and aloof, but his words were sharp and unyielding. Retrieving Heaven Splitter from his storage bag, Su Zimo looked at Tao being Zephyr Thunder and said in a deep voice, Release her and I'll accede to the end. Release her. Tao being Zephyr Thunder shook his head and said indifferently, You're not qualified to negotiate with us right now. Tao being Heavenly Dipper stood where he was and Monk Formless sat upright on the green stone without moving, watching everything calmly. Zimo, don't bother about me. Leave quickly. Demoness G begged with tears streaming down her face. How about this? I'll give you a chance. A hint of mockery flashed through Tao being Zephyr Thunder's eyes as he said with a fake smile, I'm standing right here. If you can rescue her from my hands, I'll give that to you. For real. Su Zimo focused his gaze. With so many cultivators present, I naturally won't go back on my words. Tao being Zephyr Thunder said indifferently. All right. Carrying Heaven Splitter, Su Zimo walked towards Tao being Zephyr Thunder slowly. The battle was about to begin. At that moment, the surrounding cultivators turned nervous. Almost no one noticed that Tao being Heavenly Dipper and Monk Formless did not seem nervous. Instead, there was a strange look in their eyes as though they were anticipating something. The positions of the 3 titular disciples were extremely particular. It was a triangular setup. When Su Zimo headed towards Tao being Zephyr Thunder, he was already inevitably surrounded by the 3 of them. As the distance between them shrank, the pressure on Su Zimo increased as well. Even back in Myriad Phenomenon City, he did not feel the same way when he faced the God and Rakshasa race. At that moment, his spirit perception was no longer of much use. That was because it was clear that the 3 titular disciples wanted to surround and kill him. Even if his spirit perception warned him repeatedly, he had to barge in to save Demoness G. However, for some reason, Su Zimo still felt that something was amiss. Therefore, he walked at an extremely slow speed with Heaven Splitter in his hands. He stared at Tao being Zephyr Thunder while pondering over what the issue was. Su Zimo and Tao being Zephyr Thunder were getting closer. 30 feet. 20 feet. Before long, they were less than 10 feet apart. At that distance, Su Zimo suddenly paused. His gaze landed on Demoness G's face. He finally understood what was wrong. It was not Tao being Zephyr Thunder, Tao being Heavenly Dipper or Monk Formless. It was Demoness G. Her peerlessly beautiful face, alluring figure, and even her charming voice were identical to Demoness G's. However, the person before him did not possess Demoness G's charm that could bewitch everyone. Demoness G was born with a natural charm and was not pretentious at all. Every single word, action, and smile of hers was enough to bewitch all living beings. However, the charm of the person was only limited to her appearance. She was way inferior compared to Demoness G. More importantly, the warning from his spirit perception felt familiar. This was the feeling that appeared every time an assassin from Hidden Death Sect was about to strike. The identity of the person before him was clear. The assassin of Hidden Death Sect could change his appearance and disguise himself to confuse others. However, no matter what, he had not cultivated the secret skills of Pure Maiden Sect and could not carry forth the charm of the Pure Maiden of the Fiend Sects completely. He could only imitate in form and not in spirit. Of course, even so, he almost fooled Su Zimo. If the person in front of Su Zimo was a titular disciple of Hidden Death Sect, it would mean that the four of them were ganging up on him. Zimo, watch out. She's fake. Suddenly, a cry sounded from the crowd. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he no longer had any doubts. Hidden Death. You're courting death. Su Zimo roared and slashed with his backhand, releasing the countercurrent saber intent towards the demoness G before him. A look of panic flashed through the eyes of this demoness G. He had not expected that his plan would fail at the final moment. His true identity was the titular disciple of Hidden Death Sect. Before long, Dao being Hidden Death calmed down. No matter what, Su Zimo had already fallen into their encirclement. Even though he failed in his assassination attempt, the latter would not be able to escape death. Dao being Hidden Death laughed tenderly. Zimo, how can you bear to attack me? Swash! In a flash, his figure swerved to the side and disappeared in front of everyone. Hidden Death Sect specialized in concealment and assassination. Now that his identity was exposed, there was no way he would choose to go head-on against Su Zimo, and his figure disappeared without a trace. This was also the most terrifying aspect of Hidden Death Sect. Disappearing was not equivalent to leaving. Rather, no one knew if he had left or if he was still lingering around. Nobody knew when he would attack either. This would cause immense mental pressure on cultivators, and they would have to be on high alert at all times. At the very least, they would have to split half of their attention to guard against the attacks of Hidden Death Sect cultivators. The crowd burst into an uproar upon the sight of that. The pure maiden of the fiend sex earlier on was a disguise by Dao being Hidden Death? Wasn't that way too realistic? She was exactly the same as the demoness of the fiend sex. The legacy disciples of Hidden Death Sect are unfathomable and no one knows their true appearances. As a titular disciple of Hidden Death Sect, his methods are even more superb. In that case, there are actually 4 titular disciples ganging up on Su Zimo. Seems like the number 1 monster incarnate of history is going to be buried here today. All the cultivators believed that no one would be able to withstand the combined attack of 4 titular disciples. Even Diin, who was the most famous now, would not be able to do it. The battlefield was ever-changing. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo took the initiative and Dao being Hidden Death vanished, leaving only Dao being Zephyr Thunder and Su Zimo facing one another. Crackle! Unknowingly, a gigantic hammer that shone with green lightning and revolved around a hurricane appeared in Dao being Zephyr Thunder's palm. Connate dermic weapon, Zephyr Thunder hammer. Facing Su Zimo's incoming slash, Dao being Zephyr Thunder was not afraid at all. He strode forward as well and swung the Zephyr Thunder hammer against the incoming saber. All cultivators who used hammers specialized in body tempering. It was the same for Dao being Zephyr Thunder. He did not believe that Su Zimo would be able to fight against him head-on, given the difference of a major cultivation realm between them coupled with the fact that the latter's blood chi was suppressed. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere as the saber and hammer collided. Dao being Zephyr Thunder's body shuddered, as he felt a terrifying power surge into his body through the Zephyr Thunder hammer, as though it was trying to cut through his life force. Dermic powers surged and blood chi surged. Instantly, Dao being Zephyr Thunder suppressed that power. At the same time, Dao being Heavenly Dipper and Monk formless attacks arrived. I heard that you also use sabers. Please guide me along. Dao being Heavenly Dipper wielded a saber that was filled with astral energy and slashed forward, scattering endless starlight as his saber intent descended. Su Zimo was fearless in a fight of saber techniques. His gaze was cold as he slashed with his backhand, slashing out layers of purgatory, engulfing the starlight that filled the skies as it descended towards Dao being Heavenly Dipper. Dong! All of a sudden, a sound that possessed a mysterious power echoed from the void and caused Su Zimo's heart to skip a beat. He paused in his actions. The purgatory saber intent that was just condensed dissipated instantly. Clang! The 2 sabers collided. Crushed by Dao being Heavenly Dipper's saber intent while losing his own, Su Zimo grunted and staggered backwards. He swept his gaze across. He saw Monk Formless striding over, staring at Su Zimo with a wooden fish in his left hand and a wooden mallet in his right. That strange and mysterious sound earlier on was the sound of Monk Formless striking the wooden fish. This was also a sound domain secret skill. However, this sound domain secret skill was even more terrifying. It could be released repeatedly with the help of a dermic weapon. Crack! Lightning flashed before his eyes. Dao Being Zephyr Thunder charged forward once more and swung his gigantic Zephyr Thunder hammer towards Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo gripped Heaven Splitter tightly and released the Purgatory Saber intent once more. Blood chi filled the air as it swept towards Dao Being Zephyr Thunder. Dong! The sound of the wooden fish rang. Su Zimo shuddered and the Purgatory Saber intent dissipated once more. Clang! At the same time, the Zephyr Thunder hammer and Heaven Splitter collided with an ear-piercing sound. Affected by the sound of the wooden fish, Su Zimo's strength decreased, and he was almost sent flying by Dao Being Zephyr Thunder's hammer strike. Starlight scattered. Dao Being Heavenly Dipper struck once more. Monk Formless extended his wooden mallet and struck towards Su Zimo's head as well. The three titular disciples joined forces and did not give Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath at all. It was as though they had worked together for many years and had a tacit understanding of one another, unleashing a torrential storm of attacks. Instantly, Su Zimo fell into an unprecedented danger. Against the combined forces of the three titular disciples, Su Zimo's chest surged with pride with the help of his intoxication. He roared into the skies and gripped Heaven Splitter tightly before slashing forward. Not only did that slash unleash countercurrent, it even released the Purgatory Saber intent. The two great saber intents actually showed signs of fusing and engulfed Dao Being Zephyr Thunder, Dao Being Heavenly Dipper and Monk Formless. That man is truly ferocious. He can even fight back against the combined forces of three titular disciples. That's the number one perfected lord for you. Yi Tiancheng, perfected Lord Panglong, and the others did not die in vain. No wonder Diyin chose this place as his battlefield. What would things be like if this was outside and that man could make use of his blood chi? The cultivators expressed shock on their faces as the thought crossed their mind. Stars encirclement of the moon. Dao Being Heavenly Dipper waved the long saber in his hands and a gigantic starry sky appeared above the four of them. Countless stars shone brightly as though endless starlight was scattered right before their eyes. All the stars had appeared. As for the moon that was encircled, it was the saber slash produced by Dao Being Heavenly Dipper. The slash formed a perfect arc in midair, crushing towards Su Zimo like a crescent moon. Starlight filled the skies and the crescent moon shone even brighter with a cold killing intent. That saber intent was truly shocking. It was definitely not weaker than the Sea Calming Manual and Azura Saber. Tempest Hammer. Dao Being Zephyr Thunder hollered and his dermic hammer rumbled like thunder. A series of hurricanes appeared on his dermic hammer with a terrifying might that swept towards Su Zimo. The hurricanes howled and before they arrived, Su Zimo's cheeks were already hurting. This was not even a true killing move. The body of the Zephyr Thunder hammer was completely hidden within the hurricanes. Be it through the naked eye or spirit consciousness, there was no trace of the Zephyr Thunder hammer at all. However, Su Zimo was clear that the connate dermic weapon was already flying towards him. If he could not find the true body of the Zephyr Thunder hammer, no matter how strong his body was, his tendons and bones would be broken from the impact. This was the terror of a titular disciple. Su Zimo might not be able to secure victory even against any one of them. Right now, the combined attack from two of them made him feel suffocated. Dong! At the same time, Monk Formless looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile and knocked down the wooden fish in his hands once more. All three titular disciples were top-tier void reversions. Be it in terms of combat talent or experience, nobody could compare to them. Even though the three of them had never worked together before, their coordination was flawless. If Su Zimo was affected by the sound of the wooden fish, the saber intent in his hands would disperse and he would be drowned by the two killing moves, Star's Encirclement of the Moon and Tempest Hammer, and die without a burial place. Su Zimo had noticed Monk Formless' actions long ago. The moment the wooden mallet in his hands descended, He took a deep breath. Kill! Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Thunderclap kill. Although this sound domain secret skill did not have any dermic weapons to augment it, it could minimize the impact of the wooden fish sound on him. Su Zimo's saber intent was formed. Bang! Boom! Boom! A gigantic purgatory descended, separating the stars from the crescent moon. In the river of blood, many skeletons stood up and charged towards the crescent moon. Crack! 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 The two saber intents, stars encirclement of the moon and purgatory, collided repeatedly with a terrifying might. At the same time, the hurricanes descended. The Zephyr Thunder Hammer was hidden within the hurricanes, but Su Zimo could not see it at all. Su Zimo made up his mind and closed his eyes, completely relying on his spirit perception to capture the fleeting sensation. Time seemed to have slowed down. It was as though everything in the surrounding had stopped. While it seemed like 10,000 years had passed, in reality, everything was happening in the blink of an eye. Without warning, Su Zimo suddenly slashed upwards against the currents, breaking through the layers of hurricanes to find the true body of the Zephyr Thunder Hammer hidden within. Clang! The saber and hammer collided with a loud bang. Both Su Zimo and Dao Being Zephyr Thunder shuddered. A look of disbelief flashed through Dao Being Zephyr Thunder's eyes. To think that despite the encirclement of 3 titular disciples, the nascent soul before him could still defend against their combined attacks. The 3 of them did not know the tremendous pressure that came from their encirclement was also the reason why Su Zimo's potential was forced out. Right then, something weird happened. Suddenly, the ground beneath Su Zimo's feet cracked and a skinny, pale palm reached out without warning and grabbed his ankle. A bone-chilling coldness spread from his ankle into his body, threatening to freeze his meridians, blood, and organs. Su Zimo was shocked internally. There's someone else. Apart from Dao Being Heavenly Dipper, Dao Being Zephyr Thunder, Monk Formless, and Dao Being Hidden Death, there was another person who hid underground, concealed from his senses. For Su Zimo, the attack of this person at this moment was fatal. The cold chi invaded his body and caused his strength to dissipate. The purgatory and countercurrent saber intense swayed and showed signs of collapsing. Boom! The ground exploded as a pitch-black figure burrowed out from the ground with a sinister bone spear in his hands. He thrust it towards the back of Su Zimo's head. Ah! The crowd burst into an uproar upon the sight of that. This person's timing was perfect. Su Zimo's entire focus and strength were on defending against Dao Being Zephyr Thunder, Dao Being Heavenly Dipper, and Monk Formless head-on. He had no strength left to defend against the killing move behind him. Furthermore, it was a killing blow that came without any warning. It's him, the titular disciple of malevolent earth sect of the Fiend Sex. Another titular disciple has appeared, and he's also trying to kill Su Zimo. Some cultivators recognized the black-robed cultivator and shouted. Right then, the void beside Su Zimo distorted and a figure appeared mysteriously like a ghost. The figure wielded a sword and stabbed towards Su Zimo's temple. Dao Being Hidden Death had attacked as well. Instantly, all the cultivators present cried out in disbelief as shock slowly filled their widened eyes. In order to kill a nascent soul, 5 titular disciples of the cultivation world were mobilized. This was a treatment no one in history had received. Sigh. I wonder if it's his fortune or his sorrow. Some cultivators sighed in their hearts with emotional expressions. If the 5 titular disciples attacked at the same time, Su Zimo would definitely die. At that moment, many cultivators felt pity for him when they saw that. This was the injustice of fate. Without a super sect as a backing, no matter how much of a monster incarnate he would still be killed and die. I believe that even if this person dies prematurely, he won't be quickly forgotten like the other paragons. A cultivator said softly, a monster incarnate like him that requires the joined forces of 5 titular disciples to kill will definitely be recorded in the books of history. Nobody could understand the feeling of being surrounded by 5 titular disciples. The pressure was suffocating, despairing, and ubiquitous. It was as though Su Zimo could sense that he was about to be torn into pieces the next moment and be destroyed in both body and spirit. He could even smell the aura of death and knew that he was falling into an endless abyss. At that moment, all his trump cards were useless. Even if he summoned the Creation Green Lotus and the Illumination Sword formation, he would not be able to resolve the situation of certain death. Starlight scattered and pierced through the purgatory. The moon-like saber sliced the entire purgatory in half and landed heavily on Heaven Splitter. Hurricanes howled and the Tempest Hammer exploded once more, smashing against the saber. The saber and hammer descended at the same time and a terrifying power burst forth. Instantly, Su Zimo's palm was torn and blood gushed out. Unable to hold on to Heaven Splitter, it flew out of his hands. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had his weapon knocked out. This was only the beginning. Tao being Malevolent Earth's Bone Spear, and Tao being Hidden Death Sword had already arrived. No matter how strong Su Zimo's physique was, even if he could use his blood chi, he would not be able to defend against the sharpness of a Khanate Tao being Dermic weapon. In front of him, Tao being Heavenly Dipper smiled faintly and raised his chin slightly, looking down with a hint of pity in his eyes. Tao being Zephyr Thunder was expressionless as his gaze landed on the storage bag on Su Zimo's waist. He had to get his hands on the Purple Thunder Manual. Monk Formless had a pitiful expression as he pressed his palms together, as though he was prepared to wait for Su Zimo to die and obtain his creation Green Lotus before sending him off through purification. At the brink of death, Su Zimo calmed down rapidly. Up till this point of the battle, his left hand had been empty and hovered around his waist the entire time. But now, his left hand suddenly gripped an unassuming jade pendant at his waist and crushed it. Piak! The jade pendant shattered and burst forth with a resplendent light. Instantly, Su Zimo was enveloped within it, forming a gigantic barrier. Boom! Tao being Malevolent Earth's Bone Spear and Tao being Hidden Death Sword collided against the light barrier almost at the same time with a loud bang. Instantly, Su Zimo was sent flying and fell to the side. Against the attacks of the two titular disciples, cracks appeared on the barrier and it dissipated quickly. Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the others narrowed their gazes. Protection Dermic weapon? As titular disciples, they recognized the origin of the light barrier right away. Protection Dermic weapons that could be carried around like accessories were the most precious and rare. They were prepared by supersex or conjoint body mighty figures for those closest to them. Although it looked inconspicuous, it could save a life at a critical moment. That protection Dermic weapon was the treasure given to him by Shangguan Zi of Thousand Crane Sect. Su Zimo felt a lingering fear in his heart. If not for that Dermic weapon, he would have died earlier on. Even with his scarlet-haired spirit and many methods such as his dragonification, nothing could have helped him at that moment. Of course, even so, Su Zimo was still injured. The protection Dermic weapon could defend against a full-powered attack from a void reversion. Although he managed to defend against the attacks of Tao being Malevolent Earth and Tao being Hidden Death, Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Tao being Heavenly Dipper's powers had already broken through his defenses and surged into his body before he summoned his protection Dermic weapon. Su Zimo half knelt on the ground with a pale face and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zimo, are you all right? Right then, a fragrance wafted over and a pink figure appeared beside him. Su Zimo glanced sideways. The girl before him possessed an innate charm. She pursed her lips tightly and tears welled up in her eyes, filled with worry and heartache. Demoness G. The girl before him was the true Demoness G. The moment before they exchanged blows, a voice sounded from the crowd, reminding him to be careful. Su Zimo had already guessed that Demoness G was really here, although he had fallen into the trap of the 5 titular disciples. Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the others did not lie to him on this matter. Foo-foo. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo's lips were stained with blood as he looked at the girl beside him. Suddenly, he could not help but laugh, unable to conceal the joy in his eyes. What are you laughing at? He was already surrounded by 5 titular disciples and it was impossible for him to escape. Demoness G was so worried that she was about to cry. You fool! She thumped Su Zimo on the shoulders gently and said with a sobbing tone, "You've been tricked. You shouldn't have come." Apart from worry, Demoness G also felt endless self-blame. If she had appeared earlier and stopped Su Zimo before he arrived, things would not have turned out this way. "It's not a bad thing either," Su Zimo smiled. "At least you're safe and sound." Demoness G was stunned. The tears in her eyes could no longer be controlled and fell like crystal beads, wetting her clothes. She was a little dazed as she looked at Su Zimo's smiling face. Even though the person in front of him was deceived by the 5 titular disciples and was in a dire situation, the reason why he could still smile so happily was because she was safe. However, the price was too great. A tender look flashed through Demoness G's eyes as she whispered, "Those are the most touching words of love I've ever heard." Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 3 were relaxed and in no hurry. Even if Su Zimo managed to survive with his protection dermic weapon, he was already injured. Furthermore, Su Zimo could not escape from the 5 of them. Dao being Hidden Death's figure flickered and disappeared once more. With an expressionless face and a cold expression, Dao being Malevolent Earth looked at Demoness G and said slowly, "As someone of the fiend sex, let me remind you out of goodwill that it's best for you to stay away from him. Otherwise, if a huge battle breaks out and you die because of it, there will be no one left in your pure maiden sect." Rising slowly, Su Zimo looked at Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the others with a lightning-sharp gaze. Heaven Splitter had already fallen to the side. Su Zimo's glabella shone, and he summoned the creation Green Lotus. Looking at the flawless Green Lotus platform that was spinning slowly in midair, Monk Formless' eyes rippled. Holding the creation Green Lotus in his left hand, Su Zimo sent a voice transmission to Demoness G. "Leave this place first. The 5 of them won't be able to trap me." If he was in Tianhuang mainland, the 5 titular disciples would not be able to trap him indeed. As long as he released Blood Escape, even Dharma characteristic Dao Lords might not be able to catch up to him. However, this was the Dao inheritance ground and his Blood Escape technique could not be activated. The reason why he said that was because he wanted Demoness G to leave this place and escape from the dangers. For real. Demoness G's heart skipped a beat as hope shone in her eyes. She knew Su Zimo's capabilities, and it was not impossible for him to escape the pursuit of 5 titular disciples. "Hurry and go." Su Zimo sent a voice transmission. "As long as you leave, I'll be able to fight with my full strength and retreat at any time. If I want to leave, who can stop me?" "All right." Demoness G believed him and grit her teeth, wiping away the tears on her face before turning to leave. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 5 titular disciples did not stop Demoness G from leaving. It was better to have less trouble. Furthermore, Demoness G was someone of the fiend sex and there were already 2 of them among the 5 titular disciples. There was no need for them to make enemies. Their only goal was to kill Su Zimo and split his treasures. That's enough. Dao being Heavenly Dipper clapped and smiled. "The beauty has left and you can die now." "Ha ha." Su Zimo grinned and his eyes shone with a ferocious glint as he said coldly, "I'm not a match for the 5 of you together. However, it's not impossible for me to drag one of you down with me before I die." "Foo." Dao being Heavenly Dipper shook his head and chuckled. "Su Zimo, you're too naive. If you had advanced to the Void Reversion realm, you might have had the right to say that. But now you're far from it. Stop wasting our breath on him." Dao being Malevolent Earth said, "The commotion here is so huge that Dean might be rushing over. At that time, we'll have to split a portion of his treasures." At the mention of Dean, a hint of fear flashed through the eyes of the other 4. Compared to the 4 of them, Dean could only be considered as a rising newcomer. However, in recent years, he was already showing signs of surpassing them. At the very least, none of them were willing to go against Dean. The 4 of them spread out and headed towards Su Zimo, gradually forming an encirclement. Once the 4 of them surrounded him, Su Zimo would be attacked from both sides. At that thought, Su Zimo's body swayed and he was the first to attack, charging towards Dao being Malevolent Earth at the side. "Oh!" Dao being Malevolent Earth's gaze turned cold as he sneered. To think that I would be the first to be attacked. Do you think I'm the easiest to provoke? Shoo! 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 He waved his bone spear and conjured a series of spear shadows in midair. The air was filled with a malevolent aura that was as black as ink. One after another, malevolent ghost faces appeared in midair and lunged towards Su Zimo. Dong! Monk Formless lowered his gaze and knocked on the wooden fish once more. O.M. Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit to dispel the dermic sound of the wooden fish, while he conjured a seal with his right hand and released the fiend suppression seal at the same time. Boom! In the firmaments, a gigantic golden palm appeared and crushed down towards Dao being malevolent earth. The fiend suppression seal was the most effective against fiend cultivators. When Monk Formless saw that the sound of his wooden fish was useless against Su Zimo, he swung the wooden mallet in his hands and it expanded rapidly, smashing towards the latter's head. Clear your mind, Monk Formless chided softly. Heaven Splitter had already been sent flying by the collision earlier on, and its connection was lost. Su Zimo did not dare to release the creation Green Lotus and kept it in his palm. When he saw the mallet coming at him, Su Zimo raised the creation Green Lotus with a reverse grip. It let out rays of resplendent light, colliding against the mallet. Swash! Dao being Heavenly Dipper arrived beside Su Zimo and with a flick of his wrist, his saber slashed down. Accompanied by endless starlight, astral chi filled the air in a terrifying manner. Ooh! Ooh! Hurricanes howled. Dao being Zephyr Thunder swung his Zephyr Thunder hammer and smashed down on Su Zimo's head with gusts of hurricanes. The moment Su Zimo released the fiend suppression seal with his right hand, he slapped his storage bag and pulled out a dark gray mountain before tossing it behind him. It was the ancient unique treasure, the Mystic Magnet Mountain. The Mystic Magnet Mountain expanded against the wind and shielded Su Zimo from the back, exuding a powerful suction force. The suction force did not affect Dao being Malevolent Earth's bone spear or Monk Formless wooden fish at all. However, it had a huge impact on Dao being Heavenly Dipper Saber and Dao being Zephyr Thunder's Zephyr Thunder Hammer. That was also the reason why Su Zimo attacked Dao being Malevolent Earth and Monk Formless right away. In order to survive in this situation, he had to expand his advantage to the extreme without any mistakes. Swoosh! The suction force of the Mystic Magnet Mountain was immense. Dao being Heavenly Dipper frowned. Although he gripped the saber in his hands tightly with immense strength, the saber still deviated from its original trajectory uncontrollably. The saber intent could no longer be condensed and dissipated quickly. On the other side, Dao being Zephyr Thunder's situation was similar as well. His charge was extremely ferocious. In the end, he was pulled by the Mystic Magnet Mountain and could not hold himself back. The Zephyr Thunder Hammer carried his body and smashed into the Mystic Magnet Mountain. Boom! Dao being Zephyr Thunder's body shuddered and his mind buzzed from the shock. Even his teeth were starting to loosen. Although he was not injured from that blow, he felt extremely terrible. Dao being Heavenly Dipper frowned. He controlled his saber and tried his best to prevent it from being sucked towards the Mystic Magnet Mountain. However, he was of no threat to Su Zimo if this stalemate continued. That was the power of the unique treasures. They could play an extremely miraculous role at critical moments. At the same time, a direct clash had already erupted. In midair, the golden palm collided with the Dao being Malevolent Earth's bone spear and a huge hole was created. The palm was also corroded by the Malevolent Earth chi. However, Dao being Malevolent Earth had expended a lot of energy in this fight as well. On the other side, the creation Green Lotus collided with the mallet. The Green Lotus emitted an incomparable glow, as though it was the most beautiful treasure in the world. Ugh! Monk Formless grunted and retreated. Although he was at the Void Reversion realm, he was still at a disadvantage in melee combat against Su Zimo, who was wielding the creation Green Lotus. Dao being Malevolent Earth's figure flashed and he circled behind Su Zimo. Suddenly, he took out a pitch-black gourd from his storage bag and opened the cork, tossing the black gourd into the air. Swoosh! Endless fresh blood spilled from the black gourd. The blood had already turned black and gave off a foul stench. It was as though there were countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts howling. The black blood splattered on the mystic magnet mountain. Buzz! Buzz! Black smoke billowed from the mystic magnet mountain as though it was corroded. The light of the mystic magnet mountain dimmed rapidly. Malevolent earth blood? Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he had browsed through countless ancient books. There were records of the malevolent earth blood. The malevolent earth blood required the blood of young ladies to be brewed and infused with malevolent earth chi. Thereafter, the young ladies would be killed and their souls would be infused within. It was extremely savage. The more dead souls there were, the more powerful the malevolent earth blood would be. Malevolent earth blood was specifically used to destroy dermic weapons. Legend has it that a fiend of the fiend sex once refined malevolent earth blood so strong that a single drop was enough to cripple a dermic treasure. Although the malevolent earth blood before him was not at that level, it caused the mystic magnet mountain to be soiled with endless tainted souls and temporarily lose the power of magnetism. You're knowledgeable. I'll give that to you. Dao being malevolent earth harumphed coldly. I was long prepared to deal with you. His malevolent earth blood was meant to counter Su Zimo's mystic magnet mountain. With the mystic magnet mountain damaged, Dao being Heavenly Dipper and Dao being Zephyr Thunder were relieved instantly and attacked Su Zimo at the same time. At the same time, Monk Formless and Malevolent Earth Dao being attacked once more. Instantly, things changed on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was already surrounded by 4 titular disciples and was in a perilous situation. In an invisible corner, there was even an extremely terrifying assassin hiding. He had retracted his killing intent and was waiting for an opportunity to strike. It was fine if he did not attack. Once he did, it would definitely be a killing blow. The saber beam descended. At the same time Dao being Heavenly Dipper released his terrifying saber intent. He clenched his left hand into a fist and released his sect's secret skill. Hollering softly, Heavenly Dipper Fist. Stars suddenly appeared in the firmaments and spun slowly, scattering down streams of starlight that gathered on Dao being Heavenly Dipper's fist. Dao being Heavenly Dipper's fist seemed to have transformed into a gigantic star. His saber intent and secret skill descended at the same time. Dao being Heavenly Dipper did not wish to delay any longer and had already used his full strength. Get lost! Su Zimo's eyes shone with a cold glint as he used his fingers like a sword and slashed in the direction of Dao being Heavenly Dipper. Chi! A bedazzling sword beam burst forth, creating a vast expanse of white. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. The power released by the sword chi caused the constellations in the skies to turn into a mess. They collided and fell one after another. The Heavenly Dipper fist was broken by the heaven-slaying sword art halfway through. Dao being Heavenly Dipper's expression changed. As a titular disciple, he could naturally sense the power of the sword art. The saber intent collided with it. It was completely silent. His saber intent was sliced into 2 by the white sword chi and dissipated instantly. Dao being Heavenly Dipper burst forth with his blood chi and dermic powers surged within him as he wielded his saber with both hands and slashed at the incoming sword chi. Clang! The sword chi collided with the saber and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The sword chi finally dissipated. As for Dao being Heavenly Dipper, he retreated a step back with a hint of fear in his eyes. That sword chi was way too terrifying. It broke through his saber intent, secret skill and collided head-on with his physical body and blood chi before dissipating. If Su Zimo were to advance to the void reversion realm, the might of the sword chi would increase by several folds. At that time, no one would dare to take it head-on. Just as Su Zimo released the heaven-slaying sword art and forced Dao being Heavenly Dipper to retreat, the shadow of a hammer hovered in the air and howled. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with lightning as he conjured hand seals repeatedly. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the skies. Dark clouds pressed down like lead. Purple thunderstorm. Su Zimo pointed in Dao being Zephyr Thunder's direction. Streaks of purple thunderbolt rained down from the dark clouds, connecting the firmaments to the earth. They weaved endlessly to form a terrifying purple thunderstorm. The thunderstorm engulfed Dao being Zephyr Thunder instantly. This was supposed to be a supreme cultivation technique of our Zephyr Thunder Palace. Dao being Zephyr Thunder was enraged as streaks of green lightning burst forth from his body. Waving his hammer, he howled in the purple thunderstorm. An evil wind blew behind him. A dense cluster of flying swords the size of steel needles appeared in Su Zimo's right eye. Turning around, he looked towards Dao being Malevolent Earth. Shoo! 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 36 flying swords tore through the air, leaving streaks of sword chi in midair. They formed the Illumination sword formation and collided against the incoming bone spear. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword formation dissipated and the 36 flying swords returned to Su Zimo's right eye. Monk Formless Mallet descended. Su Zimo lifted the creation Green Lotus and welcomed it. At the same time, a phantom-like figure suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed at the back of his head. Dao being Hidden Death attacked. Su Zimo supported the lotus with his left hand. While defending against Monk Formless, he twisted his body and reached out with his right hand to grab the sword behind him. Boom! The creation Green Lotus blocked the mallet once more. With his right hand, Su Zimo grabbed the sword in his palm. You must have a death wish. Dao being Hidden Death's sword spun and sliced the flesh on Su Zimo's right hand. However, the sword could not cut further beyond the flesh. The divine phoenix bone. Even the Dharma treasures of conjoint bodies might not be able to damage it, let alone a connate Dao being dermic weapon. Su Zimo's right hand coiled, trembled and pulled. The killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness burst forth. Dao being Hidden Death could not hold on to his sword, and it was pulled over by Su Zimo's right hand. The crowd burst into an uproar upon the sight of that. Against the ferocious attacks of the 5 titular disciples, Su Zimo could still retaliate and snatch Dao being Hidden Death's weapon with his bare hands. Earth Malevolent Finger. Dao being Malevolent Earth released his sex secret skill and a finger formed from black chi. It was shrouded in a malevolent aura and charged towards Su Zimo. A ferocious glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. He did not dodge or avoid the malevolent earth finger and instead used the sword like a saber. With a backhand slash, he cut towards Dao being Hidden Death who had yet to retreat. This was a gamble with his life. He wanted to kill Dao being Hidden Death even if he had to risk being struck by the malevolent earth finger. Eft! A flash of blood appeared. Dao being Hidden Death shrieked and retreated rapidly. A wound appeared on his body and he disappeared into the void once more. A look of pity flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. In the end, he was still lacking. Dao being Hidden Death was a titular disciple after all. Even though his combat strength was inferior to other titular disciples, his escape methods were not inferior at all. At the same time, the malevolent earth finger struck Su Zimo's chest heavily and sent him flying. The 5 titular disciples did not give Su Zimo any breathing room at all. If it was during normal times, he would be able to gain the upper hand with every single one of his trump cards and even find an opportunity to kill his opponents. But now, when he released his dermic arts, sword and visual techniques, he could only defend forcibly. In the end, he was still injured by the malevolent earth finger. Although he was wearing the perfect grade dermic weapon inner armor, it could not completely block out the power of the malevolent earth finger. Quite a bit of remnant power surged into his body and his organs were severely shaken. Eft! Su Zimo held the sword that he snatched from Dao being Hidden Death with his right hand and pushed against the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood and his face turned paler. In just 2 rounds, he had exhausted all his trump cards. As for the 5 titular disciples, they were almost unaffected. Dao being Hidden Death was the only one injured by his sword, and it wasn't even a fatal attack. Even if Dao being Hidden Death did not attack, Su Zimo would definitely die if Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 4 titular disciples were to launch another wave of attacks. Su Zimo, you've lost. Dao being Heavenly Dipper looked at Su Zimo without any pity. Dao being Zephyr Thunder said indifferently, "It's a worthy death for you to be killed by the combined efforts of 5 of us titular disciples." Sigh. Monk Formless sighed gently. "Patron Su, I've given you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't take it." Although the 4 titular disciples seemed to be lamenting, There was a sense of superiority in their words. Su Zimo's black hair fluttered and his face was pale. The blood at the corner of his mouth was not dried, and he looked like he was in an extremely terrible condition. However, his eyes were still bright and clear. Fufu. Su Zimo chuckled. Aren't you smug? The 5 of you titular disciples sure feel proud that you have to join forces to kill a nascent soul in the Tao inheritance ground. The smile on Tao being Heavenly Dipper's face gradually disappeared. The expressions of Tao being Zephyr Thunder and the others darkened as well. Pointing at Monk Formless and the other 3, Su Zimo laughed maniacally. Even the 5 of you are befitting to be titular disciples? How laughable! How ridiculous! Even though you guys have the upper hand right now, you guys are filled with fear and dread internally. You're afraid of me escaping and growing further. As long as I'm alive, I'll always be a nightmare for the 5 of you. Su Zimo's words struck right to the core, and were even more terrifying than divine weapons. The Tao hearts of the 5 of them wavered. Kill him! Unable to hold it in any longer, Tao being Malevolent Earth leaped up and charged towards Su Zimo. Right then, an unusual commotion broke out in the crowd. Die, fiend! Suddenly, a cultivator stood out and charged towards Tao being Malevolent Earth. Kill! Kill the fiend! Figures appeared one after another, all void reversions. As though they had lost their minds, they charged towards Tao being Malevolent Earth like madmen. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Were these cultivators merely upset over the injustice, or did they have some personal feud with Tao being Malevolent Earth? A void reversion charged forward and his blood chi burst forth. With a flick of his wrist, his sword drew dozens of sword flowers in midair that floated towards Tao being Malevolent Earth. Poof! Tao being Malevolent Earth raised his bone spear and stabbed with it in reverse, tearing through the layers of sword flowers as though they were dried weeds, creating a huge bloody hole in the man's body. A malevolent aura surged from the bone spear and surged into the spirit platform of the man. His essence spirit was destroyed right away. 2 more void reversions charged forward. Tao being Malevolent Earth waved his bone spear and stabbed the 2 of them through the heart with just 2 moves. A bunch of ants, he sneered. Poof, poof, poof. In high spirits, Tao being Malevolent Earth charged into the crowd and killed more than 10 cultivators. More than 10 corpses hung on the bone spear, dripping with blood in a frightening manner. The battle between Su Zimo and the 5 titular disciples seemed like it was back and forth. However, in reality, most void reversions would not last more than 3 moves against the titular disciples. If those cultivators charged forward, they would be courting death. Many more cultivators charged forward as though they had lost their minds. Tao being Malevolent Earth was not the only one targeted. Tao being Heavenly Dipper, Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Monk Formless were attacked as well. The status of a titular disciple was not something that anyone with a forgiving nature could attain. The 3 of them attacked decisively and corpses filled the ground beneath their feet in no time. The crowd was in chaos and countless cultivators retreated as though they were hiding from something. Su Zimo focused his gaze and finally noticed something. A pink figure walked through the crowd and was releasing the bewitchment technique of pure maiden sect to the void reversions present. Cultivators with weak minds and unstable Tao hearts would be bewitched very quickly and charge towards Tao being Malevolent Earth and the others like madmen. Demoness G. She did not leave at all. Kill! Demoness G murmured repeatedly in a soft voice. Go forth and kill those titular disciples. Your names will spread throughout the world and you'll obtain countless treasures. You'll replace them and become new titular disciples. Demoness G's eyes, appearance, voice and physique were filled with all sorts of temptations, causing one to fall head over heels for her and be driven by her instinctively. However, it did not take long for the remaining cultivators to react. When they saw Demoness G walking over, they retreated hurriedly, avoiding her like the plague. In the end, Demoness G was the only one left standing on the spot with no one else around. Forget it. Su Zimo smiled. Don't involve anyone else. They will just be sending themselves to die if they come over. Demoness G looked at Su Zimo and shook her head. I don't care. Their lives have nothing to do with me. I only want you to live." Upon hearing that, countless cultivators hid far away and cursed, as expected of a demoness of the fiend sections. How inhumane! If there's a chance, I'll definitely capture her alive and toy with her properly so that she can witness my prowess. The cultivators only dared to curse from afar and did not dare to advance. Even though Demoness G was only at the early stage void reversion realm, she was a titular disciple as well and had even entered the human emperor's palace before, receiving guidance from Fairy Ling Long. Ordinary void reversions could not defend against her charms. "Zimo, even if nobody will help you, I'll stay with you." Demoness G walked towards Su Zimo step by step firmly with conviction. There was no hesitation or fear in her eyes. Looking at Demoness G who was walking over, Su Zimo's mind flashed with the image of the figure that shielded him beneath the human emperor's palace. The two figures gradually fused into one. Su Zimo sighed. "Why are you doing this?" "That's because you're my tripod." Demoness G came to Su Zimo's side and smiled, as though she had reverted to her usual cheeky self of a quirky young maiden. Su Zimo had heard Demoness G mention the tripod multiple times. However, even now, he did not know what it meant to be a tripod of the pure maiden sect. He only knew that 100 years ago, this young lady was the one who shielded him without reservations beneath the human emperor's palace and did not retreat at all. 100 years later, this was still the same young lady that was standing shoulder to shoulder with him in the Dao inheritance ground and never left. "Demoness G, we want that person dead for sure." Dao being malevolent earth said coldly. "I've been persuading you repeatedly because you're someone of the fiend sex. Don't be ungrateful." "None of your business?" Rolling her eyes, Demoness G hugged Su Zimo's arm with one hand and whispered, "Zimo, don't let me down. You have to escape alive." Su Zimo was confused by her statement that made no sense, but Demoness G did not continue. Not far away, a monk strode through the crowd. At that moment, the surrounding cultivators had already retreated far away, afraid that they would be bewitched by Demoness G. However, the monk walked towards the battlefield on his own accord, thus looking extremely striking. Demoness G did not think too much about it. When she caught sight of someone walking over from the corner of her eye, she used her bewitching voice once more. "Monk, there are fiends over there that kill without batting an eyelid. Monk, please take action and suppress them. That's why I'm here." The monk pressed his palms together and replied, "Eh?" The monk's voice was clear and calm. It was clear that he was not bewitched by her. When Demoness G heard that, she could not help but turn over. When Su Zimo heard that voice, his heart skipped a beat and he turned around as well. The monk was none other than Mingzhen, who had once lived with Su Zimo for 20 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Ever since Mingzhen joined Depamkra Monastery in Myriad Phenomenon City, it had been more than 100 years since they parted ways. Mingzhen was already at early-stage void reversion realm. His comprehension of Buddhism was extremely high. Coupled with his pure heart and the backing of a super sect like Depamkra Monastery that possessed endless resources, it was not surprising that he could reach the void reversion realm in 100 years. To think that apart from Demoness G, Mingzhen had also entered the Dao inheritance ground. A warm feeling flowed through Su Zimo's heart. He was not alone. "You're the little monk who joined Depamkra Monastery 100 years ago?" Monk Formless frowned slightly and asked. "My Dao title right now is Depamkara," Mingzhen replied calmly. The Dao title, Depamkara, meant that Mingzhen had already become a titular disciple of Depamkara Monastery. Dao being malevolent earth frowned. Including Demoness G and Mingzhen, it meant that two titular disciples were on Su Zimo's side. The situation that could have been easily resolved was now slightly troublesome. This Su Zimo is truly not fated to die. To think that he would have two titular disciples helping him. It's useless. The two of them have just entered the void reversion realm. Although they are also titular disciples, they have yet to form their Dao hearts, and are no match for Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the others in terms of combat strength. The most they can do is to delay the inevitable outcome. Some cultivators were sharp and analyzed the situation clearly and logically. Su Zimo straightened his body slowly as the flames of war reignited in his eyes. At that moment, he would not leave even if Demoness Ji and Mingzhan were to leave. Right now, there was only a single way to resolve the situation. He had to kill his way out. Sensing Su Zimo's fighting spirit, Dao being Heavenly Dipper smiled gently and remarked leisurely, "Interesting. To think that you haven't given up. Leave this little monk to me." Monk Formless said indifferently, "I can conveniently discuss Buddhism with him as well." Dao being Malevolent Earth said coldly, "I'll take care of Demoness Ji. The three of you kill Su Zimo as soon as possible. Don't forget to share the treasures with me." A sword appeared in Demoness Ji's hands. A green lantern suddenly flew out from Mingzhan's glabella. A tiny flame burned on the green lantern. It was the size of a pinky and flickered, as though it could extinguish at any moment. When he saw the green lantern, there was a clear hint of fear in the depths of Monk Formless' eyes. Dong! Monk Formless struck his wooden fish first. Mingzhan's expression was unchanged as he spoke in Sanskrit. He had once cultivated the Daming True Sutra at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, and the sound of the wooden fish did not affect him much. Formless Dermic Seal. Monk Formless conjured hand seals and released a gigantic dermic seal that smashed towards Mingzhan. Su Zimo had seen void reversion monks of Formless Monastery release this dermic seal before. However, its power was worlds apart from what Monk Formless could release. Mingzhan was fearless as he gripped the green lantern and conjured hand seals, exhaling gently at the flames on the lantern. Swoosh! The flames on the green lantern intensified and burned towards the formless dermic seal, turning it into nothingness in no time. Although Mingzhan was only at the early stage void reversion realm, he was not disadvantaged against Monk Formless at all. On the other side, Demoness Ji and Dao being Malevolent Earth were already exchanging blows. Dao being Malevolent Earth's power was even stronger. However, Demoness Ji relied on the Heaven Fiend dance that she learned from Fairy Ling Long in the Human Emperor's Palace and her nimble movement technique so that Dao being Malevolent Earth could not injure her at all. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, even the Rakshasa race was troubled by this Heaven Fiend dance. It would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time in a fight between two titular disciples of the Fiend sex. Su Zimo was going to face Dao being Zephyr Thunder and Dao being Heavenly Dipper alone, along with Dao being Hidden Death who was hiding in the dark. "Let's fight!" His eyes shone brightly as he strode forward. Bang! 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 Su Zimo held the Creation Green Lotus in his left hand and clashed against Dao being Heavenly Dipper's saber and Dao being Zephyr Thunder's Zephyr Thunder hammer, without being disadvantaged. His right hand gripped the long sword that he snatched from Dao being Hidden Death. Using the sword like a saber, he condensed multiple saber intents. Countercurrent, Vortex, Raging Tides, and Ripple. Ghost Howl, Blood Flow, Hell, White Bones, Phantom and Corpse. The two saber intents, Sea Calming Saber and Azura Saber, burst forth and collided continuously. In the end, they seemed like they were about to fuse. The saber intent became thicker, more condensed and ferocious. Against the two great titular disciples, Su Zimo released all his potential and channeled the Scarlet Flame revolving lantern to protect his body. He was like an immortal king descending upon the world and fought with increasing ferocity. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and Dao being Zephyr Thunder were secretly alarmed. Their combined strength was definitely superior to Su Zimo's. Furthermore, Su Zimo was already injured. However, Su Zimo's saber intent was getting stronger and his will was getting more condensed. There was a high chance that he would break through during the battle. As for their attacks, even if they managed to pass through Su Zimo's saber intent, they would be negated by the Scarlet Flame revolving lantern around him. Dao being Hidden Death did not appear the entire time. There were two possibilities. First, he had already left. That would be extremely unlikely because he was injured by Su Zimo. Given the vengeful nature of the Hidden Death sect assassin, there was no way he would leave. Second, Dao being Hidden Death had no chance to attack. The current situation gave the surrounding cultivators the illusion that Su Zimo was suppressing the two titular disciples. A look of impatience finally appeared in Dao being Heavenly Dipper and Dao being Zephyr Thunder's eyes. They did not want to continue dragging things. Su Zimo, let me tell you the biggest difference between the nascent soul and void reversion realm. Dao being Heavenly Dipper spoke slowly and his glabella flickered. A terrifying spirit consciousness burst forth, condensing into a star in midair that charged towards Su Zimo. It was an essence spirit secret skill. Up till this point of the battle, Dao being Heavenly Dipper had finally summoned his essence spirit secret skill. Dao being Zephyr Thunder followed without hesitation as well. Soul Shaker Art. A thick spirit consciousness condensed into a spirit consciousness hammer in midair and smashed towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Essence spirit secret skills were unlike clashes between dermic arts or saber intents. Be it a clash of dermic arts or a battle of saber intents, even if power surged into his body, he could rely on his strong physique and terrifying regeneration capabilities to continue. However, it was different for essence spirit fights. If he was careless, his physical body and essence spirit would both be destroyed. Su Zimo activated the Mingwang prayer beads immediately. Buzz! The Mingwang prayer beads shone brightly and emanated an invisible barrier of light. It shone with golden runes and was filled with a Buddhist light that was sacred and flawless. The star crashed into the barrier. There was a slight pause. The barrier shattered. The star vanished as well. Swoosh! The spirit consciousness hammer rushed into Su Zimo's consciousness and pummeled down violently on his essence spirit. 45 creation green lotus seeds transformed into rays of green light that struck the spirit consciousness hammer continuously. Cling! Clang! There was a deafening and crisp sound. The glow on the 45 creation green lotus seeds had already dissipated before the spirit consciousness hammer gradually dispersed. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. Although the entire process seemed short, it was extremely dangerous. If he could not defend against the two essence spirit secret skills, he would be killed instantly. No matter how strong his physical body was, it was useless. Right then, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. Not good. His expression changed starkly. At the final moment, he had forgotten about someone. Dao being hidden death. A spirit consciousness dagger entered Su Zimo's consciousness and stabbed towards his essence spirit. At that moment, the 45 creation green lotus seeds had just collided with the spirit consciousness hammer and were no longer glowing. There was no way they could defend against that spirit consciousness dagger. It was a fatal killing move. Against the spirit consciousness dagger, Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit was like a 3-year-old child who could not resist at all. In a flash, the scarlet-haired Yin spirit rushed out from a corner of his consciousness. The Dao inheritance ground restricted his bloodline and demon spirit consciousness. However, the actions of his scarlet-haired Yin spirit within his consciousness could not be sensed. The scarlet-haired Yin spirit collided with the black-haired essence spirit, and the two essence spirits fused completely, transforming into an existence that was half human and half dragon and covered in scales. The spirit consciousness dagger struck the new essence spirit. Bang! It dissipated and a large portion of the dragon scales on the new essence spirit's body were sliced off by the dagger. The tremendous force separated the two essence spirits. Even though the two essence spirits were fused, no matter how strong they were, they only had a layer of dragon scales for protection. There was no way they could defend against the essence spirit secret skill of a titular disciple. Eft! Su Zimo spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his two essence spirits did not die, they were still severely injured and his entire body withered rapidly. In the end, he was defeated. An indignant feeling surged into Su Zimo's heart. In reality, he did not know that Dao being Heavenly Dipper and Dao being Zephyr Thunder were even more shocked. Even though the three of them titular disciples joined forces and released their essence spirit secret skills, they could not kill a nascent soul directly. They truly could not imagine how far this person would grow if they allowed him to continue with his cultivation. The battles on the other two sides were gradually becoming clearer. Neither Dao being Malevolent Earth nor Demoness G could do anything to one another. Demoness G's methods could not pose a threat to Dao being Malevolent Earth. On the other hand, Dao being Malevolent Earth could not hurt her thanks to her Heaven Fiend dance. Even if both parties fought for a day and night, they would probably be in a stalemate. The fight between Ming Zhen and Monk Formless was nearing its end. Ming Zhen's Buddhist dharmic arts were profound, and he had read countless secret Buddhist texts at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Coupled with his pure and innocent heart, he had a solid foundation. However, he was still too young. Void reversion had a lifespan of 5,000 years, and he was only 100 years old. In terms of experience, knowledge, and comprehension of life, he was far inferior compared to the Monk Formless, who was already 3,000 years old. Most importantly, his Tao heart had yet to be established, and he was forced to retreat in defeat against Monk Formless, who possessed a Tao heart. Su Zimo struggled to stand up. His essence spirit felt a tearing pain, and his body swayed uncontrollably. It was extremely difficult to fully recover from such wounds on the essence spirit. If he could not recover completely, even if he managed to escape, his future cultivation would most likely stop at the nascent soul realm. A resolute look flashed through Demoness Ji's eyes as she looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away. She had long made up her mind on this matter. Dodging Tao being Malevolent Earth's bone spear, she withdrew and retreated from the battlefield. Tao being Malevolent Earth was also frustrated by Demoness Ji's actions and did not give chase when he saw her retreat from the battlefield. Demoness Ji extended her arms and raised her head slightly. Closing her legs, her entire body floated up slowly. She had a pious expression as she chanted obscure words, looking at Su Zimo with deep emotions without blinking. A mysterious power appeared beside her. Immediately after, something seemed to be spilling out of Demoness Ji's body endlessly, converging into a milky white light that surged into Su Zimo's body through the top of his head. Apart from the injuries to his essence spirit, Su Zimo's internal and external injuries seemed to be healing gradually. Furthermore, the most frightening thing was that Su Zimo's aura was rising continuously, turning increasingly terrifying as he charged towards the void reversion realm. On the contrary, as Su Zimo's aura rose, Demoness Ji's aura weakened continuously. The light in her eyes dimmed gradually as well. "This is..." Tao being Malevolent Earth frowned and murmured softly, as though he recalled something. "Sacrifice." Right then, Tao being Hidden Death's figure appeared. Gritting his teeth, he said, "It's a secret sacrifice technique of pure maiden sect. Hurry and stop her." Tao being Hidden Death and Tao being Malevolent Earth attacked at the same time, charging towards Demoness Ji, who was in midair. Right then, something weird happened. The fairy stone statue that was erected on the empty space on the ground suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light that shot into the skies. A legacy phenomenon had appeared. Nobody expected that someone would trigger a legacy phenomenon at this juncture. But who was it? Right now, the only two women in the battlefield were female cultivators of the fiend sex. How could they get involved with this stone statue of a fairy? The eyes of the fairy stone statue shone with two mysterious glows that shrouded Demoness Ji. Demoness Ji, the pure maiden of the fiend sex, had obtained the inheritance recognition of the fairy stone statue. When they saw that, all the cultivators widened their eyes in confusion. This fairy stone statue was extremely famous. She had stood in the Tao inheritance ground for countless years, and no one knew her background. She did not leave any words or information about her inheritance either. Over the years, countless female cultivators from the immortal sex had tried to obtain the recognition of the stone statue, but to no avail. To think that the successor of the fairy stone statue would be chosen today. "We were all wrong," Tao being Heavenly Dipper suddenly said. "Since time immemorial, every cultivator who saw this stone statue would think that it was someone from an immortal sect when they saw its ethereal appearance. However, in reality, she was not a fairy but a demoness. Unknowingly, the demoness stone statue had bewitched the eyes and minds of countless cultivators as it stood there for so many years, and nobody had realized it. This was the true brilliance of pure maiden sex charm. The attacks of Tao being Hidden Death and Tao being Malevolent Earth collided against the light emitted by the demoness stone statue and were repelled. With the legacy activated, no one could hurt Demoness Ji anymore. However, at that moment, Demoness Ji's aura was extremely weak. There was a connection between her and Su Zimo. While Su Zimo was getting stronger, he seemed to have absorbed all of Demoness G's essence, dermic powers, and essence spirit. Su Zimo wanted to cut it off, but there was no reaction. Once that connection was established, only Demoness G could sever it herself. Before long, Demoness G's aura was so weak that she seemed like a mortal. As for Su Zimo's aura, it was extremely berserk and had already broken through the boundaries of the nascent soul realm. Of course, this was not a true breakthrough. He had only obtained the power of another cultivator for a short period of time. The only way he could possibly break through to the void reversion realm would be if he could cultivate immediately and absorb all the power in his body. Demoness G looked at Su Zimo and felt her eyelids turning heavy as well as deep exhaustion. She was still trying her best to smile as she whispered to him, "Remember my words. You must escape alive." It was only now that Su Zimo understood the meaning behind Demoness G's words before the battle. So, she had already made the decision to sacrifice herself at that time. What exactly was a sacrifice? What did it have to do with a tripod? Up till now, Su Zimo still did not understand and had countless doubts. However, he knew that this was not the time to consider such things. He had to escape with Mingzhen with the help of the sudden increase in strength. Demoness G's figure had already vanished. If she could obtain the recognition of the Demoness Stone statue, Demoness G would not be in danger for the time being and no one would be able to hurt her. While everyone was stunned, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he charged towards Mingzhen. Swash! With a gentle breeze, he arrived before Mingzhen. It was too fast. Although it was not the true power of a void reversion, it was enough to change the entire situation. Audacious! Monk Formless hollered and strode forward, wanting to stop Su Zimo. Scram! Su Zimo gripped the creation Green Lotus in reverse and smashed it towards Monk Formless. Monk Formless held the wooden fish and blocked upwards. Bang! If it was before, even if Su Zimo was at his peak condition, this single exchange would at most force Monk Formless a half step back and numb the latter's arms. But now, Monk Formless was sent flying by Su Zimo's creation Green Lotus and fell to the ground. By the time he got up, his face was already pale. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and Dao being Zephyr Thunder charged over from both sides. Kill! Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth and released Thunderclap Kill once more. Thunder rumbled and shocked everyone. Gripping the creation Green Lotus in his hands, Su Zimo charged towards the incoming saber. He clenched his right hand into a fist and met the incoming Zephyr Thunder Hammer head-on. Boom! With a loud bang, Dao being Heavenly Dipper was sent flying. Bang! There was a flash of blood and Su Zimo's right hand was smashed into a blur, revealing the Scarlet Divine Phoenix Bone. However, he managed to repel the hammer. Right now, Su Zimo did not know what the so-called sacrifice was or what Demoness G had given up for him. However, at that moment, boundless power surged within his body. That power did not belong to him. But, with that strength, he could repel the few titular disciples temporarily and had a chance to escape. Evil Intent Devourment. When Dao being Malevolent Earth saw that Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other two titular disciples were disadvantaged in melee combat, he conjured a top-tier dermic art and charged towards Su Zimo. Endless black baneful chi emanated from his fingertips as a gigantic black head materialized in midair. It howled and covered the skies, opening its mouth to devour Su Zimo. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and with a single thought, a massive object appeared beneath his feet. The massive object had 4 feet, 2 heads and carried a gigantic shell that was filled with mysterious runes. It was ancient and seemed as though it could understand all the secrets of the universe. The shell carried the firmaments as its feet stood right into the torrent unyieldingly like heavenly piercing stone pillars. Groar! The snake and turtle reared their heads and howled into the world. The arrival of the black tortoise shook the world. No matter how strong the dermic art that Dao being Malevolent Earth conjured was, it could not devour the black tortoise. The 4 titular disciples were repelled by Su Zimo and Dao being Hidden Death did not dare to show himself. Su Zimo seized the opportunity to grab the severely injured Mingzhen and burst forth with his lightning escape technique. Speeding into the distance, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Nobody expected that the sacrifice of the pure maiden of the fiend sex would create a chance for Su Zimo to survive. He might be able to escape alive from the encirclement of the 5 titular disciples. When they saw Su Zimo charging over, the crowd was in chaos and the cultivators dodged in fear. A cultivator with a cold expression hid in the crowd and dodged along with everyone else. However, his gaze was fixed on Su Zimo the entire time. The moment Su Zimo passed by his head, his eyes flashed with a cold glint. Suddenly, he struck and a dense shadow appeared, shrouding towards Su Zimo's back instantly. Su Zimo had a great shock. All his attention was focused on the 5 titular disciples. He had not expected that there would be another cultivator lurking in the crowd. There were way too many people who wanted to kill him in the Dao inheritance ground. Armor-bursting bone corrosion nail, the crowd exclaimed. Poison sect. The armor-bursting bone corrosion nail was one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals and was extremely terrifying. Its penetrative power was shocking, and its toxicity was so strong that it could seep into one's bones. There was no way to remove it. Behind Su Zimo, there were at least dozens of armor-bursting bone corrosion nails that blocked all his escape routes. That was a top expert of Poison Sect. There were also a few armor-bursting bone corrosion nails that were aimed at Mingzhen. Su Zimo pulled Mingzhen in front of him and tried his best to avoid his vitals. However, he could not avoid the dozens of armor-bursting bone corrosion nails. Poof, poof, poof. Half of it struck his inner armor and fell to the ground. However, 7 to 8 of them pierced his legs. Although his body was strong and the armor-bursting bone corrosion nails could not penetrate it, the poison on the long nails had already entered his body. The heavens are truly bent on killing him. That's right. The one who attacked seemed to be a titular disciple of Poison Sect. With so many of them appearing one after another and attacking him, it's a miracle if he can survive. Including Dao being poison, there were now 6 titular disciples involved in the battle. Su Zimo's body shuddered and the long nails on his legs fell off. He spun around and glared at Dao being poison who was in the crowd. Enraged, his eyes shone with endless killing intent as he said coldly, "You are courting death." Not far away, Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the others had already caught up. He had to kill Dao being poison within a single move. Otherwise, if he was entangled by Dao being poison, his previous efforts would be wasted once Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the others catch up and surround him. 2 flames burned in Su Zimo's eyes as he conjured hand seals with his fingers. A ball of golden flames floated towards the Poison Sect cultivator. Immediately after, Su Zimo conjured another dermic art and a scarlet flame appeared on his fingertip, bursting forth. The Buddhist and Immortal Dao fires. The 2 balls of flames charged towards Dao being poison one after another. Initially, Dao being poison wanted to dodge. However, he could not help but sneer when he sensed the power released by the 2 balls of flames. Although the might of the 2 flames was not small, it was nothing to him. Now that everyone was watching as a titular disciple, he naturally had to display his capabilities. At that thought, Dao being poison formed hand seals repeatedly and conjured a colorful dermic power python that devoured the 2 incoming flames. When he saw that, Su Zimo's gaze turned cold and his spirit consciousness moved slightly. The Immortal Dao fire that was initially at the back suddenly sped up and collided with the Buddhist Dao fire. This was a transformation in the art of fire taming. If Su Zimo had conjured the Dvyadi Dao fire right away, he would have scared off Dao being poisoned prematurely. The 2 Dao fires stacked together and underwent a qualitative change in an instant, increasing in might. The Dvyadi Dao fire, before Dao being poison's dermic powers and poison python could reach him, they were burned into nothingness by the Dvyadi Dao fire. Dao being poison's pupils constricted violently. At this distance, it was already too late for him to dodge. Su Zimo sneered and no longer looked at Dao being poison. Purple lightning flashed on his body and a pair of dermic power wings grew behind him, carrying Mingzhen. He fled into the distance with all his might. Behind him, the Dvyadi Dao fire struck Dao being poison and burst forth with a gigantic ball of flames. Ah! 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 The flames burned and smoke billowed. Dao being poison had already turned into a gigantic fireball as he flailed his arms wildly to struggle. His blood chi surged and dermic powers rumbled as he tried to suppress the Dviati Dao fire. Squeak, squeak! Countless poisonous beings such as scorpions, toads and spiders fell from his body and shrieked. Before long, they were burned to ashes. Before Dao being poison died, the poisonous beings he carried were burned by the Dviati Dao fire, and in their panic, all of them attacked their master. At that moment, countless poisonous beings bit Dao being poison. Even if the Dviati Dao fire did not manage to burn Dao being poisoned to death, those poisonous beings were enough to kill him. His essence spirit could not escape from the raging flames and was burned to death while hiding in his consciousness. The titular disciple of Poison Sect had fallen in the Dao inheritance ground. Su Zimo carried Mingzhen and sprinted into the distance. Mingzhen's injuries were not serious. It was just that while he was fighting against Monk Formless, they contended about Buddhism and he was suppressed by the latter, causing him to be disadvantaged. It caused the Dao heart that he was about to condense to show signs of collapsing. If his Dao heart collapsed, some of his past cultivation would be wasted. This was something that nobody could help him with. For cultivators, the test of one's Dao heart was a tribulation. As long as he could tide through this tribulation, he would be invulnerable to evil and mental demons in the future. If he could not cross it, everything would be over. What have I been cultivating for? Mingzhen murmured softly with a dazed expression. The pursuit of longevity? To enter the Pure Land. He shook his head and denied that thought. The reason why I cultivate Buddhism is to liberate all living beings. However, Monk Formless told me that there are countless people in the world and there's no end to suffering. Yet, a human's strength is limited. How can I possibly liberate them all? That's right, living beings are countless. How am I going to liberate all of them? Is my Dao wrong? Is it true that I can only liberate everyone after I pursue my own Dao and cultivate to become a Buddha? Mingzhen muttered to himself and interrogated his Dao heart countless times. Throughout the entire process, Su Zimo could clearly sense that his Dao heart had wavered countless times but eventually stabilized. Furthermore, as time passed, the light in Mingzhen's eyes grew brighter. His gaze was pure and flawless. I don't want to become a Buddha. As though he had made a decision, Mingzhen's eyes shone with a bright light as he said slowly, only when all living beings are liberated can I attain Buddhahood. I vow that I won't become a Buddha until hell is empty. Mingzhen laid down a vow and established his Dao heart. Boom! The entire world shuddered. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Immediately after, a gigantic crack appeared beneath his feet, as though it led to the netherworld, dark and sinister. Su Zimo looked over in shock. Beneath the netherworld, there were countless shadows of vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts stretching their arms as though they wanted to break free. However, above the heads of the vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, there was a monk of the Buddhist monasteries that stood guard. His body shone with a sacred golden light and his expression was filled with benevolence. His eyes were filled with compassion as though he could transcend all the suffering in the world. All of a sudden, the monk of the Buddhist monasteries opened his mouth. Only when all living beings are liberated can I attain Buddhahood. I vow that I won't become a Buddha until hell is empty. Anyone that lays down this vow shall obtain my inheritance. Swoosh! A blinding golden light burst forth from the monk's body and shone on Mingzhen. Mingzhen's eyes were tightly shut and he had a peaceful expression. Like a sleeping baby, he followed the golden light uncontrollably and fell into the crack. Bang! Boom! Boom! By the time the cracks on the ground closed, Mingzhen and the monk from the Buddhist sect had already vanished. At the same time, Tianhuang mainland. Suddenly, a voice sounded from above the firmaments. Only when all living beings are liberated can I attain Buddhahood. I vow that I won't become a Buddha until hell is empty. Many cultivators were shocked when they heard that. Someone had established a Dao heart that penetrated the dimension of the Dao inheritance ground and affected Tianhuang mainland. 100 Refinement Sect. Extreme Fire and the others who were initially gathered in the main hall walked out one after another when they heard the commotion outside and looked up. Someone has obtained the inheritance of the Buddhist sect's Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Shock flashed through Xianxia's eyes. Extreme Fire nodded. That's right. Legend has it that when Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva of the upper world established his Tao, he made a great vow that he would never attain Buddhahood until hell was empty. I wonder who is the one with such a compassionate heart to inherit Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's vow and shock Tianhuang mainland. Ksitigarbha Golden Body. Elder Gu looked as though he was reminiscing. To think that this legacy that has been lost through the ages is finally about to reappear. The next Dharma characteristic ranking will definitely be something to look out for. Right then, a cultivator fell out of the teleportation gate behind him, panting heavily. That person was the 100 Refinement sect disciple who followed Dao Being Yuding into the Dao inheritance ground. Extreme Fire and the others hurried into the main hall and asked, "How is it? Any news?" "Elders." The cultivator gulped and could not hide the shock in his eyes. Panting, he said, "Not long after Granduncle Master entered the Dao inheritance ground, he fought against sword sect's cultivators and killed all of them." Xianxia and the others exchanged glances and nodded to themselves. To think that Su Zimo would be able to release such terrifying combat strength despite the fact that his demonic methods were suppressed in the Dao inheritance ground. On the other hand, Extreme Fire had a calm expression. Sword sect had not sent their titular disciple after all. Even with the 7 luminary sword formation, they would not be much of a threat to Su Zimo. The 100 Refinement sect cultivator continued. A day later, Granduncle Master encountered Dao Being Glass and killed him. At that point, Extreme Fire and everyone else were shocked. To think that apart from Heavenly Dipper sect, Chaos Essence sect, and the other sects, Glass Palace had sent their titular disciple inside as well. What was even more unexpected was that the titular disciple of Glass Palace was killed by Su Zimo at the Dao inheritance ground. "He's too strong." Elder Gu sucked in a cold breath of air and said, "This lad is going to step on the corpses of the titular disciples and establish his Dao heart to forge a supreme great Dao." The 100 Refinement sect disciple continued. Dao Being Heavenly Dipper, Dao Being Zephyr Thunder, Monk Formless, Dao Being Malevolent Earth and Dao Being Hidden Death joined forces and set up a trap to kill Granduncle Master. "Ah!" Extreme Fire and the others exclaimed in shock. What they were worried about had happened. If the 5 titular disciples joined forces, he would definitely die. Later on, Granduncle Master obtained the help of 2 titular disciples, the Pure Maiden of the Fiend sects and Dao Being Dipamkara, and managed to escape. Thereafter, he was ambushed by the titular disciple of Poison sect, but he retaliated and killed Dao Being Poison instead before escaping. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they heard the news. It was just a simple description, but it was already so shocking and exciting. One could imagine how dangerous the situation was back then. 2 titular disciples were buried in the Dao inheritance ground. Xianxia looked worried and shook her head. "This is quite heaven-defying. I'm afraid a great calamity is coming." "There's no need for a calamity." Elder Gu shook his head. The lad might not even be able to get past the tribulations before him. Even Poison sect themselves can't dispel their own 7 lethals. How far can he escape? Don't forget, Dean hasn't appeared yet. Elder Gu shook his head and sighed. Everyone frowned with worried expressions. No matter how one looked at it, Su Zimo's life was hanging by a thread. Any change could be the last straw that destroys him. At the same time, news of the Dao inheritance ground spread to Tianhuang mainland one after another, and the entire cultivation world was stirred. So many titular disciples entered the Dao inheritance ground, but 2 of them were killed by a nascent soul instead. This was definitely an unprecedented event in history. It was not only 100 Refinement sect. At that moment, almost all the factions in Tianhuang mainland were paying attention to the news in the Dao inheritance ground. Everyone wanted to know how long the number 1 monster incarnate of history, who caused a bloodbath in the Dao inheritance ground, could last. The Dao inheritance ground. Now that Ming Zhen had obtained the inheritance and entered deep underground, He was naturally safe from danger, and Su Zimo was relieved. The sound of thunder could be heard from afar. That single delay had allowed Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the others to catch up. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo determined his direction and sped towards the Three Tribulations domain. Right now, he could only resolve the crisis by entering the Three Tribulations domain. Once inside the Three Tribulations domain, cultivators could not engage in fights. This was because the ancient mighty figures wanted to prevent cultivators from being disturbed as they transcended the tribulations. However, Su Zimo did not know if he could make it to the Three Tribulations domain. The poison of the armor-bursting bone corrosion nail had already taken effect. If not for his strong and shocking physique, the poison would have corroded his bones and he would have died long ago. In reality, if Su Zimo could use his blood qi, there was a high chance he could neutralize the poison by washing it away continuously with the power of his blood qi. But now, his blood qi was condensed within his body and could not be activated at all. He could only watch as the poison spread continuously and corroded him. At that moment, his legs were already numb. If his legs were numb, it meant that the armor-bursting bone corrosion nail's poison had already seeped into his bones. Even if he recovered his blood qi, he might not be able to save them. Before long, a figure appeared before them. He wore purple robes and had shoulder-length black hair. His back was facing Su Zimo and his face could not be seen clearly. However, that mere back view stood there like an insurmountable mountain, towering and majestic as it blocked Su Zimo's path forward. Su Zimo's heart sank. Although he could not see the purple-robed cultivator's appearance clearly, he was all too familiar with the aura of a ruler overlooking the ages. It was Dao being chaos essence, Diyin. To think that Diyin would appear at the final moment. This was akin to someone who had gone through a lot of hardships and was about to climb out of the abyss only to find out that he had merely crawled into a deeper pit. There was an even larger abyss above him. Even when he had just entered the Dao inheritance ground, Su Zimo had no confidence against Diyin. Furthermore, both his essence spirits were injured and his body was in intense pain right now with his legs gradually losing sensation. Fellow Daoist Su, how have you been? Diyin turned around slowly and smiled at Su Zimo, who was covered in blood and looked wretched. Su Zimo's expression was cold and he said nothing. With a chuckle, Diyin walked towards Su Zimo slowly, saying leisurely, "It's truly unbelievable." This was the number one of the Phenomenon ranking who was all famous and mighty back in Myriad Phenomenon City. Why have you been reduced to such a state? Where's your illumination dragon eye? Why are you not undergoing dragonification with your demon blood? Diyin laughed. At that moment he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. Felt good to be in control of everything. This was especially the case when the great enemy that had brought him endless humiliation and almost killed him was standing right in front of him. A single thought of his was the difference between the latter's life and death. Throughout history, there have been countless paragons and monster incarnates. However, there aren't many who managed to reach the end. Diyin said indifferently, "Su Zimo, you're destined to die prematurely." Boom! The killing intent in Diyin's eyes intensified as he opened his palm and crushed down on Su Zimo's chest like a gigantic millstone. The Great Chaos Essence Palm. Chaos Essence Sec's exclusive secret skill. Just as Su Zimo wanted to defend, he realized that his legs were numb. It had finally come to this. There was no sensation in his legs and therefore, he no longer had support for his strength. He would not be able to withstand the Great Chaos Essence Palm with the pure burst power of his physical body. In a flash, Su Zimo wanted to form a dermic art. However, a tearing pain came from his essence spirit within his consciousness. Before the dermic art was formed, it dissipated. Diyin's eyes flashed with mockery. Bang! He pressed his palm against Su Zimo's chest and released mincing force that was berserk and violent. Shing! Instantly, Su Zimo's green robes were torn. The perfect-grade inner armor on his body could only hold on for a moment before it was crushed into pieces by the power of the Great Chaos Essence Palm and fell shard after shard. A perfect-grade Dao being dermic weapon could not withstand the power of Diyin's palm. Diyin was even more terrifying than 100 years ago. Not only that, The remaining power of the great Chaos Essence Palm converged and surged into Su Zimo's body, shattering the power that Demoness G gave him. Su Zimo fell not far away and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His organs were already ruptured by Di Yin's palm. "It's over for you." Di Yin strode towards Su Zimo leisurely. Right then, a figure barged in, grabbed Su Zimo, who was on the ground, and sprinted into the distance. Di Yin had already caught sight of that figure a long time ago. However, he did not expect that someone would dare to snatch away Su Zimo from right beneath his nose. "Master, hang in there. I'll take you away." Solitary Cloud hugged Su Zimo and with the burst of his physical body, sprinted on the ground, looking clumsy and pitiful. "Master, let's return to Howling Moon Mountain. There's Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, and Little Fox there. Nobody will dare to hurt you there." Gazing at Su Zimo, who was coughing out blood repeatedly, Solitary Cloud's eyes were bloodshot and his expression was sorrowful. Su Zimo's consciousness was starting to blur by now. "Solitary Cloud, you let go of me. I'll escape by myself." His gaze was slightly unfocused as he spoke intermittently. The blood in his mouth flowed continuously in a frightening manner. "Master, stop talking." "I won't leave," Solitary Cloud said loudly. "I've once sworn to follow you through life and death. I'll do what I say and never leave." "You don't know who Di Yin is." Su Zimo tried his best to perk himself up so that he would not faint. Panting, he said, "If he wants to attack, you won't be able to escape. You can only survive if you abandon me." "You're mistaken." Di Yin's voice suddenly sounded in Solitary Cloud's ears. That aura sent a chill down his spine. "Even if he leaves you now, he won't be able to escape." With a sinister smile, Di Yin struck and slapped Solitary Cloud heavily on the back. Poof! Solitary Cloud's chest was penetrated by Di Yin's palm, and an arrow of blood spurted out. The scarlet, boiling blood splattered on Su Zimo's face, startling him and clearing his mind a little. "Solitary Cloud!" Su Zimo shouted and reached out in a panic, wanting to block the blood on Solitary Cloud's chest. However, he could not stop the blood from gushing out. Solitary Cloud's heart was already shattered, and his essence spirit was filled with cracks. The bones in Solitary Cloud's chest were all broken. However, he still widened his eyes and staggered forward with whatever willpower he had left. Right from the beginning, he did not let go of Su Zimo's arms. One step after another. Finally, Solitary Cloud's body swayed as he lowered his gaze and murmured, "Master, I can't hold on anymore. Can only bring you here." Solitary Cloud. Su Zimo's voice trembled, and he could no longer hold it in as tears streamed down his clothes. "Does this hurt?" When Di Yin saw Su Zimo's current state, he could not help but burst into laughter from the thrill of revenge. He enjoyed the feeling right now. The more pain Su Zimo was in, the happier he was. "Do you remember what I said back in the ancient battlefield?" Di Yin looked down at Su Zimo from above and said slowly, "I've already said that I'll definitely take revenge on you the day we meet again." Su Zimo grit his teeth and remained silent. With reddened eyes, he controlled his spirit consciousness and pulled Solitary Cloud into his storage bag bit by bit. That simple action caused a tearing pain in his essence spirit, and he almost fainted. If Solitary Cloud had not been by his side and absorbed the dragon chi to cultivate, causing his bloodline to become much stronger, Solitary Cloud would have been destroyed in body and spirit by Di Yin's palm strike. Right now, although Solitary Cloud was not dead, he could not hold on for much longer. Di Yin's palm strike had almost crippled his body completely. His heart and sternum were shattered and all life in his body was gone. Only his essence spirit still had a trace of life and emitted a faint glow. At this rate, Solitary Cloud's essence spirit would probably dim for eternity within 2 hours. Even though Su Zimo's life was hanging by a thread right now, he had not given up on Solitary Cloud. Even if there was only a sliver of hope for survival, he had to leave with Solitary Cloud. It was not just Solitary Cloud's vow to follow him through life and death. He made the same promise to Solitary Cloud. Sigh, to think that Su Zimo would still die in Diyin's hands at the end of the day. Including the fallen Dao being glass and Dao being poison as well as Diyin, he was attacked by a total of 8 titular disciples. Even void reversions or dharma characteristics would have to die here, let alone a nascent soul. Although this battle was way too unfair for Su Zimo, the victors have the final say. There's nothing much we can comment about. After today, I'm afraid no one will be able to threaten Diyin anymore. At that moment, there were already many cultivators gathered nearby with complex expressions. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the others arrived nearby as well. They did not step forward and merely watched coldly from the sidelines. Actually, you don't have to suffer. Diyin did not want to delay any longer and walked towards Su Zimo, saying indifferently, "That's because I'll fulfill your wishes and send you guys to the netherworld together." Boom! He reached out and conjured a gigantic millstone that crushed down towards Su Zimo. All of a sudden, a dark light tore through the air and expanded rapidly in midair, as though it had transformed into a pitch-black brick. It shone with 6 dermic patterns and smashed towards Diyin's palm, a Khanate Dao being dermic weapon. Diyin's gaze intensified as killing intent surged in his eyes. There was someone that dared to attack him? A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd as well. Who was Diyin? In the cultivation world, he might only be a titular disciple. But here in the Dao inheritance ground, he was the king and emperor. If the emperor was angered, millions of people had to die. Even Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other titular disciples were wary of Diyin and stopped in their tracks. Which cultivator in this Dao inheritance ground would be ignorant enough to dare attack him? You must have a death wish. Even though he was barehanded against the Khanate Dao being dermic weapon, Diyin had no intention of stopping. His blood chi surged and his dermic powers surged as the might of the Chaos Essence palm doubled. Boom! The gigantic millstone conjured by Diyin's palm collided with the black brick, and an earth-shaking bang sounded. At the point of collision, air currents surged and gravel filled the air. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other titular disciples were shocked and their pupils constricted. Diyin was even scarier than they had imagined. Among all the titular disciples, including the fallen Dao being glass, Diyin was probably the only one who dared to receive a Khanate dermic weapon barehanded. Both parties clashed head-on and Diyin did not retreat at all. However, the black brick flew back and landed in the hands of a cultivator who was charging over. The intruder was dressed in a gray Taoist robe. He was fair, beardless, and slightly plump, but he was extremely agile. The moment the intruder blocked Diyin with the black brick, he rushed forward and flipped Su Zimo on his back. Without turning back, he ran. "Oh, it's you." Diyin's gaze was sinister and he was enraged. In a flash, he sped forward. His figure tore through the air with a speed that was so fast and ferocious that shuddering, buzzing sounds could be heard. "Even if you're the successor of Enigma Palace, I'll kill you here today if you dare to ruin my plans." Diyin chased after the gray-robed cultivator. His voice was chilling and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He had to kill Su Zimo in the Dao inheritance ground and not allow any accidents to happen. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. The successor of Enigma Palace has appeared as well. Is Su Zimo related to Enigma Palace? By the looks of it, the successor of Enigma Palace isn't Diyin's match either. He escaped after a single exchange. When they saw that, many cultivators were invigorated and started discussing once more. Enigma Palace was the most mysterious supersect in Tianhuang mainland. 9 immortal sects, 8 demon regions, and finally 2 islands and 1 palace. That palace referred to Enigma Palace. The successor of Enigma Palace was equivalent to the titular disciples of the supersections. However, they rarely participated in such battles. Be it the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking or the Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic ranking, none of the successors of Enigma Palace would take part. Therefore, the successors of each generation of Enigma Palace were the most mysterious existences in the eyes of the cultivators. Nobody knew their true strength. However, seniors of the various major sects would remind their disciples to try their best not to be enemies with the successor of Enigma Palace. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other titular disciples frowned and followed hurriedly. It was already a foregone conclusion that Su Zimo would die. There was no way something could happen because of a successor of Enigma Palace. As the gray-robed cultivator sprinted, he heard the sound of wind behind him as a powerful and berserk aura approached rapidly. He glanced sideways. Dean was not far behind him with a grim expression that was filled with killing intent. His movement technique was frighteningly fast and he would catch up in a few breaths. Fuck! The gray-robed cultivator jolted in shock. He swiped his storage bag and took out a dirty and tattered bag. He muttered something and tossed it behind him. The tattered bag fluttered and expanded continuously, trapping Dean, who was charging over. The opening of the bag shrank rapidly. Ah! Dean's furious roar sounded from the bag, causing one's heart to tremble. The successor of Enigma Palace sure has some skills. He seems to have trapped Dean. Cultivator exclaimed. The gray-robed cultivator grinned and turned to continue running. That was because he knew that although the tattered bag was a unique treasure, it was not enough to trap Dean. Before long, a howl sounded behind him. Let's see where in the world you can escape to. Dean ripped the bag apart and broke free. Killing intent surged from his body as he chased after the gray-robed cultivator furiously. Brother Lin, you're here too. Lying on the back of the gray-robed cultivator, Su Zimo consumed a large amount of elixirs and the medicinal effects surged into his body. He was in a better state now and spoke softly. The successor of Enigma Palace was none other than Lin Xuanji. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Ever since Su Zimo started cultivating, he did not have many friends. Among these people, some of them were cynical, some were honest, some were cold and murderous, and some were just happy-go-lucky. Their personalities were different, and the Tao techniques they cultivated were different as well. Immortal, Buddhist, fiend, and heretical. However, there were similarities between them. Every single one of them was true and loyal. Demonist Ji, Ming Zhen, and Lin Xuanji were the same. Even Solitary Cloud was the same. For Demonist Ji and Ming Zhen, it was a blessing in disguise since they managed to obtain the inheritance of a mighty figure. As for Solitary Cloud, Su Zimo's heart ached at the thought of Solitary Cloud. Lin Xuanji asked with a worried expression, "Brother Su, how are you?" "Not bad." Su Zimo forced himself to focus and replied. Actually, he was in a bad state. His organs were already ruptured and his essence spirit was severely injured. The bone corrosion poison on his legs had already seeped into his marrow and was spreading gradually. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness stirred, and he retrieved a small bottle from his storage bag, pouring out an elixir. Lin Xuanji glanced at it from the corner of his eyes with a delighted expression. Life preservation elixir. That's a good thing. Swallow it quickly and you'll at least be able to preserve your life. We'll talk about it after you escape. Su Zimo did not say anything and placed the life preservation elixir carefully into Solitary Cloud's mouth instead. The life preservation elixir could keep Solitary Cloud alive for a month at least. Fuck! Lin Xuanji's eyes widened and he was so anxious that he nearly stomped his feet as he shouted, "Are you stupid? You can't hold on for much longer and you're still going to care about that WRM. I am fine." Su Zimo's lips twitched as he smiled. "But he can't die. How are you fine? How much longer can you last in your current state? How are you going to neutralize the bone corrosion poison in your body?" The reason why they're called the 7 lethals of Poison Sect is because even Poison Sect doesn't have an antidote for those 7 poisons, and one will definitely die if they're poisoned. If not for the fact that he was being hunted down by Dean, Lin Xuanji really wanted to throw Su Zimo down and bash him up. "The injuries are a little serious, but I'll probably survive them." Su Zimo could still smile. Although his bloodline was suppressed and could not be circulated, it was still within his body and was still terrifyingly strong and invulnerable to poison. It was impossible for the bone corrosion poison to poison him to death. However, it was almost impossible for him to remove the bone corrosion poison from his body as well. At the very least, given his current condition and methods, there was no way he could do it. "Brother Su, you have to hold on. I've already offended Dean now. If you die, I'll be in deep shit and this will be a wasted trip. Lin Xuanji muttered as he carried Su Zimo on his back, as though he was afraid that Su Zimo would faint and not wake up. My master divined that you're going to face a calamity this time round, so I hurried over. Honestly, that old man is getting more muddle-headed as he ages and spouts useless nonsense. Bloody hell. Even if I think with my arse, I can tell that you're going to face a calamity by entering the Dao inheritance ground to face so many titular disciples. Who the hell even needs to divine it? Initially, Su Zimo was about to fall asleep. However, he could not help but chuckle when he heard how amusing Lin Xuanji was. He knew that Lin Xuanji was thinking of ways to save him and keep him awake. Lin Xuanji turned back to take a look, and was so scared that his face turned pale as he scolded, "Fuck! Dean is chasing us so closely like a mad dog. This is deadly." His movement technique could not compare to Dean. If he had not used that tattered bag earlier to delay Dean for a while, the latter would have caught up to him long ago. "Brother Lin, listen to me." Su Zimo perked up and raised his arm slightly, pointing in a direction. "Go there." Ah? Stunned for a moment, Lin Xuanji was delighted. "Brother Su, you've got a backup plan over there?" Impressive. Brilliant. Without hesitation, Lin Xuanji changed directions and sprinted. After escaping for a while more, Lin Xuanji gradually realized that something was amiss and frowned. "Brother Su, what backup plans do you have here?" "We seem to be headed for the Three Tribulations domain." "It is the Three Tribulations domain," Su Zimo said. "Throw me into the Three Tribulations domain and leave this place. Dean wants to kill me, not you." "Are you crazy?" Lin Xuanji shouted. "You still want to challenge the Three Tribulations domain in your current state? What's the difference between challenging the Three Tribulations domain and killing yourself right now?" "The Three Tribulations domain tests a cultivator's Dao heart. Although I'm severely injured, my Dao heart is still present." Su Zimo's tone was resolute as he said slowly, "I'll definitely be able to obtain an inheritance within the Three Tribulations domain. But..." Lin Xuanji was still worried. Su Zimo continued, "Furthermore, I'm currently poisoned. Given my current condition and methods, there's no way I can neutralize it." "Ah, you want to borrow the power of the Three Tribulations domain?" Lin Xuanji's eyes lit up. "That's right," Su Zimo replied. "The only way I can purge the bone corrosion poison that has already seeped into my bones is with the use of external force. But that's too painful." Lin Xuanji shuddered at the mere thought. Su Zimo said, "Brother Lin, the Three Tribulations domain is my only chance." Sensing Su Zimo's determination, Lin Xuanji grit his teeth. "Let's go. I'll take you to the Three Tribulations domain. If you die in there and turn into a wandering ghost, don't come looking for me for revenge." "Don't worry." Su Zimo smiled gently. Since he had already made that decision, he no longer hesitated. Lin Xuanji took a deep breath and sped in the direction of the Three Tribulations domain. Before long, a massive frost region appeared on the horizon in front of them. Cold winds howled from within, connecting the heavens and earth, sweeping up gales with a terrifying might. Where are they going? Are they going to barge into the Three Tribulations domain? Isn't that just courting death? I reckon that Su Zimo would rather die in the Three Tribulations domain than be killed by Dean. The cultivators discussed and gathered over. Before long, Lin Xuanji arrived at the borders of the Three Tribulations domain. "Brother Su, I can only send you here." Lin Xuanji stopped in his tracks and panted slightly. There was a layer of sweat on his forehead after all the sprinting. He knew that this farewell might very well be their last. "Send me in." Su Zimo endured the pain on his body and smiled. "Don't worry, we'll meet again. Brother Su, farewell." Gritting his teeth, Lin Xuanji pulled Su Zimo off his back and tossed him into the Three Tribulations domain. Instantly, Su Zimo was drowned by the cold wind and disappeared. The cold wind inside was laced with frost that could isolate spirit consciousness and vision. Cultivators on the outside would not be able to tell what was going on inside. Even inside, visibility was extremely low. Lin Xuanji tossed Su Zimo into the Three Tribulations domain and fled to the side. Challenging the Three Tribulations domain? Di'in arrived at the borders of the Three Tribulations domain and ignored Lin Xuanji, who was beside him. He merely sneered. It's just a momentary delay. I want to see how long you can last in the Three Tribulations domain. After a moment of hesitation, Di'in charged into the Three Tribulations domain as well. Immediately after, Dao being Heavenly Dipper, Dao being Zephyr Thunder, Monk Formless and Dao being Malevolent Earth arrived as well. Even Dao being Hidden Death had appeared. The 5 titular disciples exchanged glances and with a tacit understanding, entered the Three Tribulations domain at almost the same time. When they saw that, the cultivators were shocked. 6 titular disciples are barging into the Three Tribulations domain just for Su Zimo. This is an unprecedented sight. Su Zimo's death is a foregone conclusion. The only reason why the 6 titular disciples followed him in was to split the treasures. Although cultivators were not allowed to fight within the Three Tribulations domain, if the cultivators inside died, the treasures that fell would naturally become ownerless. Anyone who saw them could take them away at any moment. Some cultivators who could not contain their curiosity entered the Three Tribulations domain as well. However, most of them walked out trembling the moment they entered. Some of the cultivators were pale and their beards were filled with frost as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Some cultivators were already injured and the blood they coughed out was filled with ice shards. The Three Tribulations domain was not a place where everyone could attempt. Even so, there were still more and more cultivators gathered here. Most of them stood outside, awaiting the final outcome. Middle Continent, 100 Refinement Sect. A void reversion retreated from the Dao inheritance ground in advance and recounted everything that happened within in detail. The entire hall was silent. Poisoned and severely injured by Di'in, he entered the Three Tribulations domain with his current fate unknown. None of those news were beneficial to Su Zimo. Everyone had grim expressions and remained silent. All of them knew that by entering the Three Tribulations domain at that moment, it was equivalent to Su Zimo declaring his death. Throughout history, no one had been able to pass through the Three Tribulations domain. However, Su Zimo had no way out. Behind him were 6 titular disciples. He would die whether he advanced or retreated. Extreme Fire's expression was terrible and his eyes burned with endless rage. A moment later, Shangguanzi sighed softly. Now, we can only leave it up to fate. At the same time, news of what happened in the Dao inheritance ground spread to Tianhuang mainland one after another. The entire cultivation world was in an uproar. Di'in did not manage to kill Su Zimo, and the latter managed to escape to the Three Tribulations domain? This Su Zimo sure is lucky. There shouldn't be any unforeseen circumstances this time round. Once he enters the Three Tribulations domain, Su Zimo will have no way out. He can only continue forward. That's right. Throughout history, there have been countless paragons and monster incarnates, but no one has been able to clear the Three Tribulations domain. Furthermore, I heard that he's already poisoned and is severely injured. The strongest monster incarnate in history failed to create a legend in the end and will soon vanish into thin air. The moment Su Zimo entered the Three Tribulations domain, he felt a piercing chill and a layer of frost formed on his body. Ooh, ooh, a cold wind blew in his face. The wind was even more powerful than divine weapons and pierced through Su Zimo's flesh and organs like steel needles. His face was pale as he grit his teeth and curled up in pain. His internal organs were already severely injured to begin with. At that moment, frost started forming on them as the extreme north-east wind blew against them. Su Zimo could not feel his legs. He could only rely on his arms to support himself as he crawled forward bit by bit. His body was shivering, but his gaze was resolute. The deeper they went, the more vicious the Een wind became. Initially, the Een wind resembled steel needles. Towards the end, the Een wind was like a saber and a sharp blade that slashed across Su Zimo's body repeatedly. The Een wind was as sharp as a knife and caused the pain of death. The pain was not something that anyone could endure. Poof, poof, poof. Su Zimo's body was already riddled with wounds by the Yin wind. Before blood could be seen, his wounds were already frozen. He was right, the original intention of the three tribulations domain was to test a cultivator's Tao heart. However, the first two tests, the extreme north Yin wind and the red lotus karmic flame, tested the cultivator's body and will. Without a strong physique and a will that could endure endless pain, nobody would be able to gain the acknowledgement of the ancient mighty figures. The further inside, the stronger the Yin wind was. In the end, the Yin wind had already penetrated Su Zimo's flesh and blood, slicing against his bones with an ear-piercing sound. The Yin wind was bone-piercing. Su Zimo was in so much pain that his body was convulsing. Even so, he did not make a single sound. Suddenly, his eyes lit with joy. Initially, his legs were corroded by the bone corrosion poison and he could not feel anything. However, as the Yin wind continued to blow against his bones, his legs began to feel pain. It became clearer and fiercer. Su Zimo was in so much pain that his facial features were distorted. However, he still smiled. This meant that he could indeed purge the bone corrosion poison with the help of the extreme north Yin wind. Su Zimo endured the pain and struggled to stand up from the ground. With a resolute gaze, he headed deeper into the three tribulations domain. Behind him, 6 figures were advancing with difficulty. Although Yin and the others were titular disciples, they had to endure the torture of the Yin wind as well after entering the three tribulations domain. The wind sliced them a cut after another. Every single slash struck the bone. Every single step they took caused the 6 of them to tremble. However, they continued to persevere and stared intently at the figure that was crawling forward. They waited for the figure to stop. They did not believe that they would not be able to outlast a nascent soul who was poisoned and severely injured. However, before long, under their watchful gazes, the figure stood up amidst the surging cold wind and walked forward step by step. Tao being malevolent earth could not hold it in any longer and wanted to curse out loud. However, a Yin wind blew into his mouth instantly, causing wounds to appear. He had to swallow his remaining words. "What a lunatic!" he hollered internally. Tao being hidden death walked slower and slower and was already thinking of retreating. His original goal was to assassinate Su Zimo. The reason why he entered the three tribulations domain was because he wanted to see if he could fish in troubled waters and snatch 1 or 2 of Su Zimo's treasures. But now he no longer wanted to persist. If he continued, he might even die in the extreme north Yin wind before he could get his hands on Su Zimo's treasures. No matter what, Su Zimo's death was absolute. His goal could be considered accomplished. At that thought, Tao being hidden death stopped in his tracks and retreated slowly. When Tao being malevolent earth saw Tao being hidden death retreat, he was swayed as well. Among the 6 titular disciples, Yin was the only one who did not waver and continued advancing. Getting his hands on Su Zimo's treasures was only one of the reasons. More importantly, he had to witness Su Zimo's death before he could feel at ease. This time round, he managed to lure Su Zimo into the Tao inheritance ground. If he could not kill the latter here, he would not get another opportunity as such in the future. The Yin wind howled with a chilling aura as the number of wounds on Su Zimo's body increased in a shocking manner. The pain in his legs intensified. However, it was as though Su Zimo could not sense it as his footsteps became firmer. If he wanted to establish a Tao, he was bound to endure endless suffering and danger. These sufferings and dangers would temper his Tao heart continuously. It would eventually transform him and allow him to be reborn, forming a supreme Tao heart that did not fear heaven and earth, ghosts or fiends. Outside the three tribulations domain, more and more cultivators gathered and looked inside. They've been inside for an hour, right? Nobody's come out yet. Could Su Zimo still be alive? These titular disciples are truly terrifying. We can't even take a few breaths inside. To think that they can last that long. Look, someone's coming out. A figure gradually became clear and walked out of the three tribulations domain. It was Tao being hidden death who was covered in frost. Tao being hidden death stood at the edge of the three tribulations domain expressionlessly and tried his best to recover his blood qi. He swallowed a few elixirs before letting out a long breath. After calming down for a long time, his figure swayed and gradually faded before everyone's eyes. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. It had to be admitted that this concealment technique was absolutely unfathomable and could even deceive the heavens. Tao being hidden death had not left. He was still waiting for the final outcome. After another 15 minutes, another figure appeared from the three tribulations domain. Tao being malevolent earth. He was not in a good condition either, shivering as though he had suffered quite a bit. Even his breath contained frost in it. He really could not hold on any longer. The reason why Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the others could persevere was because they had some obsession in their hearts. Tao being Heavenly Dipper wanted Su Zimo's Divine Phoenix Bone. Tao being Zephyr Thunder wanted the Purple Thunder Manual. Monk Formless wanted the Creation Green Lotus and the Daming True Sutra. As for Dean, he wanted to kill Su Zimo personally. The obsession of Dean and the others did not exist in the Tao being Malevolent Earth's heart. He had already established his Tao heart long ago and obtained the inheritance of a conjoint body mighty figure. He truly did not want to endure such pain anymore. In the Tao inheritance ground, as long as one established their Tao heart and obtained the inheritance of a conjoint body mighty figure, there would be no more inheritance. 2 of the 6 titular disciples have already come out. To think that Su Zimo is still alive. I'm truly curious how much longer he can last. Many cultivators were still waiting patiently. Within the three tribulations domain, Su Zimo traveled deeper and deeper through the extreme north Yin wind. His body was already covered in wounds from the Yin wind, and his originally delicate and handsome appearance was completely disfigured by now. Su Zimo was oblivious and his gaze was resolute. He did not waver at all. The bone corrosion poison on his legs had already been partially removed by the extreme north Yin wind. However, the extreme north Yin wind could not penetrate his marrow and could not purge away the bone corrosion poison that had seeped in. Su Zimo was not worried. He believed that there would be a solution eventually. Behind him, apart from Dean, Tao being Heavenly Dipper, Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Monk Formless were walking slower and slower. The 3 of them looked at Su Zimo's blurry figure in the cold wind with hatred and indignance in their eyes. Not everyone could endure the bone-piercing pain of the Yin wind. By now, the 3 of them had already reached their limits. Tao being Zephyr Thunder paused with a dark expression. At this point, he could only give up on the Purple Thunder Manual. As a titular disciple, if he were to die here because of a single cultivation technique, he would become the greatest joke in the cultivation world. He chose to withdraw. After persisting for a while more, Monk Formless could not take it anymore either and turned to leave. There were only 3 people left in the 3 tribulations domain. Su Zimo, Dean and Tao being Heavenly Dipper. Finally, after 4 hours, the first tribulation was about to pass. In Tao being Heavenly Dipper's line of sight, there was no longer a howling Yin wind at the front. Instead, there was nothing but a desert. Arriving at the edge of the desert, Su Zimo strode in without hesitation. The moment he entered, his expression changed. Suddenly, his body turned hot and his temperature rose continuously. His entire body creaked as though his bones were about to explode. The red lotus karmic flame was triggered by a cultivator's greed, anger, and obsession, burning from inside out within him. Swoosh! A ball of flames ignited within Su Zimo's body and grew larger, emerging from his organs and skin. His eyes, ears, mouth and nose were spewing flames. This was due to the sudden change from extreme coldness to extreme heat. The 2 energies clashed within Su Zimo's body. This was 10 times more painful than the bone-piercing Yin wind earlier on. Looking at Su Zimo, who had already turned into a flaming man in the desert but had yet to stop, Tao being Heavenly Dipper had a frightened expression and truly did not want to follow. This person was definitely a lunatic. He chose to give up as well. Dean was the only one left among the 6 titular disciples. Standing at the edge of the desert, Dean grit his teeth and charged in as well as he gazed at Su Zimo, who was blazing with flames. Swoosh! A ball of flames rose within his body as well. Cultivators could not avoid greed, anger, and obsession during their cultivation. Their bodies were bound to be tainted by karma and karmic returns. No one could stop the karmic flames. Ugh! Dean grunted. The pain of the karmic flames almost made him turn and leave. However, right after, he withstood it with his strong endurance and walked forward, following closely behind Su Zimo. The karmic flames purged away the coldness in Su Zimo's body. The blood that was initially frozen began to melt as well. Under the scorching heat of the karmic flames, his flesh and blood exploded one after another. From afar, he looked like a blood-colored lotus that was shocking. As Su Zimo traveled through the desert, thousands of red lotuses bloomed on his body. His flesh and spirit chi were withering and burned to ashes by the karmic flames. Su Zimo's storage bag was gripped in his right palm. With the protection of the divine phoenix bone, his storage bag was fine. Against the endless pain, Su Zimo advanced step by step, leaving a series of blood-colored footprints behind him. As he ventured deeper into the desert, the karmic flames burned brighter. Su Zimo's entire body turned into a gigantic fireball that was scarlet red. The karmic flames not only burned his flesh, but his bones as well. His bones were burned red and almost transparent. Under the calcination of the karmic flames, the marrow within them was boiling. The bone corrosion poison that had seeped into his marrow initially was burned to ashes by the karmic flames. The bone-cutting wind and calcination of the karmic flames purged the bone corrosion poison from within Su Zimo's body entirely. Sensing the changes in his body, Su Zimo was invigorated and howled into the skies in the desert. The karmic flames spewing from his mouth seemed like they were about to transform into a divine dragon that soared into the skies. The tempering of the wind and fire tribulations strengthened Su Zimo's determination. He was no longer afraid. Dian's footsteps gradually slowed down. He could not hold on either. His expression was cold as he watched Su Zimo leave. Even the karmic flames burning in his body could not burn away the killing intent in his eyes. So what if you can survive the wind and fire tribulations? I don't believe that you can survive the Dao heart lightning tribulation. Dian chanted internally and suppressed the indignance in his heart before turning to leave. Su Zimo was the only one remaining to advance in the three tribulations domain. After an unknown period of time, it was as though a gigantic lightning pool was suspended in the firmaments ahead. It shone brightly and thunder rumbled in a shocking manner. Su Zimo had finally reached the final tribulation. Looking at the lightning pool before him, Su Zimo took a deep breath and strode in without hesitation. The lightning pool hovered above the firmaments. It was initially calm without any ripples. However, the moment Su Zimo stepped into the lightning domain, the lightning pool seemed to have been triggered by something. Instantly, waves surged violently with a terrifying might. Bang! Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled in a depressing manner. All of a sudden, lightning flashed in a bedazzling manner as a gigantic thunderbolt appeared in the void and struck Su Zimo. Bang! Su Zimo was sent flying by the thunderbolt and somersaulted in midair before landing on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The pain was indescribable. Su Zimo felt that he could disintegrate at any moment under the lightning pool. A sense of fear grew. However, it was suppressed by Su Zimo's Dao heart instantly. Su Zimo stood up and grit his teeth, continuing forward. Snap! Thunder boomed. A scarlet thunderbolt struck Su Zimo's head, almost knocking him unconscious. His body was already in tatters after the two tribulations of wind and fire. Now that he was struck by two thunderbolts, his life force was draining bit by bit. If he continued, he would truly die. For the first time, Su Zimo looked lost as he gazed at the endless lightning domain before him. Should he continue? How about ending it here? The moment that thought crossed his mind, it enlarged endlessly. In Su Zimo's mind, it was as though this voice sounded from every single corner, telling him to turn back and stop advancing. If he persisted, he would die. Right then, countless inheritances outside the three tribulations domain moved and released legacy phenomenons. The light of the legacy phenomenons shone on the three tribulations domain and enveloped Su Zimo. There were inheritances of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects. Everything. At that moment, as long as he gave up and nodded, he could choose one of the inheritances and leave the three tribulations domain. He no longer had to endure the pain and the threat of death. In fact, even the inheritances outside the three tribulations domain were very powerful. They were not necessarily weaker than the inheritance within the three tribulations domain. The legacy of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was outside. The inheritance of the fiend sect, pure maiden sect, was also outside. Throughout history, no one had been able to clear the three tribulations domain. Why should he be stubborn? Perhaps the legend of the three tribulations domain was just a scam. There might be nothing within the three tribulations domain even if he cleared it. Lin Xuanji's master had once said that he would encounter a great calamity. The lightning tribulation before him might be that great calamity. As long as he retreated, he would be able to avoid this calamity. Countless thoughts appeared in Su Zimo's mind. He wavered. For a moment, he almost nodded and chose an inheritance to leave this damn place. However, he did not in the end. Su Zimo stood motionlessly in the lightning domain. As long as he stopped on the spot and did not advance, the lightning tribulation would not descend. Time passed by slowly. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly and the confusion in his eyes disappeared. Although his body was already battered, his eyes shone brighter and brighter with a determined gaze. All of a sudden, Su Zimo moved and took another step forward. Boom! The lightning tribulation descended. Su Zimo was almost sprawled on the ground from the attack and his life force became even weaker. However, he struggled to stand up and continued forward. Boom! After being struck by the lightning tribulation, he stood up and continued forward. It was a cycle. Su Zimo's initially wavering heart became firmer and firmer. The wind and fire both failed and now, even the lightning tribulation that could destroy all beings could not cause his Tao heart to waver. He wanted to clear the three tribulations domain not only for the inheritance within, but also to establish his own Tao heart. His Tao could only persist forward. There was no way back. Every single lightning tribulation made Su Zimo feel the deep fear of death. However, he did not retreat. Relying on his strong willpower and determination towards his Tao heart, Su Zimo stood up time and again after he was struck down. Above his head, the lightning pool surged as though it had transformed into pairs of eyes that were looking down at the stumbling figure. Finally, suddenly, a dignified voice sounded within the lightning domain. Why do you cultivate? I want to establish a Tao. Raising his head, Su Zimo said word by word with a bright gaze. This Tao will be different from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Das. What Tao will it be? The dignified voice asked emotionlessly. I call it the martial Tao. Why the martial Tao? The martial Tao pushes one to advance courageously. After saying that, Su Zimo suddenly took a step forward. The martial Tao refers to one's true heart. He took another step forward. The martial Tao allows one to take revenge and repay gratitude as they wish. Another step forward. With every sentence, Su Zimo took a step forward. With every step he took, his aura would increase and his Tao heart would become stronger and unshakable. The martial Tao allows one to be decisive in killing. The martial Tao is about not yielding and resisting. The martial Tao is the boldness of going against 10 million people. The martial Tao is the courage to take on immortals and fiends. The courage to fight against the heavens for one's fate. My Tao title shall be Desolate Martial. I'm willing to create a martial Tao and break the shackles of all living beings, so that all living beings in the world can cultivate and become immortals. The desolate word of the Tao title came from the name of Tianhuang mainland as well as the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. The meaning of martial came from the martial Tao itself. Su Zimo's final sentence caused the lightning pool to boil instantly, creating huge waves as though it was greatly shaken. The dignified voice from the beginning sounded once more. shaking the world. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial to all living beings. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial to all living beings. Middle Continent, 100 Refinement Sect. Extreme Fire and the others were in the main hall, listening to the news from a disciple. The current situation is still unclear. Dean and the other 6 titular disciples have entered the 3 tribulations domain and have already come out. However, there's still no news of Granduncle Master. The 100 Refinement Sect cultivator said. Extreme Fire and the others exchanged glances and could see the worry in each other's eyes. Throughout history, no one had been able to pass through the 3 tribulations domain. They were afraid that Su Zimo had barged into the 3 tribulations domain with nothing but impulse and might end up dying. Right then, a dignified voice echoed in the skies above Tianhuang mainland, spreading to every single corner of Tianhuang mainland. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial to all living beings. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial to all living beings. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial to all living beings. Those 14 words were shouted thrice. Each repetition was louder than the previous and was deafening. Extreme Fire was emotional as he looked up at the firmaments. His body trembled uncontrollably as he exclaimed in ecstasy, "It's Zimo! Zimo has established his Tao heart." At the same time, a black-robed cultivator broke out of his cave abode with a blood-colored saber in his hands. Standing in midair, he looked into the distance and murmured with a moved expression, "Desolate Marshal, Desolate Marshal. Zimo, are you going to establish your martial Tao?" Previously, when Ming Zhan obtained the inheritance of Xidagarba, it caused a stir in Tianhuang mainland as well. However, that sound was extremely faint and it only rang once. Apart from cultivators, no one else noticed it. However, this time round, Desolate Marshal's martial Tao shocked the world. The 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, 4 unorthodox groups as well as countless aristocratic families were shocked. Many experts in seclusion were alarmed and came out one after another. Who is it? Who is establishing a Tao? Desolate Marshal wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial to all living beings? How ambitious! This is a stir that can only be triggered after a perfect Tao heart is established alongside the recognition of many ancient mighty figures. There's going to be a massive change in the cultivation world. Instantly, countless experts of the sects appeared and lamented. Glass Palace. A middle-aged man in a rainbow-colored Taoist robe looked in the direction of the Middle Continent with a dark expression. His eyes filled with endless rage. The void around him trembled. This was the power of the conjoint body realm, shaking the void. The surrounding cultivators, including Dharma-characteristic Tao lords, were silent out of fear of disturbing the sect master of Glass Palace who stood before them. Ever since Tao being Glass passed away in the Tao inheritance ground a day ago, the entire Glass Palace had fallen into this stifling atmosphere. A titular disciple killed by a nascent soul was something that had never happened in history. Titular disciples were the face of the super sects and possessed terrifying combat strength. It was rare for them to die prematurely. They were almost invincible among their peers. Even if titular disciples were to clash against one another, while victory could be determined, it would be way too difficult for them to kill one another. As for cultivators with higher cultivations, they were wary of the super sects behind the titular disciples and would not dare to attack them. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for titular disciples to die. But now, a variant had appeared in the cultivation world, a monster incarnate. As a nascent soul, he killed Tao being Glass in the Tao inheritance ground without giving Glass Palace any face. Tao being Glass was the personal disciple that Glass Palace's sect master valued the most. Su Zimo isn't dead yet? Glass Palace's sect master's voice was cold and chilling. Sect master. According to the news from the Tao inheritance ground, Desolate Marshal should be Su Zimo's Tao title, a Dharma-characteristic Tao lord said in a deep voice. Glass Palace's sect master was truly enraged. Gritting his teeth, he said, If he manages to escape from the Tao inheritance ground alive, gather all the mighty figures of the sect and follow me to the middle continent to kill our way into 100 refinement sect. I want to see if extreme fire can stop me. Not bad. Another conjoint body mighty figure nodded. That lad is way too much of a monster incarnate. He has already taken on a huge grudge with us and we can't let him continue growing. We have to kill him, no matter the cost. Don't worry, sect master. Even if that lad were to establish his Tao, it would be useless. A Tao lord said, don't forget that there are still titular disciples like Dean in the Tao inheritance ground. This lad won't be able to escape even if he has wings. At the same time, in Poison Sect, an old man with withered yellow cheeks sat beneath a gigantic poisonous python and held a jade-green staff in his hands. Sect master, I just received news that Su Zimo is not dead yet. He escaped into the three tribulations domain and has already established his Tao heart, causing the world to tremble. A cultivator came before the old man and knelt on the ground, speaking in a deep voice. Poison Sect's sect master's expression turned cold as he said with a sinister gaze, that lad isn't dead yet? Let's see how long more he can live. Chaos Essence Sect. Many conjoint body mighty figures were awakened by the voice in the firmaments and walked out of their cave abodes. Firmament arrival. Come here. Suddenly, an authoritative voice sounded from Chaos Essence Sect. Firmament Arrival was the Tao title of Chaos Essence Sect's sect master. There were only a few people in the entire sect who dared to order a sect master like that. Before long, a middle-aged Tao being arrived before an ancient cave abode and bowed respectfully. The existence in the cave abode was the Grand Elder of the sect, Defan. His cultivation had already broken through the conjoint body realm and he was now at the half-martial ancestor realm. Breaking through from conjoint body to Mahayana was extremely difficult. Even in the ancient era where the human race rose to glory and there were many conjoint body mighty figures, there were very few Mahayana patriarchs. Above the conjoint body realm and below the Mahayana realm, there was another minor realm, the half-martial ancestor realm. It was also known as half-step Mahayana. Although one had not fully broken through to the Mahayana realm at this point, they were qualified to be referred as ancestors. This was the origin of the half-martial ancestor. Even though he was only a half-martial ancestor, his combat strength was enough to suppress all conjoint body mighty figures. In Tianhuang mainland, Mahayana realm patriarchs had broad horizons and pursued the great Tao wholeheartedly. They had long broken free from the restraints of the sect and rarely appeared. The only time Mahayana patriarchs might appear is if the sect is in danger of being destroyed. This meant that the half-martial ancestor was almost the strongest existence in Tianhuang mainland. For the sake of advancing further, the half-martial ancestor would enter seclusion all year round as well. If not for the fact that Desolate Marshal established the Tao and shocked the world, Defan would not have woken up from his seclusion. Chaos Essence Sect's sect master whispered, Elder D, even you were alarmed? Yes. Within the cave abode, a pair of eyes opened slowly and shone with a divine light. It was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the night sky and could not be avoided. What's going on? Defan asked slowly. Chaos Essence Sect's sect master hurriedly recounted the situation of the Tao inheritance ground in detail. That's him. Defan frowned slightly. Dean was his grandson. Part of the reason why Dean was so famous in the cultivation world was also because he was backed by a half-martial ancestor. 100 years ago, Dean suffered a crushing defeat in Myriad Phenomenon City, and his protection dermic weapon was shattered, almost resulting in his death. Defan knew about it as well and was extremely furious. However, there was no news of Su Zimo later on and things were left unsettled. Defan asked, Are you sure that he's at the nascent soul realm? Yes, he just broke through to perfected nascent soul realm at the Thousand Crane Tea Party more than a month ago. Chaos Essence Sect's sect master replied. Yes, there's nothing to worry about then. Defan replied indifferently. Dean is already at the void reversion realm. No matter how much of a monster incarnate he is, there's no way he can be a match for Dean. He won't have a chance to break through in the Tao inheritance ground either. Chaos Essence Sect Master added. D-Fan said in a deep voice, "All right, you may leave. I'm going to continue my seclusion. Don't disturb me unless something major happens." Chaos Essence Sect Master bowed and retreated. The Tao Inheritance Ground. Dean had just left the Three Tribulations domain and had yet to take a breather when he heard a deafening voice. Desolate Marshal wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial to all living beings. He turned around suddenly and his gaze froze. The cultivators of the Tao Inheritance Ground looked over with widened eyes in shock. Could it be? Su Zimo actually cleared the Three Tribulations domain, the number 1 in history. Who can match such a Tao heart? The crowd roared and the cultivators were shocked. Suddenly, a bedazzling light burst forth from the end of the Three Tribulations domain. A sword came from the west and tore through the void. A spear stood tall and shattered the world. There was an indomitable figure holding a horsetail whisk with an immortal aura. He looked like a peerless immortal king with a domineering demeanor. A great Buddha descended and golden light shone endlessly. Sanskrit echoed endlessly. There were also demonic infants that shrieked in a soul-stirring manner. A series of shocking legacy phenomenons burst forth like volcanoes at the end of the Three Tribulations domain. There were dozens of them. The entire Tao Inheritance Ground was trembling. Ah, this is... Su Zimo's Tao heart was acknowledged by all the ancient mighty figures. This meant that Su Zimo could choose any of the dozens of ancient inheritances within. When they heard the discussions around them, Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the other titular disciples had ugly expressions. Up till now, they had suffered a crushing defeat. It was embarrassing enough that everyone joined forces and set up traps to kill Su Zimo, but he managed to escape. Later on, Su Zimo barged into the Three Tribulations domain. They were indignant and wanted to follow Su Zimo to get their share of the treasures. In the end, all of them retreated dejectedly and lost all face. But now, not only did Su Zimo clear the Three Tribulations domain, he even obtained the recognition of many ancient mighty figures. They were defeated again and again. Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the other titular disciples could vaguely sense that the situation was out of their control. After a moment of silence, Tao being Malevolent Earth suddenly sneered. "So what if you get the acknowledgement of many ancient mighty figures? Don't forget, you can only choose one of the inheritances here." "Not bad." Tao being Zephyr Thunder nodded as well. Generally speaking, cultivators who could obtain the inheritance in the Tao Inheritance Ground would not obtain a second inheritance. The conjoint body mighty figures that could leave their inheritance here were all proud and arrogant experts who had once dominated a region. Naturally, they would hope that their successor would wholeheartedly cultivate to the peak using only the inheritance obtained from them. If everyone could obtain 2, 3 inheritances or more, the inheritances here would have long been snatched away by the former paragons. "Everyone, don't worry." Tao being Heavenly Dipper smiled gently. "Even if Su Zimo obtains the inheritance, it's useless. This is the Tao Inheritance Ground and he can't comprehend the heaven and earth outside. The spirit chi is thin, and even if he stays inside for 100 years, he won't be able to comprehend or break through. After cultivating to the nascent soul realm, every breakthrough required the essence spirit to comprehend the heaven and earth. This was a separate dimension that was isolated from the outside world. It was impossible for him to break through here. Furthermore, after obtaining the inheritance, it did not mean that cultivators could comprehend it instantly. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The inheritance of an ancient mighty figure was something that required a cultivator to comprehend, cultivate, and experience personally before they can understand the obscurities within. However, that was impossible to achieve in this separate dimension of the Tao Inheritance Ground. Monk Formless and the others nodded. Tao being Heavenly Dipper shrugged with a relaxed expression. Therefore, he has to come out eventually. Otherwise, he won't be able to do anything if he stays inside. Tao being Malevolent Earth sneered. "We'll just guard the vicinity, and he'll definitely be the one who can't afford to waste time." "Not bad," Tao being Zephyr Thunder said. "No matter what, that person will lose. He's at the nascent soul realm and has 1,000 years of lifespan. We have 5,000 years of lifespan. At most, we'll just wait till he dies. The cultivators nearby were shocked. For the sake of Su Zimo, these titular disciples were willing to spend 1,000 years here. Of course, that was just a casual remark out of anger. Nobody could afford to waste 1,000 years. Dean looked at the three tribulations domain and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, a killing intent flashed in his eyes and he disappeared from the spot. If not for Lin Xuanji, he would have killed Su Zimo a long time ago. There wouldn't have been so many variables. Dean intended to make a move and kill all variables within the Dao inheritance ground. He would not allow any accidents to happen when Su Zimo appeared again. In the three tribulations domain, Su Zimo finished his last sentence and took another step forward. Suddenly, he felt his vision clearing up. He had already left the boundaries of the lightning domain. The end of the three tribulations domain was not big. It was like a small cemetery. There were all sorts of lifelike stone statues within. Some of them were wielding all sorts of gigantic weapons that were filled with killing intent. There were also some stone statues with huge tombstones beside their feet. At that moment, the stone statues emitted a mysterious light that shone on Su Zimo's shattered body. Initially, his body was already in a tragic state after the baptism of the wind and fire tribulations. His flesh was shriveled and his skin was dim like a dried corpse. Many parts of his body were already revealed with white bones. Although Su Zimo's Dao heart had already condensed and was unshakable, his body had truly reached its limits. His life force was weak and his organs were withered. However, at that moment, after his body was covered by the light, his initially shriveled flesh suddenly shone with endless vitality and was gradually nourished. The wounds on his organs healed at a visible speed as well. Flesh and blood regenerated on the bones. His withered body was filled with vitality once more. This was a godly method of regenerating flesh and bones to revive a dead person. After reaching the conjoint body realm, one would be able to regrow their limbs. This glow was clearly a technique left behind by many ancient mighty figures. Initially, a single light from one of the stone statues was enough for Su Zimo to recover completely. But now that dozens of lights shone down, his body recovered completely within a few breaths. An immense amount of life essence circulated within his body, nourishing every single inch of his flesh. His skin shone with a crystalline luster, tender and fair. This was almost equivalent to a rebirth. After experiencing the baptism of the wind and fire tribulations, the bone-piercing wind, tempering of the karmic flames and the regeneration of flesh and blood, his body had become even stronger and more terrifying. Even the injuries on Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit healed gradually under the shroud of the light. Essence spirit injuries were too difficult to heal, let alone recover completely. But now, with the help of the light of dozens of ancient mighty figures, his essence spirit had already recovered and its power had increased as well. Unfortunately, the scar on the scarlet-haired spirit did not change. As soon as the light touched the scarlet-haired spirit, they avoided it as though they could sense the aura of the dragon race. Su Zimo could understand. After all, this was a sacred ground of the human race. Naturally, it would not help the scarlet-haired spirit who was surging with demonic chi. Dozens of legacy phenomenons flashed in the void. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling rose in Su Zimo's heart. If he wanted to, he could inherit more than a single inheritance of the ancient mighty figures. He could inherit all the dozens of inheritances here. The feeling intensified. Could this be the reward for passing the three tribulations domain? Su Zimo muttered softly. He arrived beside a stone statue and touched it gently with his palm. Instantly, countless inheritance information surged into his body. Releasing his palm, he walked to the side of another stone statue and reached out to touch it. The stone statue did not resist either, and endless inheritance information surged into his mind. Su Zimo released his grip with a shocked expression. It was not a hallucination. He could inherit all the inheritances here. Looking at the dozens of ancient mighty figures before him, Su Zimo's eyes lit up after a long period of silence. He understood. The reason why he was able to inherit the inheritances of dozens of ancient mighty figures was not because he had passed the test of the three tribulations domain. It was because of his Tao heart. He wanted to establish the martial Tao and impart martial to all living beings. That was the reason why the remnant consciousnesses of these ancient mighty figures wanted to help him fulfill his grand wish. All of them could sense his Tao heart. Even though they had fallen through the ages and were merely remnant consciousnesses that could vanish at any moment, they were still concerned about the masses. At that moment, the dozens of ancient mighty figures were selfless and unreserved. Su Zimo was touched and bowed deeply. "Thank you, seniors, for your love. I, Su Zimo, will not let down your trust and your Tao hearts." Su Zimo did a rough count. There were 32 inheritance stone statues here. He did not have much time. Solitary Cloud had consumed a life preservation elixir and could only last for a month at most. He had to leave this place before a month was up. In other words, although there were many inheritances here, he had to find one that was suitable for him and could raise his combat strength in a short period of time. Solitary Cloud was severely injured with only a single breath left. He had to kill his way out and make all the titular disciples outside pay with their lives. He paced around the stone statues and read the words they had left behind. Arriving before a stone statue, Su Zimo paused in his tracks and frowned. The flow of time here was abnormal. Anyone else might not have been able to sense it. However, Su Zimo had cultivated the demonic art Baron before. To a certain extent, Baron was a form of control over time. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to the flow of time. Sweeping his gaze, Su Zimo landed on a green stone beneath his feet. Wiping away the dust on it, he revealed a few lines of words. "My Tao title is instant and I was a half-step into the Mahayana realm. I was at the initial stages of learning divine powers, but my essence spirit was injured after a huge battle and I fell as a half-martial ancestor. With my divine powers, I altered the time within 5 feet of this place. A year here is equivalent to a day outside." Su Zimo was startled at that statement. In other words, a single day outside was equivalent to a year of cultivation within 5 feet of this place. If he could stay here for 20 days, it would mean that he could cultivate for a full 20 years within the space of these 5 feet. That was way too important for Su Zimo. He had just advanced to the perfected nascent soul realm. No matter how he cultivated or what inheritance he obtained, it was impossible for him to step into the void reversion realm within 20 days. However, if he could cultivate here for 20 years, he could turn the impossible possible. Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly as he gradually retreated from the region, continuing to observe the inheritance stone statues here. Arriving before a stone statue of a mighty figure of the fiend sex, he paused and looked at the words below. "I am half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky. I once roamed through Tianhuang mainland and was invincible beneath the Mahayana realm. Another half-martial ancestor expert. A half-martial ancestor expert was only half a step away from reaching the Mahayana realm and becoming a patriarch. Every single one of them had countless dazzling achievements and fame back then. I've left behind a supreme secret manual of the fiend sex, the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. The stronger a cultivator's Tao heart is, the more powerful this cultivation technique will be. Those with weak Tao hearts are forbidden from cultivating it." At that point, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. This cultivation technique was extremely suitable for his current situation. Firstly, after he entered the nascent soul realm, he had the top-tier cultivation techniques of the Immortal and Buddhist sections. However, he did not have any cultivation techniques of the fiend sex. If he could add in the fiend sex cultivation techniques, his essence spirit would be even more condensed and stronger. The creation green lotus would also grow faster. Second, and most importantly, according to what half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky said, the stronger the Tao heart, the greater the benefits. Su Zimo believed that nobody's Tao heart could be stronger than his. If he cultivated this cultivation technique, his Tao heart would definitely not be shaken even if some sinister fiend were to invade. Right then, the eyes of the stone statue shone with a strange glint. Su Zimo turned around instinctively. Their gazes met and Su Zimo shuddered. Those eyes were pitch black and cold, emitting a mysterious power that resembled a deep vortex that could suck his soul in. A sinister power surged into his mind through his eyes. Is this what it means to accept an inheritance? This resembles how enlightenment is described in legends. Many thoughts flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Before long, streams of black qi appeared on his black hair and essence spirit. More and more of it gathered in his consciousness. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt that something was amiss. Although he had never received the inheritance of a mighty figure in this place, the situation before him clearly had nothing to do with inheriting a dermic Tao. Right from the beginning, he had not obtained any information about the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. Instead, his spirit consciousness was filled with a sinister and vile fiendish aura. Most importantly, his spirit perception was constantly warning him. Su Zimo wanted to retreat and sever his connection with the stone statue. However, he realized that his body was no longer under his control. What a perfect Tao heart! Right then, a sigh sounded in his consciousness with endless vicissitudes. Oh, this body is so perfect as well. The aged voice sounded once more with joy and laughter. The heavens are really helping me. Ha ha ha. An inexplicable sense of fear rose in Su Zimo's heart and his body turned cold. He finally realized what he was experiencing. Assimilation. Tao Lord Extreme Fire had once warned him to be careful of being assimilated. After all, his body was way too terrifying and powerful that anyone would be tempted. At that time, Su Zimo did not take it to heart. To think that he would truly encounter such a situation. Furthermore, he was completely unprepared in the Tao inheritance ground. But how was that possible? The inheritances here had been passed down for countless years, and even Mahayana patriarchs would have passed away a long time ago. How could anyone still be alive? Seemingly sensing the confusion in Su Zimo's heart, the voice sounded once more with a faint chuckle. I'm Imperial Sky and I've died a long time ago. However, my Tao technique has yet to dissipate and remains here. Right now, I'm merely borrowing your Tao heart to be reborn and live another life. Su Zimo was shocked. Living another life with the help of his Tao heart. In the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra, the seed of the fiend planted was not referring to something else, but the expert of the fiend sex who had fallen, half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky. There's no need for you to doubt it. The Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra does indeed exist. Within Su Zimo's consciousness, black qi surged endlessly and a human figure was gradually formed. However, its appearance was still unclear. Half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky continued, Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to cultivate anymore. However, don't worry. I'll help you complete your cultivation path after devouring your essence spirit. In that short period of time, the essence spirit of the half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky had already fully condensed. His features were clear and his eyes were pitch black, emitting a strange glow as he smiled at Su Zimo. That smile was like a demon that had just walked out of hell, and it was chilling. The essence spirit of the half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky strode towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo suppressed the fear in his heart and calmed down quickly. Your rebirth through the use of the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra is shocking indeed. However, it's not without flaws. Su Zimo said coldly, Tao Heart Fiend Seed, my cultivation is only at the nascent soul realm. Since you implanted a fiend seed using my Tao Heart to regrow your essence spirit, the cultivation realm of your essence spirit is definitely also at the nascent soul realm. You're smart. Half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky did not hide his admiration for Su Zimo at all. It's already not bad that you can calm down so quickly in front of me and discover the secret of the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. If not for the fact that I have to rely on you to be reborn, I would have accepted a disciple already. Half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky did not stop in his tracks and sighed gently. Unfortunately, this is the cultivation world. If you want to cultivate a great Tao, you have to be cold and heartless. After devouring your essence spirit, I'll be able to enter the void reversion realm quickly. Oh, although the cultivation realm is still lower than in my previous life, it doesn't matter. After all, this body and Tao heart are both perfect. I'll definitely make up for all the regrets of my previous life. Even with his temperament, half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky could not contain his excitement after being reborn and could not stop talking. Are you that confident? Su Zimo sneered. We're both at the nascent soul realm. Although you wish to devour me, I can devour you as well. While it seemed like the situation was extremely treacherous for Su Zimo, it could be an opportunity for him as well. As long as he could devour the essence spirit that was reborn from half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky, he had a chance of entering the void reversion realm. Fu, half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky chuckled. That's not a bad idea, but it's a pity that it's unrealistic. Although my reborn essence spirit is at the nascent soul realm, it's not something that your essence spirit can match. We'll know once we try. The black-haired essence spirit did not show the slightest bit of fear when facing half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky. With a loud roar, it lunged forward. The two essence spirits collided. Boom! His sea of consciousness shook. The two figures separated. After a slight pause, they charged forward once more. Their essence spirits clashed continuously. Both of their essence spirits were at the same realm, and whoever could devour the other would have to see whose essence spirit was more condensed and who could win in this essence spirit competition. After a series of clashes, half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky's heart skipped a beat. The black-haired essence spirit was much harder to deal with than he had imagined. He had once cultivated to the half-martial ancestor realm and stood at the peak of the entire Tianhuang mainland. Now that he was reborn through this Tao heart and experienced reincarnation, his essence spirit was even more condensed. However, he had not expected that his essence spirit would not be able to gain any advantage against Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit. The sea of consciousness had already been turned upside down by the two essence spirits. None of them could retreat or surrender. After enduring through the ages and being reborn, half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky would definitely cherish this opportunity and would not give it up. But who was Su Zimo? How could he allow himself to be assimilated? Kid, give up resisting. The voice of half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky suddenly turned extremely charming, as though it could disturb the minds of cultivators. He said faintly, "Even if you're assimilated by me, you won't die. I'll inherit your memories, thoughts, and everything about you. Actually, for you, it's also a rebirth of sorts. Give up. Give up." Half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky's voice echoed in Su Zimo's ears. "What grand wish do you want to fulfill? I can fulfill it for you. The path of cultivation is filled with hardship and danger. Since I'm here to take your place, why not?" Half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky was still using his bewitching voice to destroy Su Zimo's will. However, he had been dead for too long and had just been reborn. He could not think straight. Su Zimo was able to gain the recognition of dozens of ancient mighty figures after passing through the three tribulations domain. Who could destroy his will? Nobody could shake his Tao heart. "I'm sorry." Su Zimo's voice was calm and cold. "I'll walk my own path." "Kill." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The creation green lotus that was initially hovering not far away spewed out rays of green light that slashed towards the essence spirit of half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky. "Is this your trump card?" Half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky smiled and pointed to the skies. "Freeze." The moment he said that, the 45 green lotus seeds that tore through the air froze in the sea of consciousness. Half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky smiled. "My essence spirit was reborn from your essence spirit using your Tao heart. How can that dermic weapon injure me? What about me?" The smile of half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky suddenly vanished. The black-haired essence spirit that was not far away had a calm expression and merely looked at half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky coldly without saying anything. Furthermore, that voice came from behind him. Half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky suddenly felt a chilling sensation. He felt a sharp pain in his chest as an arm filled with dragon scales tore through his chest and exited. "Ah!" Half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky shrieked. Behind him stood a scarlet-haired essence spirit with a cold expression and dragon scales all over its body. It was identical to Su Zimo. It was the scarlet-haired Een spirit. The scarlet-haired Een spirit was injured and was initially hiding in the bronze square tripod in the corner. Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky had not noticed it at all. However, at that moment, the scarlet-haired Een spirit suddenly attacked and launched a fatal attack on Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky. Even though he was an expert of the ancient era and was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never expected that Su Zimo would have two essence spirits in his consciousness. He had absolutely no chance of winning this battle. In reality, if it was any other cultivator, Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky would have been able to reincarnate through assimilation with ease. Anyone would be scared out of their wits when they saw such a shocking and terrifying assimilation technique. They would probably faint from fear if they had to face a Half-Martial Ancestor expert of the ancient era, let alone resist. Unfortunately, Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky was way too unlucky. Throughout the long years, no one had been able to pass through the three tribulations domain. Finally, someone managed to get through, but it was a monster incarnate like Su Zimo who had cultivated two essence spirits. The black-haired essence spirit had already pounced over. The essence spirit of Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky was severely injured and could not defend against it at all. He could only glare with widened eyes and roar, "I'm indignant!" Swoosh! Swoosh! The black-haired essence spirit reached out with both hands and grabbed the head of Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky, devouring the power of his essence spirit endlessly. This sort of assimilation not only devoured the power of the essence spirit, but also the memories of Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky. The memories of a Half-Martial Ancestor were way too precious. Not only did it contain the True Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra, it also contained many insights and understanding into fiend cultivation techniques. This meant that Su Zimo might be able to break through to the void reversion realm without the need to comprehend the heaven and earth. That was because the entire process of comprehending the heaven and earth that Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky had experienced after breaking through to the void reversion realm was in his memories. With the help of the essence spirit of Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky, Su Zimo might be able to break through to the void reversion realm, even the Tao inheritance ground with thin spirit chi. He was able to turn the situation around. Before long, Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky's essence spirit dimmed and was devoured by Su Zimo. The black-haired essence spirit had another aura of the fiend sex that was on par with the Immortal and Buddhist sections. At that moment, Su Zimo felt his body lighten. Now that Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky was dead, Su Zimo had regained control of his body. With a flash, he arrived at the region in front of Half-Martial Ancestor Instant and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. A single day outside was worth a year of cultivation here. Su Zimo wanted to break through as soon as possible and rush out of the three tribulations domain. He wanted to kill all the titular disciples who surrounded him and cause rivers of blood to flow. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. 10 days had passed and there were not many changes to the cultivators in the Tao inheritance ground. Tao being Heavenly Dipper, Tao being Zephyr Thunder, Monk Formless, and Tao being Malevolent Earth were still guarding outside the three tribulations domain. They were either meditating or deep in thought, and there was no hint of impatience on their faces. Although Tao being Hidden Death did not appear, everyone knew that he was definitely nearby. Apart from the 4 titular disciples, a large number of cultivators from various major sects and factions had gathered in the vicinity. Everyone wanted to wait for an outcome. In the blink of an eye, 15 days passed. The number of cultivators outside the three tribulations domain did not decrease. At the end of the three tribulations domain, Su Zimo, who was sitting in front of the stone statue of Half-Martial Ancestor Instant, had already cultivated for 15 years. This day, he finally digested the essence spirit of Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky that he devoured completely. The power of his essence spirit had already reached its peak. For the past 15 years, the enlightenment Half-Martial Ancestor Imperial Sky gained when he broke through to void reversion realm flowed through Su Zimo's mind repeatedly. He gradually sensed the opportunity to break through. The black-haired essence spirit was finally about to step into the void reversion realm after experiencing the baptism of the top cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. Within his consciousness, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Sanskrit echoed endlessly through the world. A gigantic Buddha body appeared behind the black-haired essence spirit. Black fiend chi spewed out endlessly from the black-haired essence spirit's body. It was cold and terrifying as it coiled in midair, forming a sickle-like divine weapon. The three top-tier cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects, the Purple Thunder Manual, Great Day Rulai Sutra, and Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra, were constantly tempered. The black-haired essence spirit became purer, and its impurities disappeared without a trace. His sea of consciousness was boiling. Su Zimo's eyes opened and shone with divine light as he reared his head and howled. Boom! His spirit consciousness vibrated. The black-haired essence spirit's black hair danced and its aura rose continuously, emitting endless light as his spirit consciousness expanded. It had broken through. The spirit was refined and reverted to the void reversion realm. Su Zimo could clearly sense the power of a void reversion essence spirit. With a single thought of his spirit consciousness, he could mobilize even more dermic powers. Normally speaking, the range of an early-stage void reversion spirit consciousness could reach 50 kilometers. Even at its peak, it could not exceed 500 kilometers. However, the range of Su Zimo's spirit consciousness had already reached 500 kilometers. The top-notch cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects allowed his essence spirit to undergo another transformation. The void reversion realm was way too important to Su Zimo. Initially, when titular disciples released their essence spirit secret skills, he could only use the Mingwang prayer beads, seeds of the creation green lotus, and other treasures to defend passively. However, after he entered the void reversion realm, he would be able to release the essence spirit secret skill that he had cultivated in the past. Although he was only at the early stage void reversion realm, his black-haired essence spirit possessed three top-notch cultivation techniques of the Immortals, Buddhas, and Fiends. The power of his essence spirit was no weaker than any of the titular disciples. Once he entered the void reversion realm, the power of all his dermic arts would increase exponentially. Although it had only been 15 days, Su Zimo had changed way too much. As his cultivation realm stabilized, his consciousness gradually returned to normal. Su Zimo's gaze flickered and he pondered for a moment. He was in no hurry to leave this place. He still had some time. Now that he had broken through to the void reversion realm, he should have no issues dealing with Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other titular disciples with the increase in his combat strength. However, he still had no confidence against Di'in. Su Zimo intended to continue cultivating the many fiend techniques of the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. The more dermic arts he comprehended, the more confidence he would have against Di'in. The fiend techniques of the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra were all-encompassing. There were cultivation techniques from all 7 of the current fiend sects within. There was an extremely strange essence spirit secret skill in the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. The secret skill was known as the soul-searching art. It was not a purely offensive dermic art, but a technique that could capture a cultivator's essence spirit alive and collect its memories. Of course, it was not certain how much of its memories could be collected. Furthermore, even if essence spirits that were targeted by the soul-searching art were not dead, they would be rendered as idiots without any consciousness. There was also a visual technique known as the Heavenly Fiend Eye and was similar to the bewitching eye of the Pure Maiden sect. If a cultivator was controlled by that visual technique, he would not disobey even if he was asked to commit suicide. Of course, the offensive power of this eye technique was not strong and was much weaker than his Illumination Dragon Eye. Su Zimo did not get up and continued sitting. His essence spirit was still nurturing the creation green lotus and cultivating the various fiend techniques of the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. With the memories of half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky, Su Zimo was able to cultivate those fiend techniques with half the effort. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed outside while Su Zimo cultivated for another 5 years. In the past 5 years, he had already cultivated more than half of the fiend techniques in the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra, and even managed to cultivate the strongest dermic art within it. Su Zimo stood up and was prepared to leave. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and exclaimed softly. Something changed in his consciousness once more. To be precise, the creation green lotus had changed. Initially, the Creation Green Lotus was at grade 5. It was a green lotus platform shrouded by chaos and a resplendent glow with 5 layers of gigantic flower petals. But now, the Creation Green Lotus underwent another change. In the middle of the green lotus platform, a circle of tender petals grew once more. They were emerald green and slowly bloomed. Grade 6. This was the sign of the Creation Green Lotus advancing to grade 6. However, this change did not stop. Beneath the Creation Green Lotus, a green and slender lotus stem grew. It was straight like jade and crystalline. The thin threads within were clear like the veins of a human. A gigantic lotus leaf grew from the stem. Su Zimo was elated. He could vaguely sense that this was the final form of the Creation Green Lotus. Although the Creation Green Lotus was in his consciousness, it was as though the Green Lotus was connected to the world. Its stem was rooted in his sea of consciousness, and the lotus flower towered into the firmaments with its leaves covering the skies. The green lotus swayed and chaos dissipated as the entire spirit consciousness trembled. A grade 6 Creation Green Lotus was comparable to a Khanate Dao Lord Dermic weapon. Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly as he strode out of the cemetery and headed outside the 3 Tribulations domain. He could only return to the other inheritances here if he had the chance. Solitary Cloud did not have much time left. He could not possibly exhaust Solitary Cloud to death just to obtain the inheritances here. The lightning pool above did not react to him at all when he stepped into the 3 Tribulations domain again. The karmic flame did not reappear when he crossed the desert. After passing the 3 Tribulations domain, he had already obtained its recognition and could travel through it at will. Outside the 3 Tribulations domain, after 20 days, Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 4 titular disciples had yet to leave. They were not the only ones. Even the surrounding cultivators were waiting with bated breaths. Gradually, a figure appeared in the frost region and walked over. "Look! Someone's coming out!" A cultivator pointed at the 3 Tribulations domain and shouted. Countless cultivators looked over. Dao being Zephyr Thunder's eyes lit up and lightning flashed. He stood up slowly and sneered. "Fufu. As expected. Su Zimo. You can't help but come out yourself." The figure in the frost region was gradually becoming clearer. It was undoubtedly Su Zimo. Dao being Malevolent Earth sneered and stood up. Monk Formless woke up from his meditation as well and touched his storage bag. The wooden fish and mallet were already in his hands. Dao being Heavenly Dipper smiled and sent a voice transmission secretly. "Everyone. We can't hold back this time round. Kill him with all our might so that nothing unexpected happens." "That's right." Monk Formless nodded. The unforeseen circumstance that they were worried about was none other than Di-In returning and taking away the treasures that belonged to them. Before long, Su Zimo stepped out of the 3 Tribulations domain. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 3 had already surrounded him with killing intent. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Good, very good. All of you are here, so that I don't have to look for you one by one." Right then, Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 3 titular disciples gradually noticed something amiss. At first glance, Su Zimo was no different from before. However, the aura he exuded was much fiercer than before. His presence was strong. His might was unrestrained while his gaze was frightening and sharp like a knife that could not be avoided. Void Reversion Realm? When Dao being Malevolent Earth's spirit consciousness swept past Su Zimo, his heart skipped a beat. When Dao being Heavenly Dipper, Dao being Zephyr Thunder and Monk Formless swept their spirit consciousness past Su Zimo, their hearts skipped a beat too as disbelief filled their eyes. How was that possible? Su Zimo had just broken through to the perfected nascent soul realm at the Thousand Crane Tea Party. How could he break through to the Void Reversion realm in just 20 days? Furthermore, this was the Dao inheritance ground that was in its own separate dimension. The spirit chi was thin and he could not even comprehend the heaven and earth. How could he break through? Even if Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 3 titular disciples racked their brains, they would not be able to imagine what Su Zimo had experienced and obtained at the end of the 3 Tribulations domain. The Void Reversion Realm. He broke through. Heavens! What sort of opportunities did Su Zimo obtain inside? A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Instantly, Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other three titular disciples felt immense pressure. The difference between the nascent soul and void reversion realm was a major cultivation realm, and his combat strength would definitely increase as well. Prior to this, Su Zimo did not have much of a chance to retaliate against their combined attacks. But now that he was at void reversion realm, he definitely had the power to threaten them. At that moment, all of them reckoned that even if Su Zimo was at the void reversion realm, he was only at the early stage of the void reversion realm. There was no way he could win against four of them. However, this battle would not be as easy as it was initially. If Su Zimo were to risk his life, there was a high chance that he would drag one of them down with him. The four of them did not realize that Su Zimo was not just going to kill one or two people. He was going to bury them all in the Dao inheritance ground. Su Zimo, your heaven splitter is in my hands. Dao being Heavenly Dipper looked relaxed and smiled. The mystic magnet mountain is in Dao being malevolent earth hands. What other treasures do you have? You're left with nothing but the creation green lotus. Patron Su, if you return the creation green lotus to the Buddhist sects, I can withdraw from this battle. Monk Formless said indifferently, we Buddhist disciples have always been aloof from worldly affairs and don't wish to fight with others. However, I can't bear to see this treasure fall into the hands of fiend demons like you. His words sounded righteous but were extremely hypocritical. This was almost a form of extermination, and yet, it was called standing aloof from worldly affairs? Even the surrounding cultivators looked disgusted. If Su Zimo were to hand over the creation green lotus, Monk Formless might withdraw from the fight. However, without the creation green lotus, Su Zimo's combat strength would be greatly reduced and he would definitely be killed by Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other two. In that case, not only would Monk Formless obtain the creation green lotus, he would also gain a good reputation. The thoughts of Monk Formless could not be hidden from the many cultivators present. Fufufu, you want the creation green lotus? Su Zimo could not help but laugh. He looked down at Monk Formless and retracted his smile, saying coldly, all right, I'll give it to you. The moment he said that, purple lightning flashed on his body and a pair of gigantic wings of dermic power grew from his back. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and arrived before Monk Formless instantly. Against the four titular disciples, Su Zimo was fearless and attacked first. The moment Su Zimo moved, the four titular disciples reacted instantly. Another saber appeared in Dao being Heavenly Dipper's hands. It was Su Zimo's Heaven Splitter. Heaven Splitter was not Su Zimo's destiny dermic weapon, and could be used by Dao being Heavenly Dipper the moment the latter got his hands on it. He now had two sabers in his hands. Stars encirclement of the moon, wielding two connate dermic sabers in his hands. Dao being Heavenly Dipper slashed down towards Su Zimo's back. Above the firmaments, a gigantic starry sky appeared. Countless stars shone resplendently as though endless starlight was raining down before them. Stars appeared. The saber beam was piercingly cold. Under the illumination of endless starlight, it transformed into two bright moons that tore through the void and descended. It was an extremely shocking sight. It was as though two full moons were falling from the firmaments and slashing towards Su Zimo. This was the wrath of the firmaments and was unstoppable. Ooh, ooh. Dao being Zephyr Thunder gripped his hammer with both hands and spun his body, causing a series of hurricanes to swirl around the hammer. The hurricanes revolved around him, forming a tornado that connected the heavens and the earth. It swept towards Su Zimo with a terrifying might. Everywhere it passed, sand and rocks filled the skies and mud churned, as though it could destroy all life. Dao being Malevolent Earth swung his bone spear and endless malevolent chi surged forth, forming a black fog that surged violently and transformed into a menacing head in midair. The malevolent black head opened its mouth and bit down viciously at Su Zimo. The three titular disciples attacked at the same time. There was also a possibility that Dao being Hidden Death was nearby. Although he did not appear, he could deal a fatal blow at any moment. The scene before him was extremely similar to how the four of them surrounded and tried to kill Su Zimo 20 days ago. Furthermore, the attacks of Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other two titular disciples were even more terrifying. It was clear that they had already used their full strength. It was suffocating. Even the spectating cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat and suffocate. Was this the power of the titular disciples? Even Dharma-characteristic Dao lords would not be able to last more than a single breath against such a combined attack. Monk Formless' expression was calm, and he did not panic at all as he slammed the mallet in his hands. Dong! The sound of the wooden fish rang. The surrounding cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. Many cultivators clutched their chests and staggered into the distance with pained expressions. Even onlookers would have to risk their lives in such a huge battle. If that was the case for the cultivators watching from afar, it was hard for them to imagine what sort of impact Su Zimo would receive in the middle of the fray. The most frightening thing was that the attacks of the three titular disciples were already crushing down. Unless Su Zimo could release combat strength and methods to match the four of them single-handedly, he would definitely be severely injured. Kill! Su Zimo roared and thunderclap kill exploded, negating the impact of the wooden fish sound. Bald monk. This is the creation green lotus. I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Su Zimo hollered and his glabella shone. A green shadow appeared and an emerald jade-like crystalline lotus appeared. It wasn't just a lotus platform. There were lotus leaves and a stem as well. This was a completely formed creation green lotus. While others did not feel anything when they saw the creation green lotus in its complete form, Monk Formless was shocked. For the creation green lotus to grow to such a state meant that it had already reached maturity. It was said in the ancient books of the Buddhist monasteries that when the creation green lotus stole creation from heaven and earth to reach grade 6 and arrive at maturity, apart from a massive increase in power, there would also be many other obscurities gained. Throughout history, only the ancient Buddha emperor managed to nurture a grade 8 creation green lotus by relying on great wisdom, opportunities, and immense perseverance. It was comparable to an emperor weapon. After that, no one even produced a grade 7 creation green lotus. During this period of time, there were indeed people who managed to produce grade 6 creation green lotuses. However, the creation green lotus required the nurturing of one's essence spirit. Because of that, the cultivation of these cultivators progressed slowly and their lifespans were eventually exhausted, causing them to stop at the Dharma characteristic realm. Yet, the cultivator before him was only more than 100 years old and had managed to nurture a grade 6 creation green lotus. This is way too scary. This thought flashed through Monk Formless' mind. It was not unheard of for paragons to reach the void reversion realm at more than 100 years old. However, the fact that someone managed to nurture a grade 6 creation green lotus while advancing to the void reversion realm in less than 200 years was way too terrifying. It was unimaginable. The void reversion realm had a lifespan of 5,000 years. A void reversion that was more than 100 years old was way too young. The young man before him had more than enough time to nurture the creation green lotus and let it advance by another grade or two. At that time, a grade 7 or even grade 8 creation green lotus would reappear. The entire Tianhuang mainland would be shaken. At the thought of that, Monk Formless shuddered. He could not allow that person to rise. He had to kill that person here and take away the creation green lotus. In the blink of an eye, thousands of thoughts flashed through Monk Formless' mind. However, he did not stop what he was doing. Blood chi surged as he held the wooden fish in his left hand and the wooden mallet in his right, smashing it towards Su Zimo. At that moment, Dao being Heavenly Dipper's double sabers descended first. 2 cold full moons that were shrouded by the stars descended behind Su Zimo's head with a sharp killing intent. Without even turning his head, Su Zimo closed his fingers and conjured a sword art that slashed behind him gently. Chi! A blinding sword beam burst forth with torrential killing intent. If the killing intent released by the 2 full moons could be considered as rivers, the killing intent released by the sword chi was like an endless sea. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. The stars in the sky were thrown into chaos by the killing intent. They collided and turned into streams of light that fell one after another. Without the support of the starlight, the two full moons were sliced into two by the sword chi and dispersed instantly. The white sword chi did not dissipate and slash towards Dao being Heavenly Dipper. That sword chi again. Dao being Heavenly Dipper was alarmed. In the previous exchange, his dermic arts were shattered by this sword chi. Now that Su Zimo was at the void reversion realm, the power of the sword chi was clearly stronger. Dao being Heavenly Dipper did not dare to be careless and hurriedly slashed out multiple saber intents, wanting to destroy the sword chi. Because of that, his attacks towards Su Zimo slowed down slightly and could not pose any real threat. After executing the heaven-slaying sword art, Su Zimo conjured hand seals once more and a pitch-black fiend chi that was chilling to the bones appeared in the air. The demonic chi looked even purer and more condensed than Dao being Malevolent Earth's fiend chi. No matter what, Dao being Malevolent Earth was just a titular disciple. There was no way his fiend technique could compare to half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky. Although Su Zimo had cultivated the immortal and Buddhist dermic arts for more than 100 years. Right now, his dermic powers of the fiend Dao were the strongest. What he devoured was not only the essence spirit of half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky. He also inherited the latter's comprehension and understanding of the fiend Dao. The rumbling fiend chi gathered in midair and turned into a gigantic scythe that was pitch black and cold. When the malevolent head that was floating oversaw the pitch-black scythe, its expression changed starkly. The other cultivators present could not recognize it. However, as a titular disciple of Malevolent Earth sect, he quickly recalled some of the legends of the sect. Heavenly Fiend Scythe. Dao being Malevolent Earth sounded from the malevolent head with a hint of fear. The Heavenly Fiend Scythe was a top-grade dermic art of the ancient fiend Dao. It was extremely ferocious and specialized in reaping the lives of cultivators. Not many people of the same cultivation realm could defend against the scythe. That dermic art had long been lost and he did not expect it to reappear. The strongest dermic art recorded in the Dao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra was none other than the Heavenly Fiend Scythe. Swoosh! The gigantic Heavenly Fiend Scythe was raised and streaked through the air like a black shadow, slashing down fiercely at the incoming malevolent head. Everywhere the gigantic scythe passed, life seemed to be drained clean. The malevolent head collided with the Heavenly Fiend Scythe without causing any loud sounds. Sizzle! Under countless gazes, the Heavenly Fiend Scythe split the gigantic head in midair and slashed down slowly. The malevolent head swayed and its fiend chi could dissipate at any moment. Shoo! The head opened its mouth and a sinister bone spear pierced out, landing heavily on the edge of the scythe. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The malevolent head and the Heavenly Fiend Scythe dispersed completely. Within the pitch-black fiend chi, a figure fell from midair in a wretched manner. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. It was a frightening sight. He was injured. A single exchange had already injured Dao being Malevolent Earth. The crowd fell into an uproar. To think that Su Zimo would be this terrifying now that he was at the void reversion realm. He managed to injure one of the titular disciples, Dao being Malevolent Earth, with a single dermic art. Furthermore, that was under the premise of him going against 4 people single-handedly. In reality, the Heavenly Fiend Scythe was equivalent to a move that came from a lifetime of enlightenment from the half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky but released by Su Zimo's hands. How could Dao being Malevolent Earth defend against it? If not for his swift reaction and timely use of his destiny dermic weapon to defend, he would have been severely injured by now. And at the same time, Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and released the damning mantra, forming the immortal trap seal. After entering the void reversion realm, the power of that dermic art increased exponentially as well. In midair, a gigantic golden palm descended and crushed down towards Dao being Zephyr Thunder, who was surrounded by layers of hurricanes. Compared to the Heavenly Fiend Scythe, the power of the immortal trap seal was much weaker. Although it could not injure Dao being Zephyr Thunder, it managed to block off his attack. The moment Su Zimo attacked, he released all sorts of dermic arts and blocked all 3 of the titular disciples without holding back. The attacks of the three titular disciples paused momentarily. To others, this momentary pause might not amount to anything. However, it was more than enough for Su Zimo. In a fight between experts, a single instant made all the difference. In that instant, Su Zimo was in a one-on-one situation against Monk Formless. Monk Formless only realized that when he attacked. However, it was too late. Monk Formless wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Su Zimo gripped the slender green lotus stem of the creation green lotus and welcomed the incoming wooden fish and mallet. Boom! The three dermic weapons collided with a loud bang. The creation green lotus vibrated gently and released a terrifying power that repelled the two dermic weapons of Monk Formless instantly. Ah! Monk Formless cried out in pain as his palm was torn and blood gushed out. He could not hold on to the two dermic weapons and they flew out of his hands. Before Su Zimo advanced to the Void Reversion realm, Monk Formless was already not a match for him in melee combat. Su Zimo's body underwent the wind and fire tribulations in the three tribulations domain. Coupled with the rebirth of his flesh by the afterglow of the dermic powers released by the ancient mighty figures, his physique was even more terrifying now. Furthermore, he had already advanced to the Void Reversion realm and wielded the Grade 6 creation Green Lotus. Monk Formless could not defend at all. If not for the fact that the two dermic weapons in Monk Formless' hands were the treasures of Formless Monastery and were equivalent to the Mingwang prayer beads, those two dermic weapons would have been destroyed by the creation Green Lotus. Now that Su Zimo had the upper hand, he was relentless. Bald monk, hand over your life. His gaze was like a torch as he hollered and strode forward. The creation Green Lotus in his hands swayed gently, and the lotus platform descended, smashing towards Monk Formless' head. Monk Formless' gaze was ferocious, and his benevolent expression earlier on had long disappeared. As a titular disciple, even if he was at a disadvantage for the time being, he had no fear in the face of such danger. He swiped his storage bag and summoned an ancient mirror above his head. Buzz! The ancient mirror shone brightly and expanded rapidly, shimmering with 6 dermic patterns and shielded Monk Formless beneath it. That ancient mirror was also a Khanate Dao being dermic weapon. The surrounding cultivators were filled with envy. Although they had entered the Dao inheritance ground, most cultivators did not have Khanate dermic weapons. It was already not bad if they could possess a perfect grade dermic weapon. But now, Monk Formless had already revealed 3 Khanate dermic weapons. The might of titular disciples was not only in their combat strength but also their foundation, trump cards, and treasures. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was difficult for titular disciples to be killed by anyone of the same cultivation realm. But now, a monster incarnate of the cultivation world had appeared out of nowhere and destroyed this situation. This person was decisive in killing and was fearless. After entering the Dao inheritance ground, he had already killed 2 titular disciples. On the battlefield, when Su Zimo saw Monk Formless take out the Khanate dermic weapon, the ancient mirror, a cold glint flashed through his eyes as he hollered with a thunderous voice, "Shatter!" The green lotus descended and smashed against the ancient mirror. Boom! There was a deafening bang. Against the tremendous impact, Monk Formless' body bent down and his legs sank deep into the mud, covering his knees. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a pale expression. This single head-on exchange caused his bones to feel like they were about to fall apart. Creaking sounds echoed from his body as his organs vibrated violently. Right then, he heard a strange sound. Crack, crack, crack. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd and countless people gasped. Monk Formless raised his head suddenly and looked up. Cracks appeared on the ancient mirror in his hands and spread continuously, lining the entire mirror in the blink of an eye. Shattered. The Khanate Dao being dermic weapon could not withstand a single attack from the creation Green Lotus and was shattered. A grade 6 creation Green Lotus could fight against a Khanate Dao Lord dermic weapon. There were no scratches on the creation Green Lotus after destroying a Khanate Dao being dermic weapon. It was still as green and shiny as ever. Looking at the shattered ancient mirror, Monk Formless could no longer maintain his composure and his expression changed. Swoosh! The creation green lotus swayed and smashed down once more. The spirit chi of the green lotus was overwhelming, and every single lotus leaf was crystal clear like the most beautiful treasure in the world. However, when the lotus platform smashed down, it carried a destructive aura. The depths of Monk Formless' eyes were filled with fear. If his connate dermic weapon was destroyed by the lotus platform, his body would be smashed into a bloody pulp under the suppression of the lotus platform. At that moment, his legs were deeply sunken into the mud. It was already too late for him to uproot himself and escape. Since even connate Dao being dermic weapons could not defend against the might of the creation green lotus, his other methods were useless as well. The only thing he could do was activate his essence spirit secret skill. Formless finger. Monk Formless roared and his glabella shone. An extremely terrifying spirit consciousness burst forth and condensed a finger in midair, pointing towards Su Zimo's head. At the same time, Dao being Heavenly Dipper had just resolved the heaven-slaying sword art. Dao being Malevolent Earth suffered quite a shock after the collision with the Heavenly Fiend Scythe and had just landed. Dao being Zephyr Thunder had also just destroyed the golden palm of the Immortal Trap Seal. When the three titular disciples saw that, they did not hesitate and made the most appropriate reaction right away. It would be too late for the three of them to make a move or conjure dermic arts to save Monk Formless. The only thing they could use that would arrive instantly was their essence spirit secret skill. Furthermore, in the battle against Su Zimo 20 days ago, he was severely injured and almost died after three titular disciples released their essence spirit secret skills against him. Right now, there were 4 of them, including Dao being Hidden Death. There were 5 of them. There was no need for Dao being Heavenly Dipper to remind him. Dao being Hidden Death would definitely choose the best timing to strike and deal a fatal blow. Previously, Su Zimo had the help of Demoness Ji and Dao being Depamkara to hold off 2 titular disciples. However, this time round, Su Zimo was alone. Desolate Marshal, die. Dao being Malevolent Earth roared and his spirit consciousness burst forth from his glabella, forming a sinister bone spear in midair that stabbed towards Su Zimo. Soul Shaker Art. Dao being Zephyr Thunder hollered. A thick and majestic spirit consciousness converged in midair and formed a spirit consciousness hammer. Lightning flashed as it smashed towards Su Zimo's head. After releasing that essence spirit secret skill, Dao being Zephyr Thunder thought to himself, if I can obtain the purple thunder manual and fuse it with his green thunder manual, I'll be able to cultivate an even more terrifying essence spirit secret skill. That would be the secret skill of the Thunder Emperor back then. At that thought, Dao being Zephyr Thunder's eyes burned. Bang! Boom! Boom! A star condensed from spirit consciousness burst forth from Dao being Heavenly Dipper's glabella in a bedazzling manner, exuding a tremendous might that arrived instantly. The 4 titular disciples attacked at the same time and released their essence spirit secret skills. The impact of such a terrifying spirit consciousness attack was earth-shaking and could even kill Dharma characteristic Dao lords instantly. The entire void was distorted by the interweaving of the 4 spirit consciousnesses. The 4 of them believed that even if Su Zimo possessed the essence spirit dermic weapon from before, he would not be able to defend against their essence spirit secret skills. Right then, a strange fluctuation appeared in the void. A blurry figure appeared. Dao being Hidden Death. He was not in a hurry to attack. He was waiting for Su Zimo's essence spirit dermic weapon to fail before he activated his essence spirit secret skill to deal a fatal blow. Suddenly, the tides changed on the battlefield. Initially, many of the surrounding cultivators were still guessing if Su Zimo could escape alive. But now, when the 4 titular disciples used their essence spirit secret skills, there was a looming sensation of death that was suffocating. There was no trick to a fight between essence spirits. Many cultivators believed that Su Zimo, who had just entered the void reversion realm, might be able to defend against the essence spirit secret skill of a titular disciple. However, there was no way he could defend against 4 titular disciples. On the battlefield, Su Zimo could sense the spirit consciousness fluctuation coming from behind him. His expression was calm and there was not a single ripple in his eyes. All of a sudden, The green lotus platform that was initially smashing down swayed, and a green glow burst forth from it with a boundless sharpness. The green lotus seeds. After the creation green lotus reached grade 6, the number of green lotus seeds had reached 54. Shoo! 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 Su Zimo willed. The 54 green lotus seeds were divided into 4 groups and shot out. There were 13 in each group, and the remaining 2 floated around Su Zimo. Every green lotus seed galloped in midair, and the glow that enveloped its body vaguely resembled a sword. It was extremely sharp. This was also a change brought about by the advancement of the creation green lotus to grade 6. The sharpness of every green lotus seed was condensed, and it would vaguely take on the shape of a sword. 13 green lotus seeds meant that there were 13 swords that slashed towards the 4 incoming spirit consciousnesses. Poof! 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 The 13 green lotus seeds struck the formless finger repeatedly, causing the entire finger to be riddled with holes. The light on the green lotus seeds dimmed while Monk Formless Essence Spirit Secret Skill was neutralized by the former as well. Clang! 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 The spirit consciousness bone spear that came from behind was silent. However, the green lotus seeds seemed to have eyes as they turned into long swords and slashed at the bone spear. In the blink of an eye, the bone spear dissipated. The stars tore through the air with a heavy pressure. The 13 green lotus seeds turned into rays of sword chi and struck the center of the star in succession, penetrating the star spirit consciousness directly. The divine hammer condensed by Tao being Zephyr Thunder's spirit consciousness suffered the same fate, as it was smashed by the green lotus seeds into nothingness. This was the creation green lotus. By stealing the creation of heaven and earth to exist eternally, it was even more terrifying now that it had matured. Initially, when the creation green lotus was at grade 5, Su Zimo was still at the nascent soul realm and could only defend passively against the essence spirit secret skill of the titular disciples. But now, he could use the creation green lotus seeds to fight against the essence spirit secret skills of the titular disciples. The 4 essence spirit secret skills were blocked by the creation green lotus. The moment Tao being hidden death appeared, he hesitated for a moment before vanishing into the void once more. It was not that he did not want to attack, but he did not have the chance. In his original plan, it would be best if Su Zimo was killed by the essence spirit secret skills of the 4 titular disciples. If not, he would definitely be able to shatter the barrier of Su Zimo's essence spirit dermic weapon. He could then seize the opportunity to land a fatal blow. However, Tao being hidden death had not expected that Su Zimo did not even have to use the Mingwang prayer beads to defend against the 4 essence spirit secret skills. Furthermore, there were 2 extremely sharp green lotus seeds floating beside Su Zimo. If Tao being hidden death attacked, he would not pose any threat to Su Zimo and would only expose himself for nothing. Although he was indignant, he still hid himself. As an assassin of hidden death sect, he had to be patient. As long as he was willing to wait patiently, there would definitely be a perfect opportunity to strike. For Tao being Zephyr Thunder, Tao being Heavenly Dipper and Tao being Malevolent Earth, they were merely shocked that the 4 essence spirit secret skills were useless. However, for Monk Formless, it made his face turn ashen and his heart sank instantly. The fight between essence spirits seemed to be slow, but it happened in an instant. Throughout the entire process, Su Zimo was not affected at all. The green lotus platform was the same as before, smashing down on Monk Formless' head. This time round, no one could save him. Formless dermic seal. Monk Formless gave a final push and roared furiously. He closed his hands and conjured a gigantic dermic seal at the fastest speed, colliding with the creation green lotus. Poof! It did not stop at all. The dermic seal was destroyed instantly. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as Monk Formless' hands were crushed by the green lotus platform. The green lotus continued to descend and smashed onto Monk Formless' head. Piak! Like a watermelon shattering. Monk Formless' head was smashed by the green lotus and his brain juices splattered all over the ground. However, the green lotus platform was not tainted at all. Swash! Before the green lotus platform landed on his head, a small, glowing figure flew out from the back of Monk Formless' head. His essence spirit had exited his body. Monk Formless was a titular disciple and had cultivated for more than 2,000 years. Naturally, this body was incomparably precious and would not be abandoned unless it was absolutely necessary. However, losing his body was better than having his spirit destroyed. As long as his essence spirit was still around and he returned to the sect, regardless of assimilation or through the purchase of a Dao-being physical body, he could continue cultivating. Of course, it was probably impossible for him to recover his former combat strength. His title as a titular disciple would definitely be replaced by the sect as well. At the thought of that, he felt a surge of resentment towards Su Zimo once more. You caused my body to be destroyed and my title to be lost. One day, I'll definitely make you pay for this, Monk Formless thought to himself. He had yet to realize at that moment that Su Zimo was not going to let him leave the place alive. The moment his essence spirit left his body, the two green lotus seeds that were initially revolving around Su Zimo flew out and transformed into two rays of sword chi that slashed towards Monk Formless' essence spirit. A beam of light blocked the path ahead. A beam of light chased from behind. Monk Formless did not manage to escape far before he felt a sharp stab. A throbbing pain came from his essence spirit and he could not help but tremble. Su Zimo, what are you doing? Noticing that he could not escape, Monk Formless panicked and could not help but shout in a fierce manner. I'm a titular disciple of Formless Monastery. Are you really going to kill me? Even if he was a monk of Formless Monastery and a titular disciple, he could not maintain his composure in the face of death. Titular disciples are the ones I'm going to kill. Su Zimo's voice was cold and merciless without any hesitation. Poof! Poof! The two green lotus seeds penetrated Monk Formless' essence spirit and endless sharpness surged into his essence spirit, mincing it into pieces. His essence spirit was destroyed. The titular disciple of Formless Monastery had fallen in the Dao inheritance ground. The surrounding cultivators shuddered when they saw that. Looking at the green figure on the battlefield, everyone felt as though they were looking at a god of death that had walked out of hell. Right now, 3 titular disciples had already died in Su Zimo's hands in the Dao inheritance ground. Some cultivators gradually realized. When Su Zimo walked out of the 3 tribulations domain once more, it was not to escape but to kill. He was going to kill all the titular disciples. Monk Formless died. There was a momentary pause on the battlefield. The 3 titular disciples faced Su Zimo and none of them made any rash moves. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 2 had conflicted expressions. For titular disciples tried to kill a Dao being who had just entered the void reversion realm, but one of them was killed instead. Gazing at Su Zimo's back view and the battered corpse of Monk Formless at his feet, the 3 of them felt the urge to retreat for the first time. However, they could not retreat. After all, the 3 of them were titular disciples and the reputation of the major sections. The outcome of this battle had not been decided yet. If they chose to flee for their lives, the sects they belonged to would become the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. Furthermore, in their opinion, even though Su Zimo managed to defend against the earlier fight and even killed Monk Formless, he was almost done with his trump cards. After all, he had just entered the void reversion realm. How long could he last? How much dermic powers did he have left after releasing so many powerful dermic arts? Most importantly, they believed that Dean was definitely rushing over after such a huge commotion here. Once Dean arrived, Su Zimo would definitely die. Unfortunately, Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 2 did not know that at the moment, Dean's attention was entirely focused on Lin Xuanji. In the Dao inheritance ground, one of them gave chase while the other fled for a full 20 days. Although Lin Xuanji could not defeat Dean head-on, he had many random tricks up his sleeves, and it was extremely difficult for Dean to kill him as well. In the past 20 days, Dean had caught up to Lin Xuanji several times. However, the latter used many strange and mysterious methods to escape. Outside the 3 tribulations domain, the wind howled and blood chi filled the air. After killing Monk Formless, Su Zimo turned around slowly and looked at Dao being Heavenly Dipper, Dao being Zephyr Thunder and Dao being Malevolent Earth with a cold gaze. For some reason, The three of them felt an inexplicable pressure when they met Su Zimo's gaze. They were titular disciples. How could they feel pressure from the gaze of anyone of the same cultivation realm? Su Zimo moved. He walked slowly towards the three of them at a steady pace. As he strode over, the three of them felt a suffocating pressure envelop them. A massive shadow seemed to appear above the three of them. I have some grudges with Heavenly Dipper Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace, so it's normal for their titular disciples to hunt me down. Su Zimo turned to look at Tao being Malevolent Earth and asked indifferently, "What is Malevolent Earth Sect here for?" "You're a fiend demon, so you deserve to be hunted by everyone." Tao being Malevolent Earth replied coldly. "Oh." Su Zimo nodded. "Fine then. You can die now." The moment he said that, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he charged towards Tao being Malevolent Earth with the creation Green Lotus in hand. Tao being Malevolent Earth's expression turned cold as he reacted swiftly and retrieved the Mystic Magnet Mountain from his storage bag. The Mystic Magnet Mountain was one of the unique treasures. Although it did not affect the creation Green Lotus, it was impossible for the creation Green Lotus to shatter it as well. Kill! Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Tao being Heavenly Dipper attacked at the same time. There was no way they could let Tao being Malevolent Earth die as well. If Tao being Malevolent Earth were to fall, only the two of them would be left. Even if Tao being Hidden Death was included, they would most likely be doomed. Boom! Tao being Malevolent Earth tossed out the Mystic Magnet Mountain. The Malevolent Earth blood on the Mystic Magnet Mountain had long been washed away, and it expanded against the wind, forming a tall mountain peak that shielded Tao being Malevolent Earth. Tao being Malevolent Earth sneered internally. No matter how strong the creation Green Lotus was, it could not shatter a unique treasure. Rulai Dermic Seal. Right then, Tao being Malevolent Earth, who was hiding behind the Mystic Magnet Mountain, heard a voice. Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and the void trembled. A golden light shone on his glabella and his divine spirit consciousness condensed rapidly, forming a golden swastika symbol. The appearance of that ancient word seemed to be able to freeze the void and suppress it. A divine aura emanated. Against that aura, the essence spirit in Tao being Malevolent Earth's consciousness shuddered and wanted to kneel and submit. Essence spirit secret skill? Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Tao being Heavenly Dipper exclaimed with widened eyes when they saw the golden symbol. They had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to use an essence spirit secret skill the moment he entered the void reversion realm. Furthermore, the might of that essence spirit secret skill made both of them shudder in fear. Rulai Dermic Seal. The essence spirit secret skill in the Great Day Rulai Sutra was extremely powerful and normally, it could only be released by a Dharma characteristics essence spirit. Back in Thousand Demon Valley, Su Zimo had tried releasing it once against the pursuit of the Overlord of Levitating Goat Peak. If Tao Lord Extreme Fire had not acted in time and injected the power of his essence spirit into the Dermic Seal, he would have died in Thousand Demon Valley. The power of the Rulai Dermic Seal released was indeed terrifying. An Overlord was killed by that tiny golden word. This time round, Su Zimo had advanced to the void reversion realm. With the help of the three top-tier cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects, his black-haired essence spirit consciousness could extend 500 kilometers and was comparable to the essence spirit of a Dharma characteristic. Therefore, he attempted to release the Rulai Dermic Seal again. However, he had still underestimated the requirements of the Rulai Dermic Seal on the essence spirit. Although the golden word was successfully condensed, the black-haired essence spirit's light dimmed and was nearly sucked dry by the golden word. Su Zimo felt a wave of dizziness and his body swayed. It was way too scary. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. The power of his essence spirit was still insufficient. He could not use this essence spirit secret skill so casually in the future. He could only attempt it if his cultivation realm increased by 1 or 2 levels and the power of his essence spirit was raised. Malevolent Earth, watch out! Tao being Zephyr Thunder reminded hurriedly. In midair, the golden word shone brightly and charged towards the Mystic Magnet Mountain. A dermic weapon like the Mystic Magnet Mountain could not defend against an essence spirit secret skill at all. In the blink of an eye, the golden word passed through the Mystic Magnet Mountain and descended before Tao being malevolent earth. The golden word advanced and the void was collapsing. That golden word carried an aura that could suppress and destroy everything as it collided head-on. Tao being malevolent earth's pupils constricted. He clearly knew that this was a terrifying essence spirit secret skill, but he could not defend against it. He had just released his essence spirit secret skill and could not condense it again within a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, the golden word imprinted itself on Tao being malevolent earth's glabella and disappeared instantly. Tao being malevolent earth shuddered. The next moment, his gaze turned dull and lifeless. His expression froze and his life force drained rapidly. The surroundings were so silent that a pin drop could be heard. All the cultivators widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly, looking at Tao being malevolent earth in shock. Thump! Under countless gazes, Tao being malevolent earth fell to the ground. He laid on the ground without any wounds on his body at all. However, he was lifeless and no different from a corpse. His life force had dissipated entirely. Tao being malevolent earth's consciousness was calm and silent as well. His essence spirit had already been crushed into dust by the golden word and dissipated within his consciousness. His essence spirit was destroyed. The titular disciple of malevolent earth sect was killed by the rulidermic seal and died. In the blink of an eye, Monk Formless and Tao being malevolent earth, two great titular disciples, died. Outside the three tribulations domain there was silence. Many cultivators who were watching looked at Su Zimo in horror, as though they had seen a ghost. Nobody expected that Su Zimo, who had returned after merely 20 days, would be so domineering. For titular disciples joined forces while Tao being hidden death hid in the vicinity, awaiting an opportunity to strike. Yet, the outcome was the death of two titular disciples. The number one monster incarnate in history had truly risen. Many cultivators had the same thought. They were not the only ones. At that moment, Tao being Heavenly Dipper and Tao being Zephyr Thunder's eyes were filled with shock as well. The tides are on the side of that person. Who can suppress him in the Tao inheritance ground? At that moment, both of their hearts shuddered. There were already 4 titular disciples who died in Su Zimo's hands. The tides were forged in his favor with the blood of titular disciples. Who could match his invincible might? When a butcher killed many dogs, an invisible aura would form around him. Any dog with a bit of intelligence would be able to sense it and not dare to get close. Once a butcher's eyes widened, even the fiercest dog would have to flee with its tail between its legs. But now, Su Zimo was killing titular disciples. He killed titular disciples like he was killing dogs. At the same time that he used his essence spirit secret skill to kill Tao being malevolent earth, Su Zimo's essence spirit became extremely weak and he even felt dizzy. He stood on the spot motionlessly. In reality, this was the only chance for Tao being Zephyr Thunder, Tao being Heavenly Dipper and Tao being Hidden Death to attack. Unfortunately, the 3 of them were stunned by the scene of Tao being malevolent earth's death. They hesitated and did not make a move to either fight or retreat. Su Zimo stood quietly for a moment and snapped out of his stupor. Swallowing a few elixirs, he put away the mystic magnet mountain and strode towards Tao being Heavenly Dipper with a cold gaze. Although the 3 of them were hesitant, Su Zimo was a decisive person. Those titular disciples did not care about their reputation and joined forces to kill him in the Tao inheritance ground, causing Demoness Ji and Mingzhan to barely survive, and he almost died as well. The moment he walked out of the 3 tribulations domain, he was prepared to start a massacre. Tao being Heavenly Dipper was a titular disciple after all and calmed down swiftly when he saw Su Zimo charging over. In his eyes, stars flickered and transformed in a mysterious manner. Su Zimo, you've just entered the void reversion realm. How much strength and methods do you have left after the consecutive battles? Tao being Heavenly Dipper hollered with a domineering might. His words were also a reminder to Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Tao being Hidden Death who were hiding in the shadows. He wanted the 2 of them to be resolute and continue working together to kill Su Zimo. It's enough to kill you. Su Zimo arrived before Tao being Heavenly Dipper with a murderous aura. Waving his left hand, the creation Green Lotus shone brightly and tore through the void. releasing streams of chaos chi towards Dao being Heavenly Dipper. Dao being Heavenly Dipper was shocked. Although the green and crystalline lotus looked fragile enough to be broken with a single attack, its might was terrifying and could even shatter Khanate Dao being dermic weapons. This was how dermic weapons increased the combat strength of a cultivator. Many times, a powerful dermic weapon could even help cultivators kill those above their level. Dao being Heavenly Dipper's eyes flickered with a calm expression. First, he channeled the ancient legacy of his sect, the astral elephant saber, and slashed it at the creation green lotus. Thereafter, he gripped Heaven Splitter tightly with his other hand and thrust it towards Su Zimo's chest. Saber intent burst forth. Although the astral elephant saber was also a Khanate Dao being dermic weapon, it had been passed down through the ages and could not destroy the might of the creation green lotus with a single slash. Furthermore, Dao being Heavenly Dipper's counterattack was not merely a passive defense. There was also the retaliation of Heaven Splitter. Two gigantic stars appeared in Dao being Heavenly Dipper's eyes, replacing his pupils. All of a sudden, two beams of starlight shot out from Dao being Heavenly Dipper's eyes without warning, piercing towards Su Zimo's face. Astral Eye. This was the inheritance visual technique of Heavenly Dipper sect and was extremely powerful. Even though he was faced with the invincible tides forged after killing 4 titular disciples, Dao being Heavenly Dipper showed no fear and released all his trump cards with a powerful counterattack. When he saw that, Dao being Zephyr Thunder's eyes flashed with lightning. Narrowing his gaze, he made up his mind and charged towards Su Zimo's side. Dao being Heavenly Dipper's methods were suffocating. After all, there was only a single creation green lotus. If the two of them cooperated well, they could definitely kill Su Zimo here. TSK. 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 The moment the stars appeared in Dao being Heavenly Dipper's eyes, Su Zimo's right eye shone with sword lights. The sword lights formed a sword formation in midair. It was the illumination sword formation. The starlight descended and collided with the sword formation, causing a loud bang. The sword formation dissipated immediately and starlight scattered in a bedazzling manner. Dao being Heavenly Dipper only felt his vision blur and narrowed his eyes instinctively. When he opened his eyes again, his body shuddered as though he was pulled by some mysterious force and he dodged to the side. The two sabers seemed like they were about to leave his hands, as well as the saber intent that he had just condensed dissipated instantly. A gray mountain stood beside Su Zimo, exuding a mysterious aura as it sucked Dao being Heavenly Dipper's 2 sabers. The moment Dao being Zephyr Thunder arrived behind Su Zimo, the hammer in his hands tilted and he staggered, almost being dragged by the mystic magnet mountain as well. It was the ancient unique treasure, the mystic magnet mountain. After killing Dao being Malevolent Earth, Su Zimo had already retrieved the treasure. By releasing it at this critical moment, he instantly undid the combined attack of the 2 titular disciples. Even though the attacks of the 2 titular disciples stopped, Su Zimo's movements did not pause at all. The jade green lotus platform fell and smashed towards Dao being Heavenly Dipper's head. At that moment, Dao being Heavenly Dipper wielded 2 sabers that were drawn in by the mystic magnet mountain, causing it to seem as though he was stuck in a swamp. If he did not let go, there was no way he could avoid the creation green lotus. However, if he let go, he would lose 2 Khanate dermic weapons. In the blink of an eye, Dao being Heavenly Dipper made a decision. He released his grip and abandoned his Khanate dermic weapons, retreating in a bid to escape. Right then, a strange black light shone in Su Zimo's eyes. Caught off guard, Dao being Heavenly Dipper exchanged glances with him and his mind went blank momentarily. Heavenly Fiend Eye. Starlight shone brightly in Dao being Heavenly Dipper's spirit consciousness, creating massive waves. Dao being Heavenly Dipper jolted awake instantly. Another visual technique. Out of fright, Dao being Heavenly Dipper broke out in cold sweat. If it was anyone else, even if they were not controlled by the Heavenly Fiend Eye, they would not be able to wake up so quickly. However, it was already too late for Dao being Heavenly Dipper to escape from the attack range of the creation green lotus with that slight delay. He tugged his waist and crushed a jade accessory that hung on it. Swoosh! A bedazzling light flashed and enveloped him. Protection dermic weapon. Boom! At the same time that the protection dermic weapon was formed, the creation green lotus struck it with a loud bang. Crack! 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 The creation green lotus shattered the barrier of the protection dermic weapon with a single attack. Dao being Heavenly Dipper seized the opportunity to retreat. Su Zimo flicked his wrist and the creation green lotus spun in his palm. The seemingly weak lotus leaf brushed past Dao being Heavenly Dipper's throat gently. Shing! A stream of blood spewed out. Dao being Heavenly Dipper's head was sliced off neatly. The edges of the lotus leaf were sharper than divine weapons. Although Dao being Heavenly Dipper was a titular disciple with rich experience and knowledge, he knew nothing about the creation green lotus. Or rather, not many people in the cultivation world knew about the creation green lotus. Dao being Heavenly Dipper had not expected that the thin and crystalline lotus leaf would possess such a terrifying lethality. This method of killing was truly unconstrained and unreasonable. However, the outcome was extremely cruel. His head was severed and his body was crippled. A small glowing human flew out from the head. Dao being Heavenly Dipper's essence spirit had a frightened expression and wanted to escape like a stray dog. OM! Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and the damning mantra descended. Dao being Heavenly Dipper's essence spirit shuddered and the light that surrounded it dimmed significantly. Ma! The damning mantra sounded again. Dao being Heavenly Dipper's body shuddered once more and the light on his essence spirit became almost negligible. And Pa! Su Zimo did not pause at all and released 4 Sanskrit words of the damning mantra consecutively, not giving Dao being Heavenly Dipper any chance to catch his breath. Dao being Heavenly Dipper's essence spirit paused in midair step by step. He had just taken 4 steps when cracks appeared on his essence spirit. Without the protection of his body, his essence spirit could not withstand the repeated attacks of the 4 Sanskrit words of the damning mantra and his life force vanished as he fell from midair. Dao being Heavenly Dipper was dead. The initially restless crowd had already quietened down and was silent. All the cultivators held their breaths and focused, as though they were oppressed by an indescribable aura. None of them dared to speak, afraid that a catastrophe would befall them. Including Dao being Heavenly Dipper, there were already 5 titular disciples who died in the Dao inheritance ground. Furthermore, all of them died in the hands of a single person. What was even more frightening was that the number might increase further. Dao being Zephyr Thunder was retreating. A look of panic finally appeared in his eyes. He did not want any treasures or the Purple Thunder manual anymore. It did not matter even if he was disgraced. Right now, he only wanted to leave the Dao inheritance ground alive. This place was a nightmare for the titular disciples. Right then, Su Zimo turned around slowly, and his gaze landed on Dao being Zephyr Thunder's face. It was as cold as a knife and chilling to the bones. Dao being Zephyr Thunder realized that he might not be able to escape. Desolate Marshal, you've killed way too many people this time round. Dao being Zephyr Thunder suddenly spoke. Oh! Su Zimo raised his brow and asked, So what? Dao being Zephyr Thunder said, Titular disciples have an extremely high status in the super sects. While the super sects might not be bothered if normal cultivators in the sect were killed, they will definitely not let you off if the titular disciples are killed. By now, there are already 5 titular disciples that have fallen in your hands. This means that you've already offended 5 super sects. 100 Refinement sect alone won't be able to protect you. If Extreme Fire is stubborn, the only outcome will be for 100 Refinement sect to be destroyed along with you. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he asked with a fake smile. So, Dao being Zephyr Thunder was enraged. He had said so much, but Su Zimo did not take it seriously at all. Given his status and reputation in the cultivation world, who would dare to be so rude and look down on him? However, he suppressed his anger very quickly. Given the pressing circumstances, he could only swallow everything. Dao being Zephyr Thunder took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Therefore, you've already killed enough titular disciples. If you attack me as well, you'll have to face the revenge of the 6 super sects. You won't be able to take it. Oh! Suzimo replied indifferently and said in a nonchalant manner, "So what? I'll kill as many as they come. The reason why I'm at this level today is because I've trampled on the corpses of countless paragons." Fufu. Dao being Zephyr Thunder laughed as well. "Desolate Marshal. I don't think you understand what I mean. If the 6 super sects want to take revenge, they won't send void reversions after you. They're going to send Dharma characteristics and conjoint bodies." The crowd stirred. Many cultivators knew that Dao being Zephyr Thunder's words were not meant to scare Suzimo. The death of a titular disciple was definitely a major event for the super sects. It was normal for Dharma characteristic Dao lords or conjoint body mighty figures to appear. "There's something that I've never understood." Suzimo smiled faintly and asked, "In the Dao inheritance ground, you guys were the ones who ganged up on me but were killed instead. How can the sects behind you have the cheek to seek revenge on me, or even send forth Dharma characteristics and conjoint bodies?" Dao being Zephyr Thunder felt a burning sensation on his face. Under normal circumstances in the cultivation world, even if someone was killed in a fight between cultivators of the same cultivation realm, experts of the sect would not show themselves. That was because the escalation of the conflict might result in a chaotic battle between 2 major sects or even multiple factions, and the situation would get out of hand. Throughout history, there have been countless such painful lessons. Therefore, generally speaking, if cultivators of the same cultivation realm were to fight, even if one of them were to die, it would only be because their skills were inferior and no experts of the sect would seek revenge. However, Suzimo's situation was different. Behind him was a declining 100 Refinement sect. However, 100 Refinement sect was only one of the unorthodox groups. Even if there was an expert like Extreme Fire, there was no way he could stop super sects like the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. Most importantly, Suzimo had already formed a feud with the super sections. They would definitely not allow such a terrifying monster incarnate to grow. Out of fear, the super sects would definitely take action. If such a monster incarnate were to enter the Dharma characteristic realm, there wouldn't be many people in the cultivation world who could subdue him. No matter what, you've already offended so many sections. It's not good for you to incur the wrath of my Zephyr Thunder Palace as well, Dao being Zephyr Thunder said in a deep voice. Although he said it beautifully, many cultivators could tell that Dao being Zephyr Thunder was begging for mercy. Suzimo sneered internally. Even if he wanted to stop, Zephyr Thunder Palace would not let him off. As long as he did not hand over the Purple Thunder Manual, Zephyr Thunder Palace would continue to hunt him down. "There's something you didn't get right." Suzimo looked at Dao being Zephyr Thunder and said slowly, "Since I've already offended so many sects, I don't mind adding your sect in as well." Crack. In a flash of lightning, Suzimo had already vanished from the spot and was charging towards Dao being Zephyr Thunder. Zephyr Thunder escape. Dao being Zephyr Thunder seemed to be prepared for this. Without saying a word, he swept his body with a violent gust of wind and burst forth with lightning before turning to flee. The 2 cultivators were extremely fast and passed through the crowd instantly. Suddenly, a gigantic pair of dermic power wings grew from Suzimo's back. Ethereal wings was a secret skill comprehended by an ancient mighty figure through observing the Rakshasa race. Although its speed was far from the frightening speed of the Rakshasa race, coupled with lightning escape, Suzimo's speed doubled once again. "Kill!" He roared and thunderclap kill burst forth. Boom! Dao being Zephyr Thunder felt as though a thunderclap had exploded in his ears and the blood chi in his body churned. It was extremely uncomfortable and his movement technique slowed down. That delay allowed Suzimo to catch up from behind. Waving the creation Green Lotus in his hands, it shone brightly and smashed down towards Dao being Zephyr Thunder. "Desolate Marshal, you've gone too far." Dao being Zephyr Thunder twisted his body in midair with widened eyes. With a long roar, he swung his hammer and struck towards the creation Green Lotus. Boom! The creation Green Lotus collided against the Zephyr Thunder hammer with a loud bang. The Zephyr Thunder hammer was a legacy dermic weapon of the ancient era of the Zephyr Thunder Palace. Although the creation Green Lotus was powerful, it could not destroy the former with a single strike. However, things were not looking great for Dao being Zephyr Thunder. The power of the creation Green Lotus surged into his body through the Zephyr Thunder Hammer, causing his body to fall rapidly and his arm that held the Zephyr Thunder Hammer to tremble slightly. In melee combat, he was no match for Su Zimo at all. Furthermore, Su Zimo possessed a killing weapon like the creation Green Lotus. Apocalyptic 5 Thunders. As Tao being Zephyr Thunder retreated, he conjured hand seals and released the legacy phenomenon of Zephyr Thunder Palace in the form of a dermic art. Bang! Boom! Boom! In the firmaments, the dark clouds were thick and heavy like lead, shimmering with streaks of lightning. A dull thunder rumbled as though a god was riding on a chariot. There were a total of 5 divine thunderbolts. Each one was more terrifying than the last. If 5 of them were gathered, they would be able to destroy the world. Tao being Zephyr Thunder believed that Su Zimo had expended a lot of energy fighting the 4 titular disciples consecutively. Right now, the latter did not have much dermic powers left, and it would be difficult for him to defend against his apocalyptic 5 thunders. In reality, Tao being Zephyr Thunder was right. Given Su Zimo's current condition, his essence spirit was weak and it was indeed difficult for him to form dermic arts. However, he had the creation Green Lotus. After the creation Green Lotus entered its mature stage, not only did its power increase tremendously, it also had many mysterious and shocking aspects. Su Zimo injected the remaining dermic powers in his body into the creation Green Lotus, and with a single thought, it expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had already surpassed Su Zimo. The gigantic lotus floated in midair and blocked the first thunderbolt that descended with ease. That's only the first bolt. The more powerful ones are yet to come. Tao being Zephyr Thunder grit his teeth and channeled his dermic powers while changing hand seals. Before long, a second thunderbolt was formed beneath the dark clouds. "You don't have a chance anymore," Su Zimo said indifferently. He released his grip and under countless gazes, the creation Green Lotus rose rapidly towards the dark clouds in the skies. The entire world was filled by the Green Lotus. The stem of the lotus was green and straight as it rose into the skies. The gigantic lotus leaves blotted out the skies as though they were enveloping all the cultivators in the world. One end of the Green Lotus platform broke through the pitch-black clouds and 6 layers of lotus petals bloomed layer by layer, filled with endless light. What happened was way too shocking. All the cultivators seemed incomparably tiny before the Green Lotus. This is the true creation Green Lotus. That was the only thought in the minds of many cultivators. Their eyes were widened and their mouths were agape with shock. They could no longer speak. A Green Lotus rose from the ground, threatening to break through the firmaments and shatter the void. The Green Lotus swayed and rays of light filled the skies. The entire space of the Tao inheritance ground trembled. Many cultivators had a feeling that if not for the wills of many ancient mighty figures stabilizing this space, the creation Green Lotus would have been able to pierce a hole in the skies. The thick dark clouds that Tao being Zephyr Thunder created were torn apart by a simple sway of the creation Green Lotus. Multicolored light filled the air and punctured the dark clouds. The divine thunder vanished instantly. Before the second bolt of divine thunder descended, the apocalyptic 5 thunders was already shattered into pieces by the creation Green Lotus. Tao being Zephyr Thunder's face turned pale. In the face of the creation Green Lotus, none of the titular disciples could withstand a single blow. It was way too scary. With such a terrifying dermic weapon as a support, who could stop this monster incarnate in the future? Shoo! A green light flashed. The creation Green Lotus returned to its original size and returned to Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he charged towards Tao being Zephyr Thunder, without giving him a chance to catch his breath. "What other methods do you have? Release them all." Su Zimo hollered and waved the creation Green Lotus, causing it to sway gently. Endless rays of light shone towards Tao being Zephyr Thunder. A look of despair flashed through Tao being Zephyr Thunder's eyes. What else could he do? Even if he was at his peak condition, he could only die here under the suppression of the creation Green Lotus. He suddenly felt a sense of regret. If he had retreated in time, if he had been more decisive, if he had not been so greedy, he might not have died here. Thousands of thoughts surged into his mind and turned into an indignant roar. Tao being Zephyr Thunder was a titular disciple after all and would definitely not surrender. After severing all thoughts, he swung the Zephyr Thunder hammer with both hands, creating a tornado that connected heaven and earth as he charged towards Su Zimo. Boom! The creation Green Lotus collided with the tornado and exploded. The tornado dissipated and the Zephyr Thunder hammer fell to the side. Tao being Zephyr Thunder opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood as his body fell limply to the back. Suddenly, a beam of light flew out from his head and escaped into the distance. The crowd was in an uproar when they saw that. Tao being Zephyr Thunder's body was not damaged to the point where he had to abandon it. However, in order to escape, Tao being Zephyr Thunder abandoned his body and released his essence spirit, speeding into the distance at his fastest speed. Fu! Su Zimo chuckled. Tao being Zephyr Thunder's essence spirit, who had not escaped far away, suddenly paused and looked ahead in horror. In front of him and behind him were two shimmering green lotus seeds that shone with a sharp glint. Prior to this, 52 green lotus seeds had already returned to the lotus platform after clashing against the essence spirit secret skills of the 4 titular disciples. Of the 54 green lotus seeds, there were still 2 left. However, they were unaffected and were still emitting a glow. They transformed into 2 flying swords that blocked Tao being Zephyr Thunder. Su Zimo had expected that Tao being Zephyr Thunder's essence spirit would leave his body, and he had already released the 2 green lotus seeds. Tao being Zephyr Thunder's essence spirit stirred, and the 2 green lotus seeds chased after him. Su Zimo walked towards Tao being Zephyr Thunder's essence spirit and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Zephyr Thunder, do you know why I left you for last?" When the 4 titular disciples besieged Su Zimo, the order of his counterattack varied. Why? At this point, Tao being Zephyr Thunder knew that he was bound to die. Instead, he calmed down and asked. Su Zimo said coolly, "That's because while you want my Purple Thunder manual, I want your Green Thunder manual as well." Ha 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 ha. Tao being Zephyr Thunder reared his head in laughter. "Desolate Marshal, oh desolate Marshal, you're still too young. How can the storage bags of us cultivators contain secret skills exclusive to our sex? It's easy for you to kill me, but you're dreaming if you want to obtain the Green Thunder manual." Tao being Zephyr Thunder's eyes were filled with mockery, as though he could die in peace if Su Zimo was dealt a blow before he died. Arriving in front of Tao being Zephyr Thunder, Su Zimo grabbed his essence spirit and said indifferently, "Not necessarily. Soul-searching art." Su Zimo called softly. This was the first time Su Zimo had used the soul-searching art after devouring the essence spirit that was reborn from half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky and cultivating the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. Although there was no offensive essence spirit dermic formulation in the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra, this essence spirit secret skill was extremely terrifying as well. If used properly, it would be extremely useful. A transparent ball of light appeared in Su Zimo's palm, and Tao being Zephyr Thunder's essence spirit was within it. Filled with fear, Black Fiend Chi appeared on the surface of the ball of light and coiled around Tao being Zephyr Thunder's essence spirit, as though it possessed spirit consciousness. In the blink of an eye, Tao being Zephyr Thunder's body was shrouded by a large amount of pitch-black fiend chi. Like chains, he was rooted to the ball of light and could not move at all. Immediately after, a large amount of unfamiliar memories surged into Su Zimo's mind. The soul-searching art was not without restrictions. If he were to search through all of Tao being Zephyr Thunder's memories, it would be the memories of a cultivator's entire life. Thousands of years were too many and complex for Su Zimo to handle. Furthermore, the soul-searching art might fail midway. The best way was to browse quickly. Insignificant memories were viewed fleetingly. He only stopped when there was useful information and took out that portion of memories to memorize. Su Zimo held the creation Green Lotus in his left hand and shook it gently. Lowering his head, memories flashed through his mind. As time passed, Tao being Zephyr Thunder's essence spirit within the ball of light withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. While his life force was still present, the light on his essence spirit was dimming. Ah! Tao being Zephyr Thunder let out a tragic cry within the ball of light. He felt as though something that originally belonged to him was being extracted bit by bit, irreversibly. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. While the soul-searching art extracted memories, it would also cause irreversible damage to the essence spirit. Therefore, even if the essence spirit survived, it would definitely lose its memories or turn into an idiot. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. The memory fragments that were initially flashing through his mind suddenly stopped and began to flow slowly. It was a secret inheritance chamber in Zephyr Thunder Palace. An old man with a dignified expression handed a slightly yellowed ancient book to Tao being Zephyr Thunder. There were 3 words written on the ancient book: Green Thunder Manual. Remember, this Green Thunder Manual is not a complete cultivation technique. You have to fuse it with the Purple Thunder Manual in order to create the Great Void Spirit Refinement section. In the Great Void Spirit Refinement section, there's an Essence Spirit secret skill known as the Fury of Thunder, and it's extremely powerful. In the ancient era, there were countless experts from foreign races who died under the Fury of Thunder. The old man from Zephyr Thunder Palace said sternly. The scene continued. Cultivate this Green Thunder Manual here. After memorizing it, I'll return it to its original spot, said the old man from Zephyr Thunder Palace. In the scene, as Tao being Zephyr Thunder browsed through the Green Thunder Manual, Su Zimo memorized its contents as well. It was an extremely mysterious feeling. He had obtained a top-tier cultivation technique by absorbing another person's memories. If it was in the past, Su Zimo would not have dared to even think about it. Such treacherous methods were completely beyond his knowledge. After memorizing the Green Thunder Manual, Su Zimo wanted to browse through Tao being Zephyr Thunder's other memories to see if there were any powerful cultivation techniques or secret skills that he could retrieve. However, he suddenly felt the scene before him blur. Immediately after, the fiend chi within the ball of light in his palm snapped. The soul-searching art had ended. Thankfully, he browsed through it quickly and found an important part like the Green Thunder Manual. Otherwise, if he were to look at it bit by bit, the soul-searching art might have ended before he even got through the teenage memories of Tao being Zephyr Thunder. Within the ball of light, Tao being Zephyr Thunder's gaze was unfocused and he looked like he was in a daze. There was no pity in Su Zimo's eyes as he exerted strength in his palm and crushed Tao being Zephyr Thunder's essence spirit. If he were to fall into Tao being Zephyr Thunder's hands, his outcome would be even more tragic. Tao being Zephyr Thunder was dead. At this point of the battle, the dust had already settled. Outside the 3 tribulations domain, 4 titular disciples tried to kill Su Zimo but were completely annihilated. None of them survived. Many cultivators looked at the battlefield with conflicted expressions. I truly did not expect this to be the outcome of this battle. As expected of the strongest monster incarnate in history, I heard that his strength is even greatly restricted in the Tao inheritance ground. It's hard to imagine how strong he would be outside. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial to all living beings. It might not be a bad thing for the cultivation world to have someone with his ambition and boldness. Fufu. How can the 6 super sects allow Tao being Desolate Martial to continue growing after suffering such a huge loss? They will definitely kill him. Agreed. If not for the fact that the power of a conjoint body mighty figure could not penetrate the Tao inheritance ground, there might have already been some mighty figures who could not sit still. Many cultivators did not disperse and discussed softly. In reality, they were not wrong. Tao being Heavenly Dipper, Tao being Zephyr Thunder and the other few titular disciples were dead and the cultivation world outside had long exploded. Glass Palace, Formless Monastery, Heavenly Dipper Sect, Malevolent Earth Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace and even Poison Sect were making huge moves, preparing to kill their way into 100 Refinement Sect. Ever since the end of that catastrophe 10,000 years ago, while the bloodshed in the cultivation world had never ended, there were rarely any major events that required a conjoint body mighty figure to make an appearance. However, this time round, more than one conjoint body mighty figure had appeared. Instantly, Tianhuang mainland was in turmoil. Middle Continent, 100 Refinement Sect. News of the Dao inheritance ground had already spread to 100 Refinement sect. Everyone in the sect was shocked. As for 1,000 Crane sect's spirit cranes, they covered Tianhuang mainland. The movements of Heavenly Dipper sect, Malevolent Earth sect, Formless Monastery and other super sects were also spread to 100 Refinement sect. In the 100 Refinement main hall, the expressions of Extreme Fire and the others were extremely grim. What should we do? Although Dao Lord White Flames knew that Su Zimo was the disciple of Grandmaster Extreme Fire, he was a little anxious right now. As the sect master of 100 Refinement sect, he naturally had to think for 100 Refinement sect and said in a deep voice, "Grandmaster Extreme Fire, please forgive me for being blunt, but we can't protect Uncle Master Su. He's in big trouble this time round." Extreme Fire frowned slightly and asked coldly, "Is he to blame for this? How do you expect him to face the combined attacks of those titular disciples? Should he have stood on the spot and allowed them to slaughter him?" The 3 consecutive questions stumped Dao Lord White Flames, causing him to sweat profusely. But Dao Lord White Flames was extremely anxious and wanted to speak, but stopped. Extreme Fire, White Flames is also thinking for 100 Refinement sect. With a calm expression, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "He's right. 100 Refinement sect won't be able to protect Su Zimo. Even if the 4 unorthodox groups join forces, we won't be able to." The 4 unorthodox groups specialized in weapon refinement and talisman crafting. In terms of combat strength, they were far inferior to the experts of the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries. Even in 100,000 years, the unorthodox groups might not be able to produce another expert the same level as Extreme Fire. "That's right." Elder Gu nodded as well. "We all understand that this child is decent and even saved your life. You may not want him to die, but the reality is right in front of you. 100 Refinement sect can't protect him," Elder Gu suggested. "Why don't we send the child away after he comes out?" "To where?" Xianxia frowned. "Who in Tianhuang mainland would dare to have anything to do with this lad? Should we ask Enigma Palace to step in?" Elder Gu said in a low voice. "Enigma Palace has always been fair and impartial. Su Zimo is not at fault for this matter. They might be able to protect him. Furthermore, Enigma Palace does have the capability to do so. If there was any faction in Tianhuang mainland that could defend against the attacks of 6 super sects, it was probably the most mysterious Enigma Palace." "It's useless." Xianxia shook her head. "If the 6 super sects make things difficult for us, they don't even have to use the excuse of taking revenge for their titular disciples. They can just say that they're exterminating evil and fiends. No matter how strong Enigma Palace is, they wouldn't dare to take on such a huge pressure and protect a cultivator who might be a fiend demon. That's not in line with what Enigma Palace does." Elder Gu and the others knew that Xianxia was right. Everyone exchanged glances and sighed deeply. This was a dead end that could not be broken. Extreme Fire had a dark expression and no one knew what he was thinking about. "Extreme Fire, let me say something. Don't be angry." Elder Gu was silent for a long time before saying, "Right now, the only chance of survival is for Su Zimo to leave 100 Refinement sect and survive on his own. I believe that given the child's temperament, he can understand us." Elder Gu added as well, "That's right. Tianhuang mainland is boundless and might not be hopeless. At the very least, he can head to the 8 demon regions." In truth, that statement could only be used to deceive oneself. If the conjoint body mighty figures of 6 super sects of the human race were to make a move, none of the demon regions would engage in a bloody battle with the 6 super sects just for Su Zimo. Right then, Extreme Fire suddenly said, "When he returns, I'll take him away from 100 Refinement sect. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with 100 Refinement sect anymore." "Ah!" everyone exclaimed and looked at Extreme Fire in disbelief. Everyone understood that the reason why Extreme Fire said that he had nothing to do with 100 Refinement sect was because he did not want to implicate it. With that, the 6 super sects would no longer have any reason to vent their anger on 100 Refinement sect because of Su Zimo and him. However, no one expected that Extreme Fire would make such a huge sacrifice for Su Zimo. abandoning everything to escape to the end of the world with Su Zimo. Extreme Fire, you've just been reborn. There's no need. Xianxia was agitated and choked with emotions. She could not continue. Extreme Fire patted Xianxia's palm gently with a hint of guilt in his eyes as he said gently, "Xianxia, I'm going to have to let you down again." Xianxia shook her head without saying anything. She merely grabbed Extreme Fire's arm and refused to let go. "You guys might have misunderstood me," Extreme Fire said. "The reason why I'm protecting Zimo so much, and am even willing to risk my life to escape with him, is not because he saved me in the past. It's because he is desolate martial and he wishes to establish a Tao. He wishes to establish a Tao for all living beings. Just this reason alone is enough for me to do everything I can to ensure his safety, even if I die." Everyone was shocked. Elder Gu and the others shook their heads and sighed. Back then, the three of them courted Xianxia at the same time, but she chose Extreme Fire. Throughout all these years, the two of them still felt a trace of indignance. However, just then, they realized the difference between them and Extreme Fire. Right then, 100 Refinement Sect Cultivator ran in hurriedly and panted. "Sect Master, Seniors, a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord outside requests an audience. He says that he's the Azura." Everyone's expressions changed slightly. "Tao Lord Azura? What is he doing here?" Elder Gu frowned. Tao Lord Extreme Fire pondered for a moment before waving his hand. "Let him in." Although Tao Lord Azura had a terrible reputation in the cultivation world and was cold-blooded and bloodthirsty, he seemed to have some ties with Su Zimo. Furthermore, 100 Refinement Sect had no feud with the Azura. At that moment, there was no need for the Azura to come to 100 Refinement Sect to kill anyone either. Before long, Xianxia strode in with a long black robe. He looked unusually pale and was expressionless. Tao Lord Extreme Fire and Xianxia scanned with their spirit consciousnesses and could not help but frown. Elder Gu of Elixir Yang Sect sniffed and sensed something as well. Xianxia was injured. Furthermore, it was an injury on the essence spirit and was extremely difficult to repair. Extreme Fire asked indifferently, "Azura, why have you come to 100 Refinement Sect?" The Azura did not bow either. With a cold expression, he went straight to the point. "If Su Zimo returns and 100 Refinement Sect wishes to abandon him, I'll take him away." At that point, the entire hall fell silent. Tao Lord Extreme Fire's gaze on Xianxia turned gentler as well. Xianxia asked, "Where are you taking him?" "Azura Sect can't protect him either. Don't forget, Malevolent Earth Sect is among the 6 major sections. The world is vast and we can settle anywhere." Xianxia was still expressionless as he said indifferently. All the cultivators in the hall fell silent. The legendary cold-blooded and bloodthirsty Azura actually made the same decision as Extreme Fire after hearing the news of the 6 major sects. Abandoning the status and reputation of the cultivation world, they were willing to protect Su Zimo and escape together. Who said that such a person was cold-blooded and heartless? Tao Lord Extreme Fire looked at Xianxia and said softly, "If I'm not wrong, your essence spirit's injuries are not light. Were you injured when you killed Tao Lord Immortal Sword and the others?" Xianxia remained silent as a form of acknowledgement. "It's very difficult to recover from an injury like yours. Instead of resting and recuperating properly, you want to escape to the end of the world with someone else? Do you want to die?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked again. "I'll do my best." Xianxia lowered his head slightly and replied. Even if he was severely injured, he had to protect Su Zimo and escape. Elder Gu's heart skipped a beat as he lamented. "Rumors are harmful and the masses speak louder than the truth. Now that I've seen it for myself, I finally understand the Azura's nature." For some reason, Elder Gu felt his nose sting and his eyes were moist. He walked forward quickly and took out a small medicine bottle from his storage bag, handing it to Xianxia. "Here's a 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir. I only have one with me and it's good for your essence spirit's injuries. Hurry and accept it." Everyone present was shocked. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir was a spirit elixir from the ancient era and its refinement method had long been lost. Every time it was used, there would be one less. Most importantly, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir could be considered as the best elixir to repair one's essence spirit. That elixir was definitely a priceless treasure. In the cultivation world, even conjoint body mighty figures would fight to the death for it. However, despite Elder Gu offering such a precious item, Yen Beichin was completely unappreciative. He harumphed and turned his head with a disdainful expression. He was the Azura and had never wanted anything from anyone. How could he accept such charity? However, he seemed to have thought of something in the blink of an eye, and a hint of struggle flashed through his eyes. After hesitating for a long time, he turned around and took the bottle. "Thank you." The Azura had never thanked anyone in his life. But today he had broken his vow. "Take it here and recover as soon as possible." Extreme Fire said, "As for Zimo's matter, let's wait and see. There might be other ways." The Azura did not reply and merely kept the bottle carefully without consuming the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir. While Extreme Fire and the others were puzzled, they did not ask further. Although the battle outside the 3 Tribulations domain had already ended, many cultivators were still lingering. Many people had yet to recover from their shock as they looked at the green-robed cultivator on the battlefield. I reckon that from today onwards, the title of number 1 Perfected Lord will no longer belong to Desolate Marshal. Right now, he should be the number 1 Dao Lord. Not necessarily. Don't forget about Diin. Many cultivators were shocked. They realized that there might be a shocking battle that would be even more terrifying than this. On the battlefield, Su Zimo consumed some elixirs and collected spoils from the battlefield while recovering his stamina and essence spirit. After he entered the Dao inheritance ground, almost everybody he killed were titular disciples. Although there were no cultivation techniques or secret skills in the storage bags of titular disciples, there were indeed all sorts of superior-grade elixirs. The belongings of Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 4 titular disciples were also good stuff. Disregarding the items in their storage bags, the Destiny Dermic weapons of the 4 of them alone were Khanate Dermic weapons that originated from the ancient era. They could even withstand the creation Green Lotus without shattering. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Turning his head slightly, he looked into the void not far away. No matter what, Desolate Marshal established his Dao and killed 4 titular disciples right after entering the Void Reversion realm. His momentum is truly unstoppable. That's right, only Dao being Hidden Death left. Dao being Hidden Death sure is smart. He did not attack the entire time and managed to avoid a calamity. The discussions continued. Dao being Hidden Death had not gone far and was hidden nearby. When he heard the discussions of many cultivators, he felt bitterness in his mouth. Ever since the battle broke out, he had been hovering around Su Zimo, waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. However, he did not attack the entire time. It was not that he did not want to, but he truly did not have a chance. The 4 titular disciples released their essence spirit secret skills at the same time. At that time, he had just appeared before concealing himself right away. Even if he attacked then, he would not be able to hurt Su Zimo at all. That was because Su Zimo had an essence spirit dermic weapon that he had yet to use. It could defend against his essence spirit secret skill at least once. It was meaningless to attack like that. Therefore, he hid himself once more and waited patiently. However, as time passed by and the titular disciples died one after another in Su Zimo's hands, he suddenly realized that his chances were decreasing. When all 4 of the titular disciples were dead, he did not dare to move anymore. Compared to Heavenly Dipper and the others, at least I'm alive. Dao being Hidden Death consoled himself. Right then, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and his hairs stood on end. Su Zimo turned around and stared at his position. Dao being Hidden Death felt his scalp tingle as he tried his best to channel Hidden Death Sex Fiend technique to calm down his aura, bloodline flow, and heartbeat. However, Su Zimo did not retract his gaze and continued to stare at his position with a mocking gaze. How is that possible? Dao being Hidden Death tried his best to control his state of mind and not let his emotions fluctuate too much. He closed both eyes tightly to retract the light in them. It's impossible for him to discover my tracks. This must be a coincidence. Dao being hidden death chanted internally. Hidden death sect's methods were assassination and concealment. This was the foundation of their sect and was also their greatest reliance. Even Dharma-characteristic Dao lords would not be able to discover his tracks, let alone cultivators of the same level. Otherwise, he would have died countless times over the past thousands of years. Right then, a faint sigh sounded from the battlefield, causing his heart to sink instantly. You didn't take the opportunity to escape earlier on. There's no chance for you now. Looking at the void not far away, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he attacked brazenly. Initially, many cultivators were puzzled, wondering what Su Zimo was lamenting to the air not far away. However, right after Su Zimo attacked, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in the void. Dao being hidden death. The crowd was in an uproar. None of them discovered Dao being hidden death's tracks and thought that he had already left. To think that Su Zimo would still be able to capture him. That's impossible. Dao being hidden death retreated and shrieked, "Desolate Marshal, how did you discover my tracks?" He knew that he had not revealed any flaws earlier on, and there was no way Su Zimo would have noticed. However, reality was extremely cruel. One fled while the other chased, but the distance between them was closing rapidly. With just a few breaths, Dao being hidden death could already feel the pressure approaching him from behind, causing him to feel suffocated. Although he was a titular disciple of hidden death sect, his combat strength was far inferior to Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the others. Even Dao being Zephyr Thunder could not escape from Su Zimo's pursuit, let alone him. Seeing that he had no chance of escaping, Dao being hidden death's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. Turning around, he raised his sleeves and thrust out a long sword that shone with a cold glint towards Su Zimo's glabella. At the same time, he activated his Essence Spirit secret skill. God Piercer Dagger. A massive dagger made of spirit consciousness flew out from Dao being hidden death's glabella and pierced towards Su Zimo instantly. Whoosh! A Buddhist light shone brightly on Su Zimo's left wrist, forming a barrier of light around his body that shone with mysterious golden symbols. Mingwang prayer beads. Boom! The dagger struck the golden barrier with a loud bang. Instantly, the dagger dissipated and the light barrier shook violently. Although it dimmed significantly, it did not shatter. Now that Su Zimo was at the void reversion realm, the essence spirit barrier formed by his Mingwang prayer beads was even harder to take down. When he saw the incoming sword, Su Zimo did not even use the creation green lotus. He extended his right hand and placed it on the sword in a seemingly soft manner, creating a coil and a tremble. Piak! The sword was sent flying by his palm. Right then, a cold glint flashed and a chilling killing intent exploded. There was an almost transparent dagger hidden within the sword earlier on. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see anything. Shadowless Dagger. A legacy Khanate dermic weapon of hidden death sect from the ancient era. It was completely transparent without even a shadow. The moment the sword was sent flying, Dao being hidden death whipped out his shadowless dagger and stabbed it towards Su Zimo once more. Fu! Sneering coldly, Su Zimo opened his palm and caught the incoming dagger. Poof! The shadowless dagger pierced through Su Zimo's flesh and even his palm. However, the dagger was stuck between the gaps of his bones and could not move at all. No matter how Dao being hidden death spun, he could not injure Su Zimo's right hand. Right then, the originally transparent dagger gradually revealed its tracks and the shadowless dagger turned incomparably red, like a piece of metal that was burnt through. Divine Phoenix Bone. Dao being hidden death's pupils constricted as that thought flashed through his mind. Su Zimo took advantage of the situation and raised his palm. The scarlet shadowless dagger streaked through the air with a blood beam. Dao being hidden death's expression froze. I got it. You obtained an inheritance of the fiend sections. That's why you can see through my tracks. After saying that, half of Dao being hidden death's head slid down slowly and his life force dissipated. Tao being hidden death's head was sliced into two by the shadowless dagger, and his essence spirit could not escape. He was dead. At this point of the battle, all 5 titular disciples were annihilated. Including Tao being glass and Tao being poison, 7 titular disciples died in Su Zimo's hands and were buried in the Tao inheritance ground. Later on, there were even people who called this matter the establishment of Tao by desolate martial and the calamity of titular disciples. It was recorded in history and was an important node of the cultivation world. Outside the 3 tribulations domain, many cultivators looked at Su Zimo with mixed emotions: caution, fear, jealousy, and respect. Su Zimo put away the shadowless dagger and Tao being hidden death's storage bag. If Tao being hidden death's tracks were exposed, his combat strength would be far inferior compared to Tao being heavenly dipper. Tao being hidden death was right. The reason why Su Zimo was able to discover his tracks was because of the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. This cultivation technique was passed down from ancient times and encompassed many things of the fiend's sex. Prior to this, as long as Tao being hidden death restrained his killing intent, it would be difficult for Su Zimo to discover his tracks even with his spirit perception. But now, after cultivating the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra, he possessed an indescribable perception towards cultivators of hidden death sect. As long as they were within his perception range, even titular disciples would not be able to escape. Su Zimo collected the spoils of the battlefield and headed outside. Without saying anything, the crowd automatically opened up a path. Passing by the crowd, Su Zimo paused in his tracks and shouted, "Where is Diin? Has anyone seen him? Over there." When I saw him, he was still chasing after Tao being Enigma. Many cultivators in the crowd immediately stood out and pointed over. An existence like Diin would attract attention no matter where he went unless he intentionally hid himself. The Tao inheritance ground was not large and it was easy to locate him. "Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, aren't you going to rest first?" In the crowd, a cultivator mustered his courage and said, "You've just fought a fierce battle. If you fight against Diin again, your chances of winning aren't high, right?" Many cultivators turned to look at that person as though they were looking at a dead man. Who was this? This was Tao being desolate marshal who had just slain 7 titular disciples. Was this person tired of living to tell him that his chances of winning weren't high? After saying that, the cultivator seemed to have realized something as well and shrank his neck in fear, not knowing what to do. "Diin is nothing." Su Zimo smiled faintly, not bothered at all. His green robes fluttered as he strode into the distance. He did not use dermic powers and merely used the burst of his physical body to travel. At the same time, he consumed elixirs to recover his essence spirit. In his consciousness, the creation green lotus swayed gently and filled the place with a radiant glow. The lights on the lotus seeds had already dimmed when they collided with the essence spirit secret skills of the 4 titular disciples. Now that they had returned to the lotus platform, the glow of the green lotus seeds began recovering. They turned increasingly bright as spirit chi spread. The black-haired essence spirit sat on the lotus platform with an endless glow around it. After the creation green lotus became a grade 6 and matured, its benefits to the essence spirit would become increasingly obvious. When cultivating on the lotus platform, apart from gaining a more refined and pure essence spirit, the recovery of the essence spirit's power was also shockingly fast. He believed that his essence spirit would mostly recover by the time he arrived at where Diin was. No elixir or medicine could match his recovery speed. Su Zimo had spent a lot of time, effort, and energy to nurture the creation green lotus by gathering the power of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend deaths. Now, the creation green lotus had finally brought him a huge opportunity. At a certain ruin, debris could be seen everywhere. A gigantic and thick stone pillar rose into the skies with a purple figure seated on it. The figure had black hair that flowed down like a waterfall and his eyes were tightly shut. He exuded an imposing aura as though he was the ruler of the world. It was Tao being chaos essence, Diin. When he caught sight of the green lotus that rose into the skies, he stopped in his tracks and no longer chased after Lin Xuanji. Instead, he sat there with his eyes closed to adjust his state. Right now, He had rested for more than an hour and his stamina had recovered to its peak. He could vaguely guess that this time round, Heavenly Dipper and the others would not be able to stop Su Zimo after the latter left the Three Tribulations domain. Su Zimo would definitely arrive here. Dean, why aren't you chasing anymore? On a dilapidated wall not far away, a pale-faced, beardless Taoist priest in gray robes sat on it. Smiling at Dean, it was Lin Xuanji. Say, you chased after me for 20 days like a mad dog. Now that everything had suddenly gone silent, I'm not quite used to it. As a disciple of Enigma Palace, Lin Xuanji was no match for Dean in terms of combat strength. However, it was almost impossible for Dean to kill him as well. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Lin Xuanji sat on the wall and beckoned to Dean, letting out a strange sound as though he was playing with a puppy. Dean was expressionless and turned a deaf ear. Lin Xuanji wanted to disrupt his mental state on purpose, but he was unmoved. Say, Dean, how confident are you against Su Zimo? Even if Dean did not reply, Lin Xuanji would not sit by idly as he asked with a grin. Dean remained silent. Lin Xuanji analyzed pretentiously. Look, Su Zimo was already able to kill titular disciples when he was at the nascent soul realm. I'm guessing that he must have obtained some sort of opportunity and is now at the void reversion realm. Can you win a void reversion realm, Su Zimo? Dean's heart finally stirred. If Su Zimo was at the void reversion realm, the outcome of this battle would be hard to predict. Lin Xuanji smiled gently. Su Zimo has established his Dao heart and his aura is exuberant right now. If he comes knocking, it means that Heavenly Dipper and the others are most likely dead. You won't be able to defend against the momentum that was created with the blood of so many titular disciples. Dean, if I were you, I would leave the Dao inheritance ground right now. He won't leave. Right then, a calm voice sounded from afar. A figure appeared on the horizon and sped over, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. Brother Su, you've indeed advanced to the void reversion realm. Lin Xuanji was delighted. If Su Zimo was at the void reversion realm, his chances of winning this battle would naturally increase. When Su Zimo saw that Lin Xuanji was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. Brother Su, how do you know that he won't leave? Lin Xuanji asked. Su Zimo said, the fact that Dean challenged me to the Dao inheritance ground means that he was already fearful to begin with. If he can't kill me in the Dao inheritance ground, he will never get another chance ever again. This time round, if he escapes without a fight, I'll become a mental demon that he can't get rid of. Dean opened his eyes and stood up. His black hair danced and the aura within his body rose continuously as he said slowly, You're right. I can't rest easy without killing you. Fufu. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. Dean, do you know that I, Desolate Marshal, have never considered you as an opponent? In my eyes, you're not worthy. Su Zimo said indifferently, when you set up the battlefield in the Dao inheritance ground, you've already lost. Dean's heart skipped a beat. Sensing it, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he attacked brazenly. At their level, they would be caught if they revealed any slight openings. The moment Dean's heart skipped a beat, Su Zimo charged forward and punched the heavenly piercing stone pillar with a loud bang. Bang! Boom! Boom! Instantly, the stone pillar collapsed, causing gravel to fly as dust billowed everywhere. Firmament! Along with a shout, Dean waved his hands and dermic powers surged. It was as though the entire firmament was affected as it suppressed down slowly. Previously at the Thousand Crane Tea Party, Yi Tiancheng released the firmament art as well. Back then, Yi Tiancheng's firmament art was created using dermic powers to weave a firmament to suppress them. However, Diyin's firmament art was much more terrifying than what Yi Tiancheng released. Diyin's hands seemed as though they could tug at the entire firmaments, bringing with them an endless power as the worlds might enveloped over. The firmaments covered the entire world. This was the true might of the world and was not something that humans could defend against. Many cultivators had just arrived and exclaimed in shock at the sight of this. They're fighting! The power of that Dharmic art is so terrifying that most heaven and earth Dharma characteristics won't be able to withstand it. This is the true firmament art. Let's see how Desolate Marshal reacts. In terms of Dharmic powers, the difference between the two of them is still rather obvious. Su Zimo had just entered the void reversion realm. However, Diyin's cultivation was already at late-stage void reversion realm. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as his hands shifted continuously, forming hand seals one after another. Surging fiend chi flowed out from his fingertips, pitch black as ink, and a gigantic scythe was formed between his hands. The heavenly fiend scythe. Desolate Marshal has recovered so quickly. Outside the three tribulations domain, he couldn't even release an escape technique using his Dharmic powers. To think that he can release such a terrifying Dharmic art now. Everyone was shocked. Slay! Su Zimo roared and pointed upwards. The pitch-black scythe tore through the air, shrouded in fiend chi and surging killing intent. Even the firmament could not suppress it. Sizzle! The pitch-black scythe streaked across the firmament and let out an ear-piercing sound. The entire firmament was sliced into two by the pitch-black scythe. That Dharmic art was condensed from the lifetime comprehension of half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky towards the Fiend Tao. Its terrifying might made up for Su Zimo's lack of Dharmic powers. "All right," Diyin shouted. When the voice sounded, he was still at the end of the firmament. By the time the heavenly fiend scythe broke through the firmament art, he had already arrived in front of Su Zimo and slapped his gigantic palm towards the latter. The palm seemed to have disappeared in midair and turned into a gigantic millstone. It carried the power of distortion, suppression, and grinding. The void distorted and transformed as well. The great chaos essence palm. At the same time, Diyin's blood chi burst forth and a series of shocking tsunami sounds echoed from all directions. Tsunami blood. He had cultivated his bloodline to its limits. When Diyin charged over, his pupils constricted like a full moon that was being devoured continuously in a frightening manner. The visual technique, Eclipse Eye. Diyin's eyes flashed coldly and burst forth. By releasing his blood chi, Chaos Essence Sect's secret skill, and even his visual technique at the same time, Diyin's aura was torrential. The reason why he did not hold back was because he wanted to maximize his advantage. He believed that Su Zimo, who could not use his blood chi right now, was definitely not his match in melee combat. Diyin's movement technique was way too fast and the ferocity of his attacks was unprecedented. Even if the four titular disciples joined forces, they would not be a match for Diyin. The pressure made Su Zimo feel suffocated. However, his expression was fearless and a green beam of light shot out from his glabella. The creation green lotus was already in his palm. The green lotus swayed and the void trembled. The two cold beams were blocked by the gigantic lotus leaves and dissipated instantly. The creation green lotus easily destroyed Eclipse Eye. The great chaos essence palm? Let's see if it can withstand a blow from the creation green lotus. Su Zimo sneered and swung the creation green lotus towards Diyin's incoming palm. Diyin's eyes flashed coldly. Before his palm could collide with the creation green lotus, a chill ran down his spine. He was confident that his body was indestructible, and even a Khanate Tao being's Dharmic weapon would be turned into scrap metal if he were to use the great chaos essence palm. However, he felt a sense of uneasiness when he saw the seemingly weak green lotus platform fly over. In a flash, Diyin retracted his palm and avoided a calamity. An hour ago, the creation green lotus that soared into the skies and broke through the firmaments to disperse the dark clouds left a deep impression in his mind. In the Tao inheritance ground, he was invincible in melee combat and there was no need for him to take this risk. "Do you think you're the only one with Dharmic weapons?" Diyin's glabella shone and a stream of light flew out, expanding rapidly in front of him. It was an ancient bell. The ancient bell was etched with mysterious and complicated runes that were bedazzling. The surroundings of the ancient bell were shrouded in mist with an extraordinary aura. There were many Dharmic weapons in the cultivation world and flying swords were the most common. Among the many Dharmic weapons, cultivators that used rare Dharmic weapons such as tripods, Bells, pagodas, and furnaces were generally strong and not to be provoked. Brother Su, watch out. This is the Chaos Essence Bell. A connate dermic weapon refined from a replica of an emperor weapon. It's terrifying. Lin Xuanji, who was watching from afar, reminded loudly. Although Di'in had been chasing him for 20 days, as the current generation's successor of Enigma Palace, he could not help in this battle. Go! Di'in summoned the Chaos Essence Bell and charged towards the Creation Green Lotus. Clang! The Green Lotus platform collided with the Chaos Essence Bell and let out a crisp sound. As though a monk from a temple was striking a bell, the sound of the bell rang endlessly. Su Zimo shuddered and took half a step back. The Creation Green Lotus did not manage to gain any advantage against the Chaos Essence Bell. The Chaos Essence Bell was definitely not a connate Dao being dermic weapon. It was very likely to have reached the level of a connate Dao Lord dermic weapon. Di'in was extremely talented and his cultivation was at the late stage of Void Reversion Realm. His essence spirit was comparable to Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, and there was a high chance that he could refine his Destiny dermic weapon into a Dao Lord dermic weapon. The true terror of the Chaos Essence Bell was not its indestructibility that could withstand the impact of the Creation Green Lotus. Instead, a bell would ring when the two collided. Although the bell sound did not affect Di'in at all, it could vibrate Su Zimo's body and organs. If it was any other cultivator, their bodies would have been injured and their eardrums would have been pierced by the bell sound of that single collision. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's physique was frightening. Even if he could not use his bloodline, a single sound of the bell could not hurt him. However, if they were to clash continuously and the bell sounds accumulated within his body, the damage would stack up and its impact could not be ignored. How is it, desolate marshal? Does it feel good? Di'in held the Chaos Essence Bell in high spirits and returned to his confident and invincible state. It's just a broken bell. Su Zimo smiled indifferently. Today, I'll send you off. His palm touched his storage bag and he pulled out Heaven Splitter. Su Zimo held the Creation Green Lotus in his left hand and Heaven Splitter in his right. He strode towards Di'in with a murderous aura. Swoosh! The Green Lotus swayed and shone brightly as it struck towards Di'in once more. The corners of Di'in's mouth curled up slightly. His body was like a mountain and he did not budge at all. Holding the Chaos Essence Bell in his left hand, he injected dermic powers and the fog around the Chaos Essence Bell intensified. Clang! The Creation Green Lotus collided with the Chaos Essence Bell and another bell sounded. However, right after, the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling echoed on the battlefield. Suppressing the sound of the bell, Su Zimo waved Heaven Splitter in reverse and slashed out multiple saber shadows, releasing the Ghost Howl, Purgatory, and even Countercurrent Saber Intense. Multiple intents were fused together. On the battlefield, a gigantic purgatory appeared with a torrential river of blood and demonic shadows, letting out shuddering cries. Unknowingly, an ancient stone truncheon had appeared in Di'in's palm. It was stained with blood and had a menacing aura. Break! Di'in let out a long howl and swung the stone truncheon. As the wind howled, a series of sorrowful cries shook the world. While others did not feel anything when they heard that sound, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. His bloodline contained dragon blood. His heart actually resonated with those sorrowful cries. Those were sorrowful cries of the dragon race. Bang! 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 Di'in's blood chi burst forth and he swung the stone truncheon, crushing the purgatory that had just been formed with ease. Sparks flew when the stone truncheon struck Heaven Splitter. Su Zimo shuddered. Crack! 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 Clear cracks appeared on Heaven Splitter. This connate Dao being dermic weapon created by extreme fire was shattered by Di'in's stone truncheon after a single clash and its glow dimmed. It's the dragon battling truncheon, Lin Xuanji exclaimed with a grim expression. Di'in nodded. As expected of a successor of Enigma Palace. You are knowledgeable. Brother Su, be careful. This dragon battling truncheon is a weapon from the ancient era. Although it has no grade, it's indestructible and has once injured a divine dragon. Lin Xuanji reminded hurriedly. The bloodstains on it are the blood of the divine dragon. Su Zimo recalled that the material of the stone hammer Yi Tiancheng used at the Thousand Crane Tea Party seemed to be similar to the material of the dragon battling truncheon. Lin Xuanji felt a sense of lingering fear. Thankfully, he did not clash head-on with Diyin. Otherwise, he might have died in the blink of an eye once the latter brought out these weapons. Desolate marshal. Even the dermic weapon that you rely on the most is unable to threaten me. What other methods do you have? Diyin's expression was cold and his aura was torrential. With the Chaos Essence Bell in his left hand and the dragon battling truncheon in his right, he charged towards Su Zimo. Boom! With a flip of his palm, Su Zimo brought out the mystic magnet mountain and placed it between them. However, Diyin's speed did not decrease at all. Fufu. Diyin sneered. The mystic magnet mountain is useless against the Chaos Essence Bell and the dragon battling truncheon. After I entered the nascent soul realm, the dermic weapon I chose was specially meant to defeat you. Many cultivators felt their hearts turn cold when they heard that. How much resentment and scheming did he have to be to select a specific dermic weapon for this the moment he entered the nascent soul realm? Everyone suddenly realized that Su Zimo was right about one thing. He had already become Diyin's mental demon. This was Diyin's final chance. Su Zimo did not panic when he saw Diyin crossing the mystic magnet mountain with ease. Since the mystic magnet mountain he would fight then. Against Diyin, Su Zimo waved the creation green lotus with his left hand and charged forward with his right fist. Clang! The green lotus and chaos essence bell collided. Swoosh! An evil wind blew. The dragon battling truncheon transformed into a streak of light and smashed down towards Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo clenched his right fist and punched with a cold gaze. Bang! The dragon battling truncheon collided with Su Zimo's right fist and gave off a dull sound of defeat. Blood flashed. Su Zimo's right fist was smashed into a pulp by the dragon battling truncheon. However, the dragon battling truncheon that could shatter Heaven Splitter could not do the same to Su Zimo's right hand that possessed the divine phoenix bone. Divine phoenix bone, huh? Diyin smiled sinisterly. Let's see how long you can last. The two of them collided once more. Both of them held terrifying dermic weapons in their hands. In melee combat as such, not much techniques were involved. It was a pure clash of strength and stamina. Each collision was earth-shaking. Everywhere the two of them passed, countless ruins were trampled into ashes. Clang, clang, clang. The chaos essence bell sounded continuously. Each time it rang, Su Zimo's body would tremble. Bang, bang, bang. The dragon battling truncheon and Su Zimo's right hand collided repeatedly as well. There was not much flesh left on Su Zimo's right hand after it was beaten by the dragon battling truncheon. All that was left was a scarlet bone that clashed against the dragon battling truncheon. This sort of head-on clash consumed the most energy. Su Zimo's right hand was not the only thing in a tragic sight. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth as well. Poof, poof, poof. His body was convulsed and suffocated by the sound of the chaos essence bell as his flesh exploded, spewing out blood that stained his green robes. Diyin closed in step by step as though victory was right in front of him. His expression turned increasingly excited and he used all his strength every single time he attacked. Su Zimo retreated continuously, although he was covered in blood and looked extremely wretched. His eyes were unusually calm without any hint of panic. Although his body seemed to be in tatters, in reality he was not severely injured. Furthermore, the vibration of the Chaos Essence Bell caused the power of the afterglow left behind by many ancient mighty figures, and was hidden within Su Zimo's body to be revealed. Those afterglows were tiny light spots that had helped Su Zimo reconstruct his body with boundless dermic powers. Right now, the afterglow that was left in his body was released completely and began repairing Su Zimo's body without the need to be manually controlled. On the surface, Su Zimo looked bloodied. However, at that moment, his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His stamina was also recovering rapidly, and his condition was rising continuously. Both parties did not stop at all and continued fighting for an entire hour. Even Diin felt exhausted. The toll was way too great. The sound of his blood qi surging was not as loud as before. What shocked Diin was that even though he was extremely exhausted, Su Zimo seemed oblivious to it. It was as though he got stronger as the battle progressed. Another series of battles ensued. An hour later, Su Zimo no longer retreated. Another hour passed and Diin started retreating. His dragon battling truncheon could not shatter the divine phoenix bone. The chaos essence bell could not suppress the creation green lotus either. Under such intense consumption, he gradually felt his stamina depleting. Why does Su Zimo seem to possess boundless stamina? Diin was enraged. Every time the creation green lotus struck the chaos essence bell, he would feel his arm tremble. Under the vibration, his teeth loosened and a salty taste of blood filled his mouth. Unknowingly, the tables had turned. This was a clash of pure strength. Su Zimo held the creation green lotus in his left hand. Each time he waved it, a glow would spread and the lotus platform would fall. It was even fiercer than the impact of a meteor. Although he did not have a weapon in his right hand, with his divine phoenix bone, he was not disadvantaged against Diin's dragon battling truncheon as well. This battle had stimulated the afterglow the ancient mighty figures left behind in his body at the end of the three tribulations domain and provided him with an immense amount of energy. At that moment, Su Zimo was fighting fiercer and fiercer. However, Diin had already begun to retreat. He realized that he might be exhausted to death if this continued. He possessed the body-tempering inheritance of Chaos Essence Sect and Human Emperor, and his physique was terrifyingly strong with a long stamina. Even the successors of the top body-tempering sects among the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects were not his match. Or rather, he would not fear even if someone from the primordial 9 races appeared. However, he was disadvantaged against Su Zimo repeatedly. A body tempered by the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was way too terrifying. Even if he could not channel his blood qi, the foundation of his body was still there. Given Diin's strength, it was impossible for him to truly destroy this body or severely injure it. All of a sudden, Diin's glabella shone and a terrifying spirit consciousness surged out, forming a spirit consciousness weapon that resembled a saber and sword in midair. The weapon was extremely wide and was edged on one side, like a saber. However, at the tip of the blade, there were 2 edges and it resembled a sword. The spirit consciousness weapon had the sharpness of a long sword and the ferocity of a long saber. The 2 auras fused perfectly. Its Chaos Essence Sect's top-grade Essence Spirit secret skill, Infinite Saber. Diin's spirit consciousness is way too terrifying. It's so strong that it's comparable to Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Even if a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was here, he would be killed with a single slash from the Infinite Saber. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. The Great Chaos Essence Palm and Infinite Saber were the 2 most famous secret skills of Chaos Essence Sect. Slay! After Diin controlled the Chaos Essence Bell and withstood the attack of the Creation Green Lotus, he suddenly released his Essence Spirit secret skill. The Infinite Saber tore through the air with a destructive aura. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. The might of this Essence Spirit secret skill was unprecedented. If the Mingwang prayer beads were intact with the 2 remaining Buddha beads, he might have been able to defend against it. But now, the Mingwang prayer beads was an incomplete dermic weapon after all. Su Zimo could sense that even if he channeled it with all his might, the barrier of the Mingwang prayer beads would not be able to defend against the sharpness of the Infinite Saber. Up till now, he only knew one Essence Spirit secret skill, the Rulai Dermic Seal. Although his Essence Spirit that was on the Creation Green Lotus had mostly recovered, he was still unable to release the Rulai Dermic Seal. In the battle against the 4 titular disciples earlier on, in its peak condition, his Essence Spirit was almost sucked dry and he nearly fainted. If he were to release the Rulai Dermic Seal now, he would be exhausted to death before he could even clash with the Infinite Saber. Diin said murderously, "Desolate Marshal, this battle can end now." Not necessarily. Su Zimo controlled his thoughts. Streams of light spewed out from the Green Lotus platform. There were 54 green lotus seeds. After the green lotus seeds collided with the essence spirit secret skills of the 4 titular disciples, their glows dimmed and they were no longer sharp. However, after returning to the lotus platform to be nourished for a period of time, every green lotus seed had already recovered to its original state. It was resplendent and sharp. The 54 green lotus seeds gathered rapidly and disappeared in front of everyone, turning into a green sword. Lotus flowers were carved on the sword in a godly manner. Rays of light circulated on the green sword and a rosy glow filled the air. The lotus flowers seemed to have a life of their own as they bloomed silently with sword chi. Buzz! The sound of a sword buzzing rang out. The green lotus sword stabbed towards the infinite saber that was coming towards him. The clash between the saber and sword was silent. However, at the center of the 2 sabers and swords, countless storms were formed. Saber chi filled the air and sword chi splattered everywhere. A few cultivators who were too close and could not dodge in time were affected by the remnant spirit consciousness shockwave. The few of them were stunned and their expressions froze on their faces. They did not move at all and the life force in their bodies dissipated rapidly as they collapsed stiffly. There were no injuries on the bodies of the few cultivators. However, their essence spirits were wiped out by the aftershock of the collision between the infinite saber and the green lotus sword. Pest! The crowd gasped. Everyone dispersed and retreated in fear of being implicated. Void reversion Dao beings that could enter the Dao inheritance ground were definitely backed by conjoint body mighty figures. Which of them were ordinary people? However, these few void reversion Dao beings could not even withstand the remnant spirit consciousness shockwave of the essence spirit clash between Su Zimo and Diyin. Who could imagine the power of the 2 essence spirit secret skills? The green lotus sword was also a mysterious technique that could only be created after the creation green lotus reached grade 6. Every single green lotus seed shone with a resplendent glow and possessed a sharpness that could sever essence spirits and defend against spirit consciousness attacks. If he were to condense all the green lotus seeds, the green lotus sword would be formed. It was a killing technique that targeted the essence spirit and possessed terrifying might. Even ordinary Dharma characteristic Dao Lords could have their essence spirits severed by the green lotus sword. The 2 essence spirit secret skills collided in midair and devoured one another. Neither of them had the upper hand. The infinite saber dissipated. At the same time, the green lotus sword vanished as well, turning into 54 green lotus seeds that were dimming. They returned to the lotus platform and were nourished slowly. At that moment, huge waves surged in Diyin's heart. The infinite saber was his strongest trump card. He had even killed Dharma characteristic Dao Lords with that essence spirit secret skill. Even if some Dharma characteristic Dao Lords could withstand it, their essence spirits would definitely be severely injured and it would be difficult for them to defend against his next attack. He had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to take on the infinite saber's attack unscathed. It's the creation green lotus again. Diyin's eyes burned with rage. The creation green lotus was the reward for being the top of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago. That treasure should have belonged to him. It was all because of the person in front of him who took away everything that belonged to him. Stabilize. Suddenly, Diyin tossed the chaos essence bell in his hands into midair. A divine light burst forth from his glabella and entered the chaos essence bell as the bell rang. Clang. The entire void quaked for a moment. Right on the heels of that, the chaos essence bell released an ancient and boundless aura. Beams of mist scattered down like a waterfall and enveloped Su Zimo. Humph! Su Zimo sneered and the creation green lotus in his hands swayed. The green lotus rose in reverse and the lotus leaves extended, blocking the falling mist. The chaos essence bell could not suppress the creation green lotus at all. Go! Diyin threw the dragon battling truncheon in his hands as well. The dragon battling truncheon transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the jade-green lotus stem. The green lotus swayed gently and repelled the dragon battling truncheon with a gentle shake. Immediately after, the lotus leaf extended and wrapped the dragon battling truncheon. The chaos essence bell and the creation green lotus were only in a stalemate thanks to the dragon battling truncheon. As such, the creation green lotus could not break through the shroud of the chaos essence bell within a short period of time. In midair, The Chaos Essence bell trembled slightly above the creation green lotus. De knew that even if he abandoned the two connate dermic weapons, it was impossible for him to suppress the creation green lotus. However, it was enough for him as long as the three dermic weapons were in a stalemate. He believed that without the protection of the creation green lotus, Su Zimo would not be able to withstand his attacks and killing techniques. Swash! Diyin's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. The distance of dozens of feet was covered in a flash at a frightening speed. Splash! Diyin's bloodlines surged like a tsunami, emitting a terrifying aura as he extended his palm and slapped down on Su Zimo's head. Blood chi gushed and dermic powers rumbled. A power as vast as the sea crushed over like a gigantic millstone that could destroy, suppress, and crush everything. The Great Chaos Essence Palm. The reason why this palm technique could become Chaos Essence Sec's strongest secret skill was because the Great Chaos Essence Palm fused the cultivator's body, blood chi, and even dermic powers perfectly. The power of his body and bloodline was not the only thing released from that palm strike. There was also dermic powers. The combination of the three powers caused the killing power of the Great Chaos Essence Palm to reach its limits. That was the reason why Diyin managed to shatter Su Zimo's inner armor with a single palm strike in the past, and even severely injure the latter. Typically speaking, only conjoint body mighty figures would have such methods. Every single move they made was the power and might of heaven and earth. Diyin's movement technique was way too fast. He did not give Su Zimo any chance to dodge at all. The moment he attacked, he sealed off all of Su Zimo's escape routes. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and uttered Sanskrit. Pa! He placed his palms together and his index fingers made contact. The other four fingers crossed and conjured a mysterious dermic seal, the immovable foundation seal. It was the only defensive seal in the damning dermic seal. Instantly, Su Zimo's feet seemed to have grown roots. It was like an ancient tree with countless thick roots digging deep underground, extending and grabbing onto the earth. Boom! The Great Chaos Essence Palm and immovable foundation seal clashed, sending shockwaves and dermic powers flying everywhere. The gigantic millstone in front of Diyin spun continuously and crushed down towards Su Zimo. Crack! 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 Su Zimo's body shuddered and the roots of dermic powers beneath his feet snapped. Even the immovable foundation seal could not withstand the might of the Great Chaos Essence Palm. Su Zimo was pushed back. The divine phoenix bone was indestructible and could withstand the sharpness or attacks of connate dermic weapons. However, its true strength was difficult to activate and posed no threat to Diyin. Diyin's judgment of the situation was extremely precise. Unable to use the creation green lotus or activate his blood chi, it was as though Su Zimo had lost two arms. It was difficult for him to fight. Boom! Diyin did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He strode forward and slapped down once more. A gigantic millstone appeared with an ancient aura. Mysterious marks appeared on the millstone one after another, glowing like words. Chi! Su Zimo closed his fingers and slashed gently at the incoming gigantic millstone. A blinding sword chi tore through the air. Heaven-slaying sword art. The white sword chi collided against the gigantic millstone. The millstone that was initially spinning slowly came to a sudden stop as a clear and straight sword scar appeared in the middle. Immediately after, the gigantic millstone was split into two. Although the Great Chaos Essence Palm was destroyed by the heaven-slaying sword art, the sword chi released by the heaven-slaying sword art dissipated into the void as well. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Ever since he cultivated the heaven-slaying sword art, he had been unstoppable and invincible. After he entered the void reversion realm, the might of the sword art was even greater. To think that it was only a draw against the Great Chaos Essence Palm. Of course, it was not because the heaven-slaying sword art was not strong enough. Su Zimo had obtained the heaven-slaying sword art less than half a year ago, and he only had 3 months to truly comprehend as well as cultivate it. To put it simply, that sword chi was merely the tip of the iceberg of his comprehension. Not bad. Diyin nodded and attacked once more with a cold gaze. Again. Boom. The Great Chaos Essence Palm appeared once more and suppressed down. That was the terror of that secret skill. With Diyin's blood chi, physique and dermic powers, he could release it almost limitlessly until he ground his opponents to death. Su Zimo was the only one in the world who could hold out for so long. As for the heaven-slaying sword art, Su Zimo would need a long time to recover after releasing a single sword chi. Ma, and I. The demon-subduing seal, fiend suppression seal and immortal trap seal were released at the same time. 3 golden palms descended, wanting to block the great chaos essence palm. Boom! The gigantic millstone in midair collided with the 3 golden palms and ground continuously. The millstone dissipated and the 3 golden palms disappeared as well. The combination of the 3 dermic seals and the damning mantra released at the same time was merely enough to defend against the great chaos essence palm. It did not mean that the damning dermic seals could not compare to the great chaos essence palm. There were a total of 6 damning dermic seals that complemented the Mingwang prayer beads. The 2 damning dermic seals that were lost were imprinted on the 2 missing Buddha beads. Legend has it that the might of the 2 damning dermic seals was the most terrifying. Among the 6 dermic seals, they were the most ferocious and powerful. Right now, he could not defend against the crushing power of the great chaos essence palm with just the first 4 damning dermic seals. Before Su Zimo could catch his breath, Diyin's other hand conjured a gigantic millstone and crushed down as well. Diyin's attacks were like a violent storm that did not give Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. Su Zimo did not have time to conjure any dermic arts and could only raise his arms to defend. Bang! The collision between flesh and bones produced a series of jarring sounds. Creak, creak. It was as though Su Zimo's skeleton was about to be crushed into pieces by the gigantic millstone as he staggered backwards. The clothes on his arms were torn. The flesh on both arms were already minced by the great chaos essence palm, revealing ghastly white bones that were shocking. An intense pain surged like a tidal wave. Su Zimo sucked in a cold breath of air and grit his teeth. He glared at Diyin with a calm expression, his eyes frighteningly bright. The afterglow of the ancient mighty figures was not endless. At that moment, it was already exhausted. In reality, no matter how strong their stamina was, both of them had already reached their limits by this point of the battle. Releasing the great chaos essence palm consecutively was a huge drain on Diyin, as well as a huge burden on his body. At that moment, his body was steaming and his continuous outbursts had already caused him to break out in sweat and his face looked a little pale. However, in comparison, Su Zimo's condition was clearly worse. This made Diyin feel slightly relieved and his aura rose continuously. He was prepared to kill Su Zimo in one go. Desolate Marshal, you've used up all your trump cards. Bow down. Diyin had already gained the upper hand and was closing in step by step. Circulating his blood chi and dermic powers once more, he released the great chaos essence palm and suppressed down forcefully. Boom! The gigantic millstone appeared once more and spun slowly. The entire void beneath it distorted and was crushed bit by bit. Initially, Su Zimo had intended to fight Diyin to a stalemate and exhaust him. Once the creation green lotus broke free from the suppression of the chaos essence bell and the dragon battling truncheon, he would be able to regain the upper hand with the creation green lotus. However, the current situation was extremely dangerous. Diyin would not give him that chance. Although Su Zimo's gaze was cold, there seemed to be 2 balls of flames burning in his eyes. Swoosh! He changed his hand seals repeatedly and 3 balls of flames appeared beside him. One was scarlet, one was gold and one was black. The Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Tao fires. After inheriting the fiend techniques of half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky, apart from many cultivation techniques, Su Zimo even managed to deduce a black fiend Tao fire. Samadhi Tao fire was the strongest dermic art in the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra. After Su Zimo redefined it, the Samadhi Tao fire underwent a transformation and its power was even more terrifying and shocking. Back at the Thousand Crane Tea Party, the void reversion of Hellfire Hall was burned to ashes by Su Zimo's Dvyadi Tao fire. At that time, Su Zimo was only at the nascent soul realm and that dermic art only had 2 balls of flames. Now that Su Zimo was at the void reversion realm, There were 3 balls of flames around him. It was the true Samadhi Dao fire. Not bad. Although Diin did not recognize the origin of the Samadhi Dao flames, his cultivation was strong and he was sharp. He quickly sensed that the 3 balls of flames were unusual. Your flame dermic art can indeed defend against my great chaos essence palm. The corners of Diin's lips curled up slightly as he sneered. However, it's merely to defend for a while. Your dermic art can't be released continuously in the end, but my great chaos essence palm can. Diin was not the only one. Su Zimo had the same judgment. Although his Samadhi Dao fire had been reborn, his cultivation was only at the early stage void reversion realm. With this dermic art alone, perhaps, he could only fight evenly against the great chaos essence palm that was fused together with Diin's physical strength, blood chi, and dermic powers. If he wanted to truly threaten Diin, he had to raise the power of that dermic art by another level. We'll see if you can even defend against this Samadhi Dao fire, Su Zimo said coldly and pointed forward. The 3 balls of flames that surrounded him suddenly floated towards Diin. Before they even arrived, the 3 balls of flames collided and their power increased exponentially. The entire void was burned and distorted. Even the cultivators watching from afar felt waves of heat surging towards them, let alone Diin who was facing it directly. What a terrifying dermic art. Extinguish! Diin's gaze was burning like a torch and he was oblivious to it. He flipped his great chaos essence palm and suppressed the Samadhi Dao flames. Just as the great chaos essence palm and Samadhi Dao fire were about to collide, Su Zimo's glabella shone and a red light burst forth, emitting a scorching aura, essence spirit fire. The 4th flame arrived instantly and was injected into the Samadhi Dao fire. The Samadhi Dao fire instantly transformed into a Kachirati Dao fire. Alongside Su Zimo's cultivation, the might of that dermic art also increased exponentially with every additional Dao fire. Now that the Samadhi Dao fire had transformed into the Kachirati Dao fire, its power had increased exponentially and its nature had completely changed. Lin Xuanji was sitting on a broken wall at the side to watch the battle. The aftershock of Su Zimo and Diin's collision was extremely threatening to other cultivators. However, it was nothing to him. The reason why he did not go far was because he was worried about Su Zimo. He was thinking that if Su Zimo was defeated in this battle, he could not sit back and do nothing. At most, he would save Su Zimo and continue escaping. However, the moment the Kachirati Dao fire was formed, the initially nonchalant Lin Xuanji was shocked. Fuck! His expression changed starkly as he leaped up from his spot and fled without hesitation. His movement technique had always been fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape for 20 days without losing a single hair under Diin's pursuit. Even so, when he escaped to the vicinity of the crowd, his clothes were already badly burned with countless holes in them. His hair and brows were curled from the heat and his body was emitting green smoke. If that was the case outside the battlefield, one could imagine how terrifying the might of the Kachirati Dao fire at the center of the battlefield was. Lin Xuanji turned around in shock. The ruins within a radius of 1,000 feet around Su Zimo and Diin were burned into ashes instantly. Swoosh! Under the great chaos essence palm, a ball of 4-colored flames burst forth. Instantly, the gigantic millstone was burned red and turned into lava that flowed down. In the void, flames burned brightly, engulfing Diin's palm, arm, and even his entire body. If the Samadhi Dao fire could only match the power of the great chaos essence palm, the Kachirati Dao fire with the addition of the essence spirit fire was enough to kill Diin. Ah! Diin shrieked in the flames. Desolate Marshal! Desolate Marshal! I'm going to kill you! Flames raged and Diin had already turned into a gigantic fireball, waving his arms and roaring furiously. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. Instantly, things changed on the battlefield. No one expected that Diin, who had the absolute advantage earlier on, would be burned by a 4-colored flame in the blink of an eye. In the crowd, everyone's faces were still pale under the illumination of the flames. Their eyes were completely filled with shock. The power of the Kachirati Dao fire could burn even Khanate Dao being dermic weapons into ashes. However, Diyin was not burned to death despite the terrifying flames. It was clear how frightening his body was. Diyin was still struggling as he channeled his blood chi and dermic powers, wanting to suppress the Kachirati Dao fire. What sort of dermic art is that flame? Even Dharma-characteristic Dao lords won't be able to escape death if they come, right? Legend has it that Dao Lord Extreme Fire was the #1 in controlling fire back then. I heard that Desolate Marshal inherited his Dao technique. How terrifying! Diyin is finished. This flame is relentless and his essence spirit doesn't even have the chance to leave his body. After this battle, Desolate Marshal's reputation will definitely reach its peak as the #1 Dao being in Tianhuang mainland. Things change when they reach an extreme. In my opinion, Desolate Marshal won't be able to live for long. Many cultivators stood at the outer perimeter and looked at the human-shaped fireball in the center of the battlefield from afar with conflicted expressions. Su Zimo's essence spirit withered instantly after he released the essence spirit fire. His essence spirit was already at its limits after the consecutive intense battles. If the Kachirati Dao fire could not turn defeat into victory, he would not have any trump cards left. Looking at Diyin, who was struggling not far away, Su Zimo's expression was cold and there was no pity in his eyes. He recalled how Ji Chengtian was severely injured after being hunted down by Diyin for the past 100 years, as well as Little Fatty's close brush with death. He recalled the scene of Diyin striking Solitary Cloud's chest 20 days ago. He recalled that Solitary Cloud was still lying in his storage bag with his life on the line. The rage in Su Zimo's heart intensified. He did not care about Diyin's identity or how strong his backing was. He was not going to leave Diyin any chances today. The moment to kill Diyin was now. In a flash, Su Zimo closed in on Diyin. Although the power of the Kachirati Dao fire was strong and its temperature was high enough to incinerate everything, it did not cause Su Zimo any harm. Now that he was closer, Su Zimo could clearly see through the layers of flames that Diyin's clothes had already turned into ashes. Under the searing of the Kachirati Dao fire, his flesh was split open and he gave off a pungent burnt scent. Even so, under the suppression of his powerful blood chi and dermic powers, the Kachirati Dao fire merely burned his flesh without penetrating his bones and organs. A terrifying physique and bloodline. Without the Kachirati Dao fire, Su Zimo would have no chance of winning if things dragged on. But now the tables have turned. Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly with a murderous intent as he reached out with his gigantic palm. Clenching it into a fist, he punched towards Diyin's chest. Roar! Even within the flames, Diyin could still sense that someone was attacking him and let out a roar. His throat was filled with smoke and dust. That roar was also hoarse and ear-piercing. Diyin swung his arm and welcomed Su Zimo's fist. His spirit consciousness could not detect it at all and his eyes were already blinded. This counterattack was purely based on his strong combat talent and instincts. Diyin is indeed a monster incarnate of the current era. To be able to fight back after being burned to such a state, he's truly strong. That's right. If not for Su Zimo, Diyin would have definitely become an existence like the ancient emperors in the future. Many cultivators were filled with emotions when they saw that. Bang! Su Zimo dodged Diyin's palm and punched his chest. Diyin was burnt to such an extent that his eyes were blinded and his spirit consciousness was crippled. For Su Zimo, who had terrifying melee combat strength, it was way too easy for him to dodge Diyin's attack. This punch is for Ji Chengtian. Su Zimo's voice pierced through the flames and sounded in Diyin's ears with a cold killing intent. Eft! Diyin spat out a mouthful of blood. Before it could splatter in the void, it was incinerated into nothingness by the Kachirati Dao fire. Diyin's chest caved in deeply and a fist mark appeared. Cracks appeared on his sternum after that punch. This punch is for Little Fatty. Taking a step forward, Su Zimo punched out once more in the imprint of the punch earlier on. Bang! Another punch landed heavily on Diyin's chest. As though he was struck by lightning, a huge chunk of his chest caved in and countless ribs shattered into his organs. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as foam bubbled in his mouth. Initially, the Kacharati Dao fire could not break through the defense of his flesh and blood to seep into his bones and organs. However, after 2 consecutive punches, raging flames were already burning towards his organs through the wound on his chest. Diyin staggered and swayed, retreating unconsciously. Su Zimo walked towards Diyin and raised his fist once more. This punch is for solitary cloud. Su Zimo strode out with the plow heaven stride and landed heavily in front of Diyin. Twisting his waist, he gathered all the strength in his body and punched Diyin's already collapsed chest. Poof! Diyin's chest spewed out an arrow of blood. It was penetrated by Su Zimo's 3 punches. His current outcome was no different from solitary cloud. However, his physique was strong and his vitality was way too exuberant. Even though he was severely injured, he could still stand on the spot. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he glared at Diyin, who was covered in flames, and said slowly, "With this final punch, I'll send you on your way." He stretched out his arm that looked weak and feeble like a divine elephant's trunk and flung it towards Diyin's head. Swoosh! Su Zimo's palm landed on Diyin's head and struck a vicious punch. Crack, crack, crack. Under countless gazes, Diyin's head spun a few times on his neck and was almost twisted off. Right then, a beam of light shot into the skies. His essence spirit had exited his body. Even under the searing of the Kacharati Dao fire, Diyin chose to use his essence spirit to escape from his body. His essence spirit was wrapped in a dermic robe that shone brightly. It was an essence spirit dermic weapon. After Diyin's essence spirit broke through the flames, the dermic robe on his body could not withstand the heat of the Kacharati Dao fire and was ignited in the blink of an eye. His essence spirit dermic weapon was destroyed. He threw away the robe hurriedly and his essence spirit escaped. "You're still trying to escape?" Su Zimo sneered and leaped into the air, letting out a sudden roar. "Kill!" The sound domain secret skill Thunderclap Kill exploded. Diyin's essence spirit shuddered and Su Zimo had already caught up from behind. The latter reached out with his gigantic palm and Diyin's essence spirit was trapped within. Fu. Diyin laughed even though he knew that he would definitely die. "Desolate Marshal, even if you kill me, you won't be able to live for long. You killed so many titular disciples in this Dao inheritance ground and you think you can survive." Su Zimo's expression was calm and unmoved as he said indifferently, "It's all right. Even if I die, I'll kill you first." After pausing for a moment, Su Zimo thought about it and said, "It would be too easy on you if I kill you right away. I'm curious what opportunities you've obtained. I want all of your opportunities." After saying that, a ball of light appeared in Su Zimo's palm. The ball of light was filled with black fiend chi that resembled chains and locked Diyin's essence spirit within. "What are you doing?" Finally, Diyin felt a tinge of fear. "Search your soul, of course," Su Zimo said coldly and channeled the soul-searching art without hesitation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Images flashed through Su Zimo's mind one after another. It began from the start of Diyin's cultivation and happened at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo did not pause at all when he saw the scenes of chi condensation and foundation establishment. In a flash, he looked all the way to the back. He wanted top-secret skills like the Great Chaos Essence Palm and Infinite Saber. The scene changed. In a secret chamber, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. He looked to be no more than 34 years old. However, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how long he had lived. Diyin was kneeling obediently before the middle-aged man. "Today, I'll impart Chaos Essence Sect's strongest secret skill, the Great Chaos Essence Palm, to you," the middle-aged man said slowly. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he listened intently. All of a sudden, the eyes of the middle-aged man who was initially sitting on a praying mat shone brightly as he looked at the void beside him. Killing intent burst forth from his eyes as he said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you spy on me? D-Fan, imparting the Tao." Boom! Su Zimo's mind jolted and his soul-searching art stopped. Instantly, he woke up and before he knew it, he was drenched in sweat. His expression was grim as he furrowed his brows in shock. The soul-searching art scoured Di Yin's memories. In other words, those memories were all events that had already happened and were fixed. However, in that memory, the middle-aged man who imparted the Tao to Di Yin was able to awaken and discover his existence. That was way too terrifying. This method had already surpassed Su Zimo's understanding and was even more sinister than the soul-searching art. That was probably a divine power. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind temporarily and looked at Di Yin's essence spirit in the ball of light with a cold expression. No matter what, Di Yin would definitely die. Su Zimo closed his palm. Poof! Di Yin's essence spirit was crushed. Tao being chaos essence, Di Yin was dead. The battlefield was desolate. Di Yin's corpse laid quietly on the ruins, lifeless. Many of the cultivators looked at the corpse with agape mouths, unable to recover from their shock. Prior to this, who could have imagined that Tao being chaos essence, Di Yin would die here? Di Yin had only cultivated for more than 200 years and his achievements were dazzling. He had even obtained the inheritance of the human emperor and was lauded as the #1 monster incarnate of Chaos Essence sect and even Tianhuang mainland. He was once the #1 of the phenomenon ranking. He had killed countless enemies that were way above his cultivation realm. Even among the titular disciples, no one was willing to go against him. However, even such a monster incarnate had fallen. In this lifetime, Chaos Essence sect not only produced Di Yin, but Yi Tiancheng as well. They were lauded as the Chaos Essence twin paragons. Almost everyone thought that with these two paragons, Chaos Essence sect would become the leader of the Immortal sects before long. Initially, Thousand Crane sect's sect master wanted to sacrifice Leng Ro as Yi Tiancheng's Tao companion because she saw Chaos Essence sect's potential. But now, the Chaos Essence twin paragons had already become a thing of the past. Within a single year, both paragons were killed one after another by the same person. Throughout history, there were countless paragons. However, there were very few that could truly reach the end and stand at the peak of Tianhuang mainland. Every paragon would encounter endless dangers in their growth. If they died prematurely, they would be forgotten before long. Even their traces left behind would be washed clean by the sands of time. The moment Tao being Chaos Essence, Di Yin, died. A total of 8 titular disciples had fallen here. The Tao inheritance ground had become the burial ground for this generation's titular disciples. In the ruins, a green-robed figure stood beside Di Yin's corpse. He did not look strong. In fact, he looked frail and possessed refined features. However, no one dared to look down on him. Desolate marshal. To rise through the ranks by trampling on the corpses of 8 titular disciples. There had probably never been a monster incarnate with such methods and boldness throughout history. Desolate marshal wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. The 14 words that sounded in the Tao inheritance ground earlier on rang within the minds of the cultivators present in a deafening manner. Perhaps, if this person did not die, he might really be able to impart martial arts to all living beings and change the fate of Tianhuang mainland. Perhaps, Tianhuang mainland would welcome another golden era that was no weaker than the ancient era. The same thought surfaced in the minds of many cultivators. How is it? Are you all right? Lin Xuanji ran over. When he saw that Su Zimo was silent, he extended his palm and waved it in front of him. Su Zimo nodded. The soul-searching art was interrupted and he could not obtain the great Chaos Essence palm and other secret skills. Of course, that did not matter. However, when he recalled the terrifying gaze of the middle-aged man during the soul search, his heart throbbed. He could not explain it clearly. It was like a sudden impulse and he had a feeling that a catastrophe was imminent. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo suppressed that feeling temporarily and kept the creation Green Lotus. He paused and pondered for a moment. Seemingly thinking of something, he retrieved the creation Green Lotus from his consciousness and held it in his palm. Now that Di Yin was dead, the Chaos Essence Bell and the dragon battling truncheon became ownerless. Su Zimo put away the two connate dermic weapons and Di Yin's storage bag. You've really struck gold this time round. Lin Xuanji gave him a thumbs up secretly. Not only did you survive the calamity, you even obtained so many treasures. Putting aside the storage bags of these titular disciples, their destiny dermic weapons alone were extraordinary. Brother Lin, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I'll definitely keep this gratitude in my heart. Su Zimo said with cupped fists. Lin Xuanji waved it off and chuckled. What kind of relationship do we have? We were people who barged into the dragon's lair together back then. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled. Only the two of them understood what he meant. Back then, in order to avoid the pursuit of the Blood Crow Palace's lord, Su Zimo accidentally barged into the Dragon Bone Valley and met Lin Xuanji by chance. Brother Su, is there something on your mind? Lin Xuanji was meticulous and could not help but ask when he saw the worry in Su Zimo's eyes. Su Zimo sighed gently. I have to meet someone. Who? Lin Xuanji asked. Su Zimo replied. The pure maiden of the fiend sections. The pure maiden of the fiend sex was Demoness G. Her? Lin Xuanji raised his brows and revealed an enlightened expression. She sacrificed herself for her human tripod. It's only right for you to visit her. You know about the human tripod? Su Zimo was slightly surprised. I know a little, Lin Xuanji said. Ordinary human tripods refer to young girls used by cultivators of the heretical path to absorb essence for cultivation. However, the human tripod of the fiend sex pure maiden sect is completely different. According to what I know, among the 7 fiend sects, Cloud Rain sect adheres to the Tao of indulgence. Men and women do not follow the rules of etiquette and copulate in their natural states. Yin and Yang are interconnected and heaven and earth are joined. The only rule is that they must not invest their personal emotions into it. On the other hand, the Pure Maiden sect is the exact opposite. They practice the Tao of extinguishing their desires. Every generation's Pure Maiden can choose a man as their human tripod. While they can fall in love with the man, they must not possess any lust towards him. By cultivating with the help of the human tripod, the pure maiden of the fiend sex will temper her Tao heart continuously to increase her cultivation. The pure maiden of the fiend sex can harm anyone in the world but her human tripod. Furthermore, her power will dissipate the moment she has any lust for the human tripod. If she uses the sacrificial method, her power will be transferred to the human tripod. After saying that, Lin Xuanji lamented, the pure maiden of this generation's fiend sex is probably ruined. The price is way too high. In the battle 20 days ago, Demoness G sacrificed herself and Su Zimo's body recovered. His dermic powers surged and he managed to escape from the encirclement of the 5 titular disciples. As for herself, her cultivation was destroyed and she was reduced to a mortal. Even if her Tao heart was acknowledged by the powerful beings of Pure Maiden sect, it was useless. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame. Initially, he knew nothing about those things. He only understood the meaning of the Pure Maiden sect's human tripod through the inheritance of half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky. Unfortunately, it was too late even if he knew. The obsession of the fiend sex had actually reached such a state. On paper, it sounded easy to maintain emotions without any lust. However, it was extremely difficult in real life. The deeper one's emotions were, the harder it would be to contain one's lust. It was completely contradictory to human nature. No matter what, I have to find her, Su Zimo said. This is the Tao inheritance ground where cultivators are everywhere. She will definitely be in danger if she loses all her powers. Let's go. I'll accompany you to take a look. Lin Xuanji patted Su Zimo on the shoulder and consoled. Don't worry. As long as she's still in the inheritance of the Demoness stone statue, nothing will happen to her. Without saying anything more, the two of them disappeared in a flash. The Tao inheritance ground was not big. Su Zimo treated his wounds briefly and sped along with Lin Xuanji, arriving at the location of the Demoness stone statue before long. The moment he arrived, Su Zimo's expression changed. The Demoness stone statue that was initially standing there had already collapsed and shattered into pieces. Demoness G had vanished. He was a step too late. Su Zimo's expression turned extremely terrible. Every single inheritance stone statue left behind by conjoint body mighty figures possessed the power of a mighty figure and was indestructible. There was no way anyone could disturb the inheritance process. The greatest possibility was that someone destroyed the Demoness stone statue after the inheritance ended and snatched Demoness G away. "Don't worry," Lin Xuanji looked around and said in a deep voice. "There's no signs of a fight or blood at the scene. Dao being pure maiden should be fine. Let's search the vicinity first." The two of them searched separately. Su Zimo's essence spirit took an immense toll after the consecutive battles. However, he still tried his best to extend his spirit consciousness and searched carefully. Before long, he stopped in his tracks and shuddered. Not far ahead, a girl in pink was walking towards him. She had a graceful figure and light steps. Her bright eyes were smiling, and she exuded a charming aura that could stir one's heart. Who else could that be if it wasn't Demoness G? When he saw that Demoness G was fine, Su Zimo finally heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but laugh. Looking at Su Zimo, who was not far away, Demoness G smiled with extreme joy and a tender expression. Walking forward, Su Zimo realized that Demoness G's cultivation had not decreased at all. She was still at early-stage void reversion. How did you? Su Zimo was puzzled but did not know how to broach the topic. Demoness G saw through Su Zimo's confusion with a single glance and said with a smile, "You want to ask why my cultivation is still intact and why I haven't been reduced to immortal despite the sacrifice?" Su Zimo nodded. "Initially, I lost all my cultivation because of the human tripod sacrifice," Demoness G said. "However, it was also a blessing in disguise as it triggered the inheritance of the pure maiden stone statue. Not only did I recover my cultivation completely, I even obtained the complete pure maiden sutra." At that point, Su Zimo was finally relieved. "Hey, do you know? For ordinary sacrifices, even if I lose all my powers, the human tripod will only be able to inherit 70% of it." A fragrant breeze blew over and Demoness G suddenly closed in, almost pressing herself against Su Zimo's body as she said softly, "There's a dermic formulation that allows a human tripod to inherit 100% of my powers. Do you know what that is?" If it was before, Su Zimo would have pushed Demoness G away or avoided her. However, this time round, he did not move at all. On the one hand, he felt guilty towards Demoness G. On the other hand, it was also because after he understood the meaning of the human tripod, he knew that Demoness G was merely bluffing and would not do anything out of line. "What?" Su Zimo asked instinctively. Demoness G smiled charmingly and crawled to Su Zimo's ear. Exhaling gently, she said, "Dual cultivation." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he almost lost control of his Dao heart. He praised internally. Compared to 20 days ago, Demoness G's bewitching skills were clearly even more terrifying. "Stop fooling around." Su Zimo smiled bitterly with a helpless expression. "I'm not," Demoness G said. "After obtaining the complete Pure Maiden Sutra, I found out there's a dermic formulation that allows dual cultivation with a human tripod. Not only would I retain my powers, they will even increase." Pausing for a moment, Demoness G chuckled. "Furthermore, it's good for you as well." Swoosh! Su Zimo felt as though a ball of flames had risen within his body, and he could not suppress it at all. He hurriedly took a few steps back and distanced himself from Demoness G. Against such a peerless beauty that could topple all living beings and bewitch the world, who could withstand her whispering and charming seduction? Su Zimo took a few deep breaths to compose himself. Prior to this, Demoness G had teased him like that as well. However, at that time, he could vaguely sense that she was merely joking. But now, he had an illusion that Demoness G truly wanted to eat him. That dual cultivation dermic formulation was extremely likely to be true. If his will was slightly weakened, he might truly end up veering off the wrong path with Demoness G. "Hee. Look at how scared you are." Demoness G laughed. Su Zimo changed the topic hurriedly. "Why are you here?" I only finished the inheritance process not too long ago and exited the Demoness stone statue, so I headed to the Three Tribulations domain first. Demoness G said, I only found out when I got there that you had already fought with Dean. By the time I arrived, you were already gone. I guessed that you would come looking for me and returned. Say, I don't really mean to disturb you guys. Not far away, on a green rock, Lin Xuanji stood against the wind and could not help but say, But, I've been standing here for so long. Can the two of you even take a look at me? Su Zimo blushed. He was truly distracted by Demoness G and did not notice Lin Xuanji. Demoness G pursed her lips into a smile and bowed towards Lin Xuanji. Thank you for saving Zimo, fellow Taoist Xuanji. I'm here to thank you. Lin Xuanji waved it off and avoided Demoness G's gaze hurriedly. Seemingly wary, he coughed gently and said, You guys had better study what to do after leaving this place. Brother Su, you've killed 8 titular disciples. These 8 titular disciples represent 8 super sects. Lin Xuanji said in a deep voice, It's fine if you're in the Tao inheritance ground since even conjoint body mighty figures won't be able to make a move. However, if you leave, the 8 super sects will definitely not let you off. If there's really no other way, we can hide here for a while, Demoness G suggested. Su Zimo nodded. He could afford to wait, but Solitary Cloud in his storage bag could not. The life preservation elixir could keep Solitary Cloud alive for a month at most. Now 20 days had passed. He had to return to Tianhuang mainland and try his best to save Solitary Cloud's life. Perhaps Elixir Yang sect might have some elixir that could revive Solitary Cloud. As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, Lin Xuanji asked, You're still thinking about that WIRM? Su Zimo remained silent. Lin Xuanji sighed. In my opinion, that WIRM can't be saved anymore. Even in Elixir Yang sect, there's no elixir that can revive it. I have to try. Su Zimo murmured softly and fell into deep thought. Middle Continent, Chaos Essence sect. Suddenly, an extremely furious roar sounded from a cave abode deep within the sect. It was filled with a domineering might and cold killing intent, causing the surrounding mountains and ravines to fall into a dead silence. Firmament arrival. Get over here. An icy voice sounded. Chaos Essence Sect's sect master, mighty figure Firmament arrival, shuddered and hurried towards the back mountain of the sect. Arriving at a cave abode at the back mountain, Firmament arrival, despite his status as the master of a sect and was at the conjoint body realm, did not dare to be disrespectful and bowed. Elder D, weren't you in seclusion? What happened? Boom! There was a deafening sound. The door of the cave abode was shattered by a terrifying force and countless boulders smashed onto Firmament arrival. However, Firmament arrival did not dare to dodge and merely bowed slightly. A purple-robed figure walked out slowly with a burning gaze and a tremendous might emanating from his body. Even the conjoint body mighty figure, Firmament arrival, almost could not withstand it and knelt on the ground. This was Chaos Essence Sect's Grand Elder, a half-martial ancestor expert, D-Fan. Seclusion. D-Fan's expression was dark as he said slowly, If I continue my seclusion, I'm afraid Chaos Essence Sect will be destroyed. Let me ask you, is Dean still alive? When he heard that, Firmament arrival was terrified and drenched in sweat. Elder Dean. Firmament arrival hesitated for a moment and swallowed his saliva before saying, He's already dead. Su Zimo, none other than Desolate Marshal who had just established his Tao, killed him in the Tao inheritance ground. Firmament arrival hurriedly recounted the various news regarding the Tao inheritance ground. Indeed, D-Fan's gaze turned cold. Initially, he was indeed in seclusion. However, he was alarmed the moment Su Zimo searched Di-Yin's soul. Elder D, please calm down. Firmament arrival said hurriedly. That lad, Desolate Marshal, has the protection of 100 Refinement Sect. We've already made contact with Heavenly Dipper Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, Formless Monastery and other sects. We're prepared to join forces to kill our way into 100 Refinement Sect and slaughter Desolate Marshal. A blood debt must be paid with blood. Why is it so troublesome to kill a void reversion? D-Fan said coldly, How long would it take to join forces with the other sects? What if something unexpected happens during this period of time and that lad manages to escape? I want him dead right now. Diyin's death triggered D-Fan's killing intent. Firmament Arrival smiled bitterly. Elder D, that lad is still in the Tao inheritance ground right now. That place is guarded by the wills of many ancient mighty figures, and it's impossible to penetrate with the power of conjoint body mighty figures. We can only wait for him to return to Tianhuang mainland before making a move. Is that so? D-Fan narrowed his eyes. Firmament Arrival's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely realized something and exclaimed, Elder D, are you going to? At the same time, 100 Refinement Sect. What? Diyin is dead? Everyone from 100 Refinement Sect was shocked when they heard the news. Even though Su Zimo was at the Void Reversion realm, everyone felt that it was almost impossible for him to kill Diyin. Between them, while victory could be determined, it would be way too difficult for them to kill one another. Even Extreme Fire did not expect Diyin to be killed by Su Zimo at the Tao inheritance ground. Including Diyin, 8 of the titular disciples had already died in Su Zimo's hands. Previously, when 6 titular disciples died, Tao Lord White Flames, Tao Lord Scarlet Star and the others had grim expressions and were filled with worries. Now that 8 titular disciples were dead, it meant that if 100 Refinement Sect still dared to protect Su Zimo, they would have to endure the wrath of 8 supersects. The Tao inheritance ground. Su Zimo, Lin Xuanji and Demoness Ji were already prepared to leave. Brother Su, why are you still holding the creation green lotus? Who else would dare to provoke you in this Tao inheritance ground? When Lin Xuanji saw that Su Zimo was still holding the creation green lotus and swinging it around, he could not help but purse his lips and ask. Su Zimo smiled without explaining. He could not help but feel uneasy and could only calm down if he held the creation green lotus. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. His spirit perception alerted him and an unprecedented sense of danger descended, causing his scalp to tingle and his heart to almost jump out of his chest. His previous uneasiness was merely a hunch. But this time round, Su Zimo could truly smell the scent of death. It was more terrifying than any danger he had experienced before. The skies above the Tao inheritance ground suddenly darkened. At that moment, every cultivator in the Tao inheritance ground felt their hearts skip a beat. An extremely terrifying might coiled in the skies, as though it was searching for something. In the blink of an eye, it locked onto its location. This was a power that came from outside the Tao inheritance ground. Demoness Ji was shocked. This is the Tao inheritance ground. How is that possible? Lin Xuanji's eyes widened as though he had suddenly recalled something. He could not continue as his eyes shone with fear. Without hesitation, Su Zimo pushed Demoness Ji and Lin Xuanji away. At the same time, he waved the creation green lotus in his right hand and injected dermic powers into it, while slapping his storage bag with his left hand. Swoosh! The creation green lotus rose from the ground and burst forth with a jade-green glow, streaking towards the firmaments. The gigantic lotus leaves blotted out the skies, and the thick stem of the lotus was like a stone pillar that connected the heavens and earth. Snap! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the skies. Immediately after, a gigantic palm tore through the firmaments and crushed down with a supreme might as though it wanted to destroy the world. The entire Tao inheritance ground trembled and swayed. The void around the gigantic palm collapsed inch by inch and cracks appeared. Even this space could not withstand the impact of that power. How terrifying was a power that even the void could not withstand. That gigantic palm only had a single target, Su Zimo, who was on the ground. At that moment, every cultivator in the Tao inheritance ground saw the gigantic palm and shuddered in shock with frightened expressions. That power was way too terrifying. Even Dharma-characteristic Tao lords and conjoint body mighty figures would be destroyed both physically and in spirit by the suppression of that power, let alone void reversion Tao beings. And no! Demoness Ji felt chills run down her spine as she looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and cried weakly. Lin Xuanji looked at the descending palm and recalled his master's words. His master had once told him sternly that Su Zimo would face a calamity upon entering the Tao inheritance ground. At that time he did not take it to heart. He thought that Su Zimo would tide through the calamity after he got through the titular disciples or Diin. It was only now that he realized that the palm before them was Su Zimo's calamity. The power of the conjoint body realm could not penetrate the barrier of the Tao inheritance ground. If this palm could penetrate the Tao inheritance ground to suppress down, there was only a single possibility. A terrifying expert beyond the conjoint body realm had attacked. When he realized that, a look of sorrow and mockery flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. The most tragic thing was that Su Zimo was already dead for sure with the attack of such a terrifying expert. To Lin Xuanji, the irony was that in order to kill Su Zimo and suppress his growth, an expert who had surpassed the conjoint body realm was willing to give up his dignity and attack a void reversion. If Lin Xuanji could guess, Su Zimo could naturally guess as well. The fact that he was able to break through the barrier of the Tao inheritance ground meant that the cultivation of the attacker had already surpassed the conjoint body realm. An ancestor realm expert, be it the patriarchs or half-martial ancestors, a power of that level was definitely not something that a void reversion could contend against. It was no exaggeration to say that if they were not in the Tao inheritance ground, a single look from an ancestor realm expert was enough to kill a void reversion. Actually, Su Zimo had already felt a vague sense of uneasiness the moment Di Yin's soul search failed. That was the reason why he had been holding the creation green lotus in his palm. However, he knew that even the creation green lotus would not be able to defend against the power of an ancestral realm expert. The grade 6 creation green lotus had just matured and was comparable to a Khanate Tao Lord Dermic weapon. It was far from reaching its peak. This was akin to a Khanate spirit weapon used by golden cores in front of Su Zimo. He could crush it with ease. The difference in strength was too great. Right now, there was only a single chance for him to escape. The major transference talisman. Therefore, the moment Su Zimo sensed danger approaching, he summoned the creation green lotus and tore the major transference talisman from his storage bag without hesitation. He had not used the major transference talisman ever since the old monk handed it to him. According to the old monk, he could be teleported to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley the moment he crushed the major transference talisman. Su Zimo did not know if he could make it in time. He did not know if the power of an ancestor realm expert would interrupt the teleportation of the major transference talisman either. More than that, he did not know if there would be any unforeseen circumstances during the process. He only knew one thing: this was his only chance at survival. The major transference talisman shattered. A strange power burst forth and space trembled violently. Immediately after, a gigantic black vortex appeared behind Su Zimo. It was deep and mysterious, as though it could devour everything. A terrifying suction force suddenly burst forth and pulled Su Zimo's body in. At the same time, the creation green lotus that rose in reverse collided with the gigantic palm that was crushing down. Boom! Instantly, it was as though the world had stopped. Even the black vortex formed by the major transference talisman stopped spinning. Every cultivator in the Tao inheritance ground looked up at the skies with widened mouths and eyes filled with shock. In their eyes, the only things left in the world were the creation green lotus that brimmed with life and rose against the tides and a gigantic palm. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, right in front of countless gazes, the thick green lotus stem broke apart inch by inch under the suppression of the gigantic palm and its glow dissipated. The creation green lotus seemed to be letting out a sorrowful cry. Its gigantic lotus leaves were torn apart by the terrifying power as well. Lotus petals fell one after another in a tragic manner. This supreme treasure stole the creation of heaven and earth, had just risen and revealed its sharpness when it was mercilessly suppressed by a gigantic palm and crippled. The cultivators looked at this scene and remained silent for a long time. Everything seemed to indicate something. The fate of that monster incarnate seemed to be the same as the unyielding creation green lotus that rose against the tides. The creation green lotus was already suppressed. How could that person escape? The shattered lotus stem? leaves, and barren lotus platform were all sucked into the black vortex behind Su Zimo. With the momentary obstruction of the creation green lotus, Su Zimo managed to tear the major transference talisman and entered the deep, dark teleportation tunnel. The crisis seemed to have passed. However, the owner of that palm would not allow it at all. Trying to flee? A cold and sinister voice sounded from the firmaments. Boom! The gigantic palm descended suddenly, as though it had broken through the restrictions of space. Instantly, it reached into the pitch-black vortex and grabbed towards Su Zimo, who had escaped far away. That was the power and methods of an ancestor realm expert. Even if he released the major transference talisman first, it was impossible for him to escape from an ancestor realm expert. Su Zimo, who was in the teleportation tunnel, was faced with the impending calamity once more before he even had time to grieve for the destruction of the creation green lotus. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment he tore the major transference talisman and was dragged inside to the pursuit of the gigantic palm, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Without time to think, Su Zimo could only raise his right hand instinctively to defend himself. Bang! Two palms collided. A terrifying force struck the divine phoenix bone. Screech! A clear phoenix cry sounded from the teleportation tunnel, piercing through metal and cracking rocks with an endless might. Immediately after, an extremely scorching aura burst forth from Su Zimo's right hand, as though it could incinerate all living beings and destroy them. His right hand had already disappeared completely and was replaced by a gigantic and malevolent claw. It was scarlet and burned with a world-shaking divine flame. The power of the divine phoenix bone was completely activated, revealing its true form, the divine phoenix's claw. The divine phoenix's claw descended with divine flames surging on it. It was filled with a godly aura as it collided with the gigantic palm of the ancestor realm expert. Boom! Su Zimo shuddered as though he was struck by lightning. Although the divine phoenix bone was undamaged against the power of an ancestor realm expert, it could not defend against the remnant power of the latter as everything surged into his body through the divine phoenix bone. After all, Su Zimo's bones were not divine phoenix bones. A single surge of remnant power into his body was absolutely devastating for his flesh. Crack, 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 poof, poof, poof. His bones were all shattered, and every single one of them was the size of a fingernail. Not a single one of them was intact, and his flesh was ruptured. He was almost completely smashed. His powerful body that had been cultivated for more than 100 years was completely crippled by the remnant power of an ancestor realm expert. His entire body was devoid of life. Furthermore, that was under the premise that the divine phoenix bone already blocked more than half of the power of the ancestor realm expert. If not for the divine phoenix bone, Su Zimo's body and spirit would have been destroyed instantly, and his body would have been crushed into dust by the gigantic palm. However, this collision caused Su Zimo's figure to sink swiftly into the depths of the black vortex, disappearing into the darkness. The gigantic palm reached in once more to scoop, but did not manage to grab anything. The ancestor realm expert harumphed coldly. The gigantic palm withdrew from the black vortex and retreated from the Dao inheritance ground. It was only at this moment that the terrifying might in the void dissipated slowly. After a long period of silence, the entire Dao inheritance ground burst into a clamor. Heavens! Desolate Marshal established his Dao and killed titular disciples, attracting the attack of an ancestor realm expert. I wonder if that was a Mahayana patriarch or half-martial ancestor? He's definitely a half-martial ancestor. Mahayana patriarchs have broad horizons and are dedicated to pursuing the great Dao. Why would they get involved over such a small matter? An ancestor realm expert actually lowered his dignity despicably in order to kill a void reversion Dao being. Desolate Marshal will no longer exist after today. Some people lamented, some sighed, some gloated, and some were devastated. Demoness Ji burst into tears and sobbed silently. Lin Xuanji stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to recover from the shock of that scene. After a moment he said, "Fellow Taoist pure maiden, Brother Su is not dead yet. There might be a chance for things to change. Before long, News spread to Tianhuang mainland one after another, creating huge waves. An ancestor realm expert has attacked. Which sect? I don't know. It's extremely likely to be Chaos Essence sect. The creation Green Lotus was destroyed and Desolate Marshall's body was crippled. He was teleported away by the major transference talisman. We don't know where he went or whether he's alive. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Desolate Marshall is too sharp and it's his fate to face such a calamity. Ever since the calamity of the Great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago, there was almost no news of an ancestor realm expert taking action in the cultivation world. However, during the establishment of Tao by Desolate Marshall and the calamity of titular disciples this time round, an ancestor realm expert made a move. This news was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and shocked Tianhuang mainland. Before long, the super sects such as the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, and 6 Buddhist monasteries knew that the person who attacked was Chaos Essence sect's Defan, a half-martial ancestor expert. Middle Continent, Chaos Essence sect. Defan retracted his palm slowly. His expression was dark and his gaze flickered. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. Elder D, that lad has already died? Chaos Essence sect's sect master asked carefully. Defan replied expressionlessly. No, his body and the creation Green Lotus were crippled by me. However, he managed to escape with the major transference talisman. Why does this lad have a treasure like the major transference talisman? Defan's tone was sinister. He was still furious that he could not kill Su Zimo right away. The major transference talisman's teleportation location is fixed, Chaos Essence sect's sect master said in a low voice. I've heard Dean mention that the first time he met Desolate Marshall was at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Oh? Dragon Burial Valley? Defan raised his brow and said slowly. I heard from the old patriarch that there seems to be an old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Is he still alive? No, but based on my calculations, 10,000 years have passed and this old monk doesn't have much lifespan left. His time should be up soon. Chaos Essence sect's sect master's expression froze when he heard the words old patriarch. A look of reverence flashed through his eyes as he replied in a deep voice. The old patriarch that Defan was referring to was the only Mahayana patriarch of the D clan. His seniority was even higher than Defan. During the calamity of the Great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago, the reason why the evil ancestral level dragon was killed was because this patriarch of the D clan attacked. Defan and the dead Dean were both considered as the descendants of the D clan's patriarch. However, the patriarch of the D clan was not in Chaos Essence sect right now. Defan waved his hand and said coldly, relay the news that Desolate Marshall is at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and contact Heavenly Dipper sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace and other factions to attack Dragon Burial Valley. Chaos Essence sect's sect master frowned slightly and said hesitantly, Elder D, that old monk is still alive. Back then, he was a Mahayana patriarch after all. No worries, Defan sneered. How much combat strength can Mahayana patriarch in his twilight years have left with his weakened blood chi? He might not even be able to defend against a conjoint body mighty figure. Daming and Fahua monasteries have already been destroyed and vanished into thin air. I don't believe that an old monk whose lifespan is about to be up can defend against the combined attack of 8 super sects. After pausing for a moment, Defan's eyes shone with killing intent as he said coldly, at most, I'll strike once more. Middle Continent, 100 Refinement sect. Everyone from 100 Refinement sect was fretting over how to deal with the encirclement of the 8 super sects when the news of an ancestor realm expert attacking spread. Everyone was shocked. The killing intent from the Azura Yen Beichen burst forth and almost materialized. His gaze was sinister as though a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was formed. He thought of all possibilities and even prepared for the worst where he would escape with Su Zimo to the end of the world. However, he never imagined that an ancestor realm expert would attack. That was akin to a strong adult man resorting to all means to kill an infant that could merely crawl. The difference between a void reversion and an ancestral realm expert was even greater than the difference between an infant and a strong man. To think that an ancestor realm expert would attack a void reversion. Chaos Essence sect is truly shameless for the sake of revenge. Elder Gu said hatefully. Elder Gu shook his head. I'm afraid it's not just for revenge. Not bad, Shangguanzi said. He established his Tao heart by stepping on the corpses of 8 titular disciples. Once such a monster incarnate grows up, it will be a disaster for super sects like Chaos Essence sect. The true reason why this ancestor realm expert attacked was because he wanted to murder this monster incarnate. Tao Lord Extreme Fire stood silently at the side, frowning in deep thought. Extreme Fire, don't worry too much, Shangguanzi said softly. According to the current news, Zimo has already been teleported away. We don't know if he's dead or alive. There's still hope. Everyone knew that this was merely a consolation. With the attack of an ancestor realm expert, the creation Green Lotus and his body were crippled one after another. Even if he survived, the monster incarnate he once was would have vanished into thin air. Shangguanzi sighed softly and said, I wonder where the child was teleported to. I know. Right then, Extreme Fire spoke. Ah? Everyone was stunned. Shangguanzi could vaguely sense that Extreme Fire's expression seemed to have relaxed after hearing that Su Zimo had torn the major transference talisman and escaped. Extreme Fire said, Zimo should have gone to the Dragon Burial Valley. Dragon Burial Valley? I heard that an evil dragon was buried in the Dragon Burial Valley 10,000 years ago. It's an ominous place where patriarchs have fallen and the blood of emperors have been spilled. Why would he head there? Everyone asked hurriedly. Before Extreme Fire could explain, a spirit crane flew in from outside. The spirit crane was filled with an immortal aura and its flesh was intact. It was extremely agile. When it arrived in front of Shangguanzi, it suddenly transformed into a paper crane and floated in her palm. There was another piece of huge news from the cultivation world. Everyone was invigorated. Shangguanzi opened the spirit crane and took a look. Her expression changed gradually. What? Worried about Su Zimo, Yen Beichen took the initiative to ask. Shangguanzi had a grim expression and said in a deep voice, Extreme Fire is right. Zimo should have been teleported to the Dragon Burial Valley. However, for some reason, this news has already spread in the cultivation world. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. The cultivators present quickly realized what the consequences would be if this news spread. Shangguanzi continued. The Spirit Crane said that 5 immortal sects, Heavenly Dipper sect, Chaos Essence sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Sword sect and Glass Palace, 2 Fiend sects, Hidden Death sect and Malevolent Earth sect, Formless Monastery of the Buddhist Monasteries and Poison sect of the Heretical Doctrines, have all sent conjoint body mighty figures to head to the North region's Dragon Burial Valley. Apart from the 8 super sects that everyone had expected, Sword sect was also involved. That made 9 super sects. Everyone had ugly expressions. All of them knew that Su Zimo was doomed. Elder Gu sighed. There are so many super sects and conjoint body mighty figures joining forces for the sake of a void reversion. They're truly bent on exterminating him. Without another word, Yen Beichen turned to leave. Where are you going? Extreme Fire reached out and stopped him. Dragon Burial Valley. Yen Beichen's voice was cold. Extreme Fire shook his head. You won't make it in time if you go now. The speed of a conjoint body mighty figure is much faster than you. They will only need a couple of days to head to the North region from the Middle Continent. Furthermore, you're injured. You'll only be courting death if you rush over. What should we do then? Just wait. Yen Beichen clenched his fists. Extreme Fire had a strange expression as he murmured, Let's wait for news. I'm not exactly worried if Zimo returns to Dragon Burial Valley. At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, in the ancient temple, in the cemetery at the backyard of the main hall, an old monk sat on the ground. His beard and brows were white and he was skinny. Sitting on the ground, he was chanting the rebirth mantra in a low voice. In the cemetery, a burly man with scarlet, disheveled hair and ragged clothes sat inside with rusty chains wrapped around his body. The scarlet-haired burly man leaned against a stone tablet listlessly and was dozing off to the old monk's chanting. "Old monk, you nag here every day. It's fine for the dead, but you're annoying the living to death," the scarlet-haired burly man who was falling asleep grumbled. The old monk ignored him and continued chanting. All of a sudden, the scarlet-haired burly man's expression changed. As though he sensed something, he stood up and the chains on his body rattled. He glared at the void not far away with bright eyes and no signs of fatigue on his face. The chanting suddenly stopped. Seemingly sensing something, the old monk suddenly flicked his sleeves and created a gigantic gap in the void not far away, causing a pile of items to fall out. There were broken lotus stems, shattered lotus leaves, and a bare lotus platform. Immediately after, a figure fell out. It was Su Zimo who tore apart the major transference talisman and escaped from the half-martial ancestor expert D-Fan's hands. Bang! Su Zimo's body slammed heavily onto the ground and he did not move at all. It was not that he did not want to move, but his body had already lost all signs of life. Although his essence spirit was not destroyed, he could no longer control his body. The scarlet-haired burly man was shocked as he looked at the mangled body. That's serious? He could tell with a single glance that this body was completely crippled. His bones were shattered and his organs were crushed into mud. His flesh was lifeless without any signs of vitality. Simply put, even if the owner of this body was a conjoint body mighty figure, he wouldn't be able to save it. The power of a conjoint body mighty figure could regrow severed limbs. However, given the extent of damage received by the body, there was no way about it unless Su Zimo was a Mahayana patriarch. Every single Mahayana patriarch knew of a divine power, blood rebirth. They could reconstruct their physical bodies with a single drop of blood. The old monk frowned when he saw the dilapidated body. Even the grade 6 creation green lotus was destroyed? The scarlet-haired burly man's expression turned grim. The power that could shatter a grade 6 creation green lotus was probably beyond the conjoint body realm. Could it be an ancestor realm expert? The scarlet-haired burly man's eyes were filled with killing intent and he was enraged. Although there were no rigid rules in the cultivation world, it did not make sense for an ancestor realm expert to attack a void reversion fatally. Fuck. He's really bullying this lad for not having any backing. The scarlet-haired burly man cursed and his nose quivered. He sniffed the air and his expression turned even uglier. He grit his teeth and said, "It's the bloodline of the D clan. It's his descendant again." Right then, two beams of light flew out from the broken body. It was Su Zimo's two essence spirits, the scarlet-haired Een spirit and the black-haired essence spirit. Looking at Su Zimo's scarlet-haired Een spirit, the burly man's eyes lit up with satisfaction. But soon he frowned. "Your essence spirit is injured as well?" The scarlet-haired burly man's eyes flashed with rage. "Master." The two essence spirits bowed to the old monk before turning to look at the scarlet-haired burly man with conflicted expressions. If Su Zimo was not wrong, there was a high chance that the person he once referred to as the red-headed ghost was the culprit for the catastrophe back then. The evil dragon. "What are you looking at?" The red-headed ghost glared at him. "I'm that illumination dragon from back then. So what? You've also drunk my blood for 20 years at the bottom of this valley." When he heard the red-headed ghost's words, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. However, he was truly in no mood to argue with the red-headed ghost. Gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, his heart was filled with sorrow. It was not because he had lost his physical body. He was a void reversion and would not die even if he lost his body. Furthermore, if he lost his body, he could just reconstruct it. It was also not because of how strong this body was and how many years of cultivation were ruined. It was because he had been cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness since he started cultivating. That body contained traces of Dai Yu. When his bloodline phenomenon was activated to its limits, a blood-colored butterfly was even born. All of that no longer existed. That was the reason why he could not bear to part with it. The red-headed ghost looked at the old monk. "Old monk, let's follow my plan. That's the only way to resolve his crisis. That's the only way." The old monk sighed slightly. The red-headed ghost shouted at Su Zimo, Hey, lad, do you want this body to recover? You have a solution? Su Zimo was invigorated and his eyes lit up. Hee hee, the red-headed ghost chuckled. Of course there's a way. If you agree, I'll give you a great opportunity. It's way too easy for this body to recover while the true benefits are yet to come. Speak. Su Zimo calmed down and did not agree immediately. This body of yours will be managed by this essence spirit from now on. The red-headed ghost pointed at the scarlet-haired spirit and said, Your essence spirit and this body can head to the Dragon Bone Valley. There's a divine spring inside that can heal the injuries of your body and essence spirit. The divine spring of the primordial era has the miraculous effect of regenerating flesh and bones, as well as reviving the dead. While it has long gone extinct, there's a spring in the Dragon Bone Valley. Su Zimo knew that the red-headed ghost would never lie to him about something like this. Since he said that the primordial divine spring had such an effect, it must be true. The red-headed ghost continued, If your body recovers, you'll have to join the dragon race and cultivate in the Dragon Bone Valley. No one will dare to bully you to this extent again in the future. With the backing of one of the primordial 9 races, the dragon race, who would dare to provoke him? Not even the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, and 6 Buddhist monasteries could do it. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before asking, What about my black-haired essence spirit? That was the key. If his body was restored to its original state and only belonged to the scarlet-haired spirit, it would mean that his entire body, from his bloodline to his essence spirit, would be a complete dragon. Su Zimo was born as a human and wanted to establish the Tao for the masses. He did not want to be reduced to an alien race completely. However, this was indeed a tremendous opportunity for him. Naturally, the greatest benefit was for his body to recover to its original state. If he could cultivate in the Dragon Bone Valley, it might be of great help to his cultivation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness as well. There was an essence spirit secret skill and a dermic art in the yang spirit section. The dermic art was barren. Su Zimo merely had a rough understanding of barren and could only release it simply. He could not unleash its full power, nor could he control its range perfectly. Up till now, he still could not understand the mysteries of that essence spirit secret skill. If he could enter the Dragon Bone Valley to cultivate, it would be extremely helpful for him to master barren and comprehend the essence spirit secret skill. After all, the Yin spirit and Yang spirit sections of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness were adapted from the cultivation of the Dragon King Desolate Ocean. Su Zimo asked, What about my black-haired essence spirit? Doesn't matter? Waving his hand, the red-headed ghost pouted his lips nonchalantly. In any case, this dragon body will be your true body from now on. At most, your black-haired essence spirit can just refine a physical body and cultivate it as a clone. No, the old monk shook his head and suddenly said, The dragon race body can be cultivated as a clone. This black-haired essence spirit will be Zimo's true body. Bullshit, the red-headed ghost replied in a worked-up manner. That body is connected to the lad's bloodline, so it will naturally be a true body of the dragon race. There's only the black-haired essence spirit left here that doesn't even have a body. How can it be a true body? The old monk shook his head and said resolutely, However, he's a human after all. That's why the body reconstructed by the black-haired essence spirit will be his true body. His dragon race body will be a clone. The two of them started arguing over this matter. The old monk was unwilling to back down as well. Both of them were clear about Su Zimo's potential. If he was allowed to grow, he would definitely become an extremely terrifying existence that could change Tianhuang mainland. The reason why the red-headed ghost wanted the scarlet-haired spirit to be the true body was naturally for the good of the dragon race. As for the old monk, his intention was also to retain a hope for the human race in the future. Master, red-headed ghost, stop arguing. Su Zimo's gaze was resolute, as though he had already made up his mind. He said slowly, Be it the scarlet-haired spirit or the black-haired essence spirit's body, they are not clones. Both are my true bodies. Both of them were briefly stunned before they understood what was happening. If an ordinary cultivator were to refine a clone, they would at most inject a stream of spirit consciousness into it. it would be just a remnant thought. However, Su Zimo's situation was extremely special. He had truly cultivated two essence spirits. Even if they cultivated separately, their essence spirits would not affect one another. If both essence spirits were him, how could there be a clone? Since they were destined to cultivate separately, he would cultivate two true bodies in the future. The old monk and the red-headed ghost stopped arguing. Both of them could accept this outcome. Of course, there was another important reason why Su Zimo agreed to let the scarlet-haired spirit bring his body to the Dragon Bone Valley. Red-headed ghost, I have a condition, Su Zimo suddenly said. The red-headed ghost raised his brow and glanced askance at Su Zimo. What other conditions do you want to make despite this amazing bargain? I want to bring someone along, Su Zimo replied. No way. The red-headed ghost rejected without hesitation. What kind of place do you think Dragon Bone Valley is? Do you think it's a place anyone can head to? Su Zimo thought for a moment. To be precise, he's not human, he's a WYRM. He absorbed some dragon chi, and will definitely be able to transform into a true dragon in the future. Another important reason why Su Zimo wanted to head to the Dragon Bone Valley was because of Solitary Cloud. In order to save him, Solitary Cloud ended up in such a state where his fate was unknown. He had to give Solitary Cloud a fortuitous encounter in order to live up to the latter's undying loyalty. No, it's even worse if it's a WYRM, the red-headed ghost pouted. Let's put it this way. Even someone like you who drank my dragon blood for 20 years has an impure bloodline. It's already not bad that I can send you in. What the hell does a WYRM that absorbed some dragon chi to cultivate even amount to? In other words, even if he can enter, he'll be bullied to death by the true dragons of Dragon Bone Valley. Su Zimo did not back down at all. If anyone bullies him, I'll naturally be there. However, I have to bring him over. If Solitary Cloud could cultivate in an environment like Dragon Bone Valley, his chances of transforming into a true dragon would increase greatly. Kid, you only know how to push your luck. Fuck. In order to save you, I even have to add a little WYRM snake into the mix. What the hell am I even doing? The red-headed ghost cursed and glanced at Su Zimo from the corner of his eyes. When he saw that the latter was not backing down, he mumbled, Fine, we'll bring him along. However, he veered the topic away. Let me make things clear first. There's no kind soul in the dragon race. Don't blame me if he gets bullied to death inside. Thank you. Su Zimo cupped his fists. After a brief pause, Su Zimo continued, Red-headed ghost, I have another condition. What? The red-headed ghost jumped up in anger as the chains on his body rattled. Blowing his beard and glaring, he said, Rascal, don't push your luck. If you push me too far, I won't even care about you anymore. Su Zimo said selfishly. Since he's coming in with me, he has to follow me to that primordial divine spring to recuperate. No way. The red-headed ghost rejected him flatly and glared at Su Zimo angrily, grinding his teeth. Do you think that anyone can soak in that divine spring? I'll have to persuade endlessly just to let you soak in that divine spring, and now, you even want to add a little WRM snake? Su Zimo thought for a moment. As long as you can save him, it's fine if you don't let him soak in the primordial divine spring. Leave it to me. It's just a lousy WYRM. I'll revive it with a single drop of my blood, the red-headed ghost said confidently. Only when he heard that, Su Zimo carefully removed Solitary Cloud from his storage bag and placed it in front of the red-headed ghost. The red-headed ghost took a look and his face darkened, almost cursing. That fellow's injuries were almost the same as Su Zimo's. His chest was punctured. His heart was shattered and his essence spirit was almost destroyed. He was hanging on with a single breath and could die at any moment. The WRM might die with a single drop of his blood instead. Creak, creak. The red-headed ghost ground his teeth in silence. Su Zimo shrugged. Look, you can't do it either. In that case, I'll have to bring him to soak in that primordial hot spring. It's a divine spring. The red-headed ghost rolled his eyes and scolded. Hot your head. That won't do. The red-headed ghost pondered for a long time before shaking his head in rejection. I won't be going either then. Suzimo decided to go all out. The old monk stood at the side and smiled without saying anything. The red-headed ghost was hopping mad but could not do anything to Suzimo. After a moment, the red-headed ghost said, I can agree to your condition, but you can't raise any other conditions. He was truly afraid. If Suzimo were to go crazy and bring along a nest of monsters or random animals like leopards, wolves, tigers, etc., Dragonbone Valley would be in complete chaos. All right, Suzimo agreed. The red-headed ghost heaved a sigh of relief. Fine, I'll agree to your 2 conditions. Taking a deep breath, the red-headed ghost cut his fingertip and a drop of scarlet blood fell, emanating a terrifying aura with a tremendous life force. He conjured hand seals continuously and let out a series of strange sounds. The drop of blood hovered in midair and did not dissipate. A moment later, the drop of blood changed gradually and turned into a scarlet divine dragon. Its horns were towering and lifelike. Go on, the red-headed ghost murmured. The tiny divine dragon let out a long cry and turned into a scarlet beam of light that tore through the air and disappeared quickly. Zimo, think about what you want to take away next, the old monk said. The Dragonbone Valley is the resting place of the primordial dragon race. Your bloodline is impure and you will definitely be ostracized upon entering. I'm afraid you will be in a difficult situation. Indeed, Suzimo's body did not have a pure bloodline. However, his bloodline was derived from cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Coupled with the blood of the illumination dragon, it was even more terrifying than a pure-blooded illumination dragon. There's no need to worry too much. No matter where it is, strength is everything. The red-headed ghost said, whoever is stronger will have the final say. If you can beat those little brats of the dragon race into submission, you'll naturally obtain their recognition. Suzimo nodded. He had many treasures on him and his 2 essence spirits were about to cultivate separately. He had to make careful arrangements. The bronze square tripod was the destiny dermic weapon of the scarlet-haired Een spirit and naturally had to follow him. The illumination stone could only be used in this body and had to follow the scarlet-haired Een spirit to the Dragonbone Valley. Of course, his greatest reliance in Dragonbone Valley would be his body and bloodline. The true body of the dragon race would continue to cultivate according to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. To a certain extent, the true body of the dragon race was a Tao that Dai you had chosen for Suzimo and he would walk it to the end. As for his black-haired essence spirit, after it finished reconstructing a body, a new Tao would be formed with the fusion of the human race's immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos. However, that might not be his Tao. Suzimo was going to establish a Tao that belonged to him. Before long, a mighty dragon roar sounded above Dragon Burial Valley, shaking the world with a power that could make all living beings submit. The red-headed ghost opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar as well. Immediately after, a divine dragon covered in fiery red scales and horns descended above the ancient temple. The divine dragon's gaze was like a torch as he surveyed the area below. A red beard fluttered beneath his chin, and his entire body burned with flames, exuding a domineering might. Around the divine dragon, a series of fine cracks appeared that trembled as cyclones howled. The old monk frowned. This was the resting place of many experts 10,000 years ago. He was naturally displeased for it to be disturbed like this. Swash! A rusty chain burst forth from the cemetery at an extremely fast speed and arrived instantly. Even the divine dragon in midair was struck heavily before it could react. Transform into human form and get the hell down, the red-headed ghost's voice sounded. The majestic divine dragon obediently transformed into a middle-aged man in scarlet robes and descended into the cemetery. Clan leader, you're really not dead. When the scarlet-robed man caught sight of the red-headed ghost, he was excited and his eyes shone with endless joy. Suzimo could tell that such joy could not be faked and came from the bottom of his heart. From the way the scarlet-robed man addressed the red-headed ghost as the clan leader, it was not difficult to tell that the red-headed ghost had an extremely high status in the dragon race. If he was not the clan leader of the dragon race, he was clan leader of the illumination dragon lineage. However, Zimo did not know what sort of status the Illumination dragon lineage had among the dragon race. He knew very little about the dragon race. Clan leader, the chains on your body? When the scarlet-robed man caught sight of the chains on the red-headed ghost, his eyes widened in rage and killing intent. He walked forward, wanting to rip the chains apart. You don't have to care about these scrap metals, the red-headed ghost pouted. If I wanted to, I would have torn them off a long time ago. Why haven't you returned after so many years, clan leader? The scarlet-robed man could not help but ask. The moment he said that, he seemed to have thought of something as he spun around and glared at the old monk not far away with a murderous aura, declaring coldly, "It must be that old bald monk. Don't worry, clan leader. That old bald monk's blood chi is deteriorating. Watch me kill him." Zimo was secretly speechless. It was no wonder why the scarlet-robed man was from the Illumination dragon lineage. His temper was way too fiery. Kill your head. The red-headed ghost shook the chains and whipped the scarlet-robed man once more. Although the scarlet-robed man could dodge it, he did not move and allowed the red-headed ghost to whip him. There's another reason why I've been here for so many years. You don't have to know. The red-headed ghost did not explain to him and said in a deep voice, I summoned you here today for something else. Bring him back to Dragonbone Valley and recuperate in the primordial divine spring. If the elders in the clan don't allow it, tell them that it's my intention. As he said that, the red-headed ghost pointed at Zimo. Him. The scarlet-robed man glanced at Zimo's lifeless body on the ground and then at the scarlet-haired spirit. Frowning, he asked, Clan leader, this lad's bloodline is impure. There's no need for you to value him so much, right? Arrange according to my instructions. The red-headed ghost's tone was unquestionable. Also, this lad has a WIRM snake by his side who is also severely injured. Bring them together to the primordial divine spring. Ah? The scarlet-robed man was stunned. While the red-headed ghost was the clan leader of the Illumination dragon lineage and had an extremely high status within the dragon race, those arrangements were truly against the rules. Clan leader. This will definitely attract dissent. The scarlet-robed man frowned. Even if the elders of the Illumination dragon lineage agree, I'm afraid the elders of the other 4 dragon lineages will step in to stop us. Stop what? The red-headed ghost bolted upright as his eyes shone with a scarlet light. With a torrential aura, he hollered, I've left the clan for 10,000 years and now, I can't even arrange for 2 people to head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate? It's not that. It's just that the 2 of them. The scarlet-robed man hesitated. The primordial divine spring was extremely rare. Within the dragon race, only those with extremely high statuses and the purest bloodlines were qualified to enter. Zimo and Solitary Cloud were not qualified at all. To be precise, the 2 of them could not even be considered as the lowliest of the dragon race. The red-headed ghost fell silent. After a long time, he looked at the scarlet-robed man and asked, Do you know why I called you here? I don't know. The scarlet-robed man had a respectful expression. Pointing at Zimo, the red-headed ghost said word by word, From this day forth, you shall see him as part of my bloodline, my son. Ah! The scarlet-robed man's expression changed as he exclaimed softly. Zimo was shocked as well. He had often bickered with the red-headed ghost. To think that he held such weight in the latter's heart. The red-headed ghost said slowly, Is my child qualified to recuperate in the primordial divine spring? Yes. The scarlet-robed man nodded without hesitation. The red-headed ghost continued, Go back and tell those old fogies of the Illumination dragon lineage that I will no longer occupy the title of Illumination from this day forth. Leave it to the juniors to fight for it. Clan leader. The scarlet-robed man's expression changed. Zimo was confused when he heard that. He did not understand the significance of the title of Illumination that the red-headed ghost mentioned. The red-headed ghost gazed into the distance with an unresolvable sorrow in the depths of his eyes. After a while, he retracted his gaze and looked at Zimo who was beside him. There was no malice or killing intent on his face. Instead, His gaze was filled with a rare kindness. If Yenner was still around, he should be the same as you. Brave, fearless, persistent, and true. When he heard that, the scarlet-robed man looked pained as tears welled up in his eyes. The old monk sighed deeply and shook his head as well. For some reason, Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness as well. He could tell that the Yenna mentioned by the red-headed ghost was definitely the person dearest to him, but was unfortunately no longer around. On the surface, the red-headed ghost looked carefree and even a little neurotic. However, deep in his heart, there was a sadness that no one could reach. Was the red-headed ghost an evil dragon? 10,000 years ago, the red-headed ghost destroyed the Great Qian Empire, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, causing a massive catastrophe and killing so many people. Could be said that he was extremely evil. However, in Su Zimo's eyes, the red-headed ghost was just a pitiful person. It was hard to imagine what he had experienced back then to cause him to be so furious and murderous. What exactly was the trigger for the catastrophe 10,000 years ago? Su Zimo could guess the reason why the red-headed ghost refused to stay here. It was most likely because he felt guilty or wanted to atone for his sins. The old monk did not seem to have any hatred towards the red-headed ghost as one would have imagined. The red-headed ghost accidentally revealed that Dai, you seem to have helped him before. What happened when Dai, you came here to retrieve the Soraka flower back then? Su Zimo was filled with questions. Lad, don't worry about anything before heading to Dragonbone Valley. The red-headed ghost asked, have you devoured a dragon egg before? Su Zimo knew that he could not hide this matter and nodded. The red-headed ghost said, this matter can both be important or negligible. Actually, the dragon egg you saw was a dead egg. Ah? Su Zimo froze for a moment. The red-headed ghost explained, the bloodline of the dragon race is noble and powerful. It has a long lifespan and powerful combat strength. However, it's not without weaknesses. The reproduction ability of the dragon race is extremely poor. The success rate of the dragon race nurturing a dragon egg is very low. Even if they can produce one, the survival rate of the dragon egg is not high. At that point, Su Zimo nodded to himself. If the dragon race had the reproductive capabilities of humans, such a massive race would have occupied Tianhuang mainland long ago. Even if 10 human emperors were to appear, it would be useless. The red-headed ghost said, the dragon eggs that can truly survive have long been carefully protected with experts of the dragon race, guarding them day and night. How can you come into contact with them? Su Zimo recalled carefully. Back when he and Night Spirit crossed a sea of bones, they ascended a mountain and entered that gigantic cave. Indeed, they did not encounter any obstacles along the way. In fact, a green divine dragon only appeared after they devoured the dragon egg completely. This is Long Yen. From now on, call him Uncle Yen. The red-headed ghost pointed at the scarlet-robed man and said to Su Zimo, Uncle Yen. Su Zimo did not hesitate and bowed towards Long Yen. Unexpectedly, Long Yen received Su Zimo's bow and returned it with a respectful attitude. Greetings, young master. Young master. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. That title did not sound insignificant. The red-headed ghost had a calm expression and was not surprised at all. Follow Long Yen and cultivate well in Dragonbone Valley. If you have any doubts, ask Long Yen along the way. When you're there, you'll be called Long Mo for the time being. The red-headed ghost looked deeply at Su Zimo. I believe that in the future, you won't just be a young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. The old monk nodded as well. Go on. The chaos in Tianhuang mainland has already appeared, and I'm afraid a calamity is about to descend. Your true body of the dragon race might be able to survive this calamity if you cultivate in Dragonbone Valley. Master, red-headed ghost, goodbye. The scarlet-haired Een spirit bowed deeply to the old monk and red-headed ghost before turning to leave with Long Yen. Everything that Su Zimo wanted to bring, including his tattered body, had already been put into his storage bag. The scarlet-haired Een spirit carried everything and followed behind Long Yen. Before long, the scarlet-haired Een spirit disappeared from the Dragon Burial Valley. Although the two essence spirits were getting further and further away, there was still an extremely mysterious connection between them. In midair, Long Yen took care of Su Zimo's scarlet-haired spirit with focus, and they did not travel at a fast speed. "How long have you been cultivating for?" Long Yen asked. Su Zimo replied, "More than 100 years. Your potential is rather decent," Long Yen praised. "However, the clan leader has even greater expectations for you. I don't know what he sees in you, but I'll do my best to assist you. How far you can go will depend on yourself." Su Zimo nodded. "Let me brief you on the situation of the dragon race. There are a total of 5 lineages in the dragon race. They are the horned, blue, hornless, torch, and winged dragons. These 5 bloodlines are known as the 5 great dragon lineages. Their bloodlines are the purest and their combat strength is the strongest. The horned dragon has the metal attribute, the blue dragon is wood, the hornless dragon is water, the illumination dragon is fire, and the winged dragon is earth. All 5 lineages specialize in different things." Long Yen said, "Typically speaking, the strongest among the 5 dragon lineages is the blue dragon lineage. The blue dragon lineage inherited the most bloodline of the sacred beast, the azure dragon, and is the most similar to them." Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why he had read similar descriptions in some ancient books that the blue dragon was the azure dragon. However, in reality, the blue dragon merely inherited the most of the azure dragon's bloodline. The azure dragon was a sacred beast. In the vast world, including the upper world, there were only 4 of them. The blue dragon was far inferior compared to the azure dragon. Long Yen thought for a moment and continued, "Of course, apart from the 5 dragon lineages, there are also the mixed dragon lineage in Dragon Bone Valley. There are some dragon species with thin bloodlines such as Wyrms, cloud dragons, rain dragons, coiling dragons, and so on. The mixed dragon lineage has a low status. In Dragon Bone Valley, they only do lowly work and serve the 5 dragon lineages as slaves." Pausing for a moment, Long Yen continued, "To be fair, the bloodline of you and that Wyrm can't even be compared to the mixed dragon lineage. The mixed dragon bloodline only had a thin bloodline. As for Su Zimo, his bloodline was impure. The nature of the two was completely different. As for Solitary Cloud, not only was his dragon race bloodline so thin that it was almost non-existent, it was not pure and could not even be considered as a remnant of the dragon race. The clan leader saved me once and I owe him a huge favor. I have no complaints even if I acknowledge you as my young master. However, the other people of the Illumination Dragon lineage will definitely not think that way." Long Yen said in a deep voice, "If you want to become the true young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, you have to suppress and dominate everyone in the younger generation of the Illumination Dragon lineage. The Illumination Dragon lineage has a unique title, Illumination. Now that the clan master has given up that title, it means that whoever becomes the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage will be the illumination of the lineage." Su Zimo finally understood. The word was similar to the titular disciples of the supersex. In every generation, there was only one dragon that could be called Illumination. In the previous generation, it was the red-headed ghost. Now that the red-headed ghost had given up the Illumination title, his intention was for Su Zimo to fight for and inherit it. That was the reason why the red-headed ghost told Su Zimo to change his name to Long Mo for the time being. If Su Zimo managed to suppress the younger generation of the Illumination Dragon lineage and become the young master, he would be the new Illumination. The Dragon Illumination. "Of course, the clan leader has greater expectations for you," Long Yen said. "Not only does the clan leader want you to become the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, he also wants you to be the young master of the entire dragon race and be revered by all 5 lineages." At that point, Long Yen shook his head. "But how is that possible? There's too much of a difference. With your bloodline, it's almost impossible for you to be the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, let alone all 5 lineages of the dragon race." Pausing for a moment, he sighed. "It's going to be difficult for you to even gain the recognition of the Illumination Dragon lineage, let alone be its young master." Su Zimo remained silent. His bloodline was impure, and he would definitely encounter many difficulties after entering the Dragon Bone Valley. However, as the red-headed ghost said, strength reigned supreme no matter where one went. Su Zimo believed that as long as his body could recover to its original state, he would be able to suppress anyone of the same cultivation realm, even if it was a dragon. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from afar, mixed with faint discussions. Say that Su Zimo is truly lucky. Even a half-martial ancestor was unable to kill him. That lad has many treasures on him. It's understandable that treasures like the Creation Green Lotus and the Divine Phoenix Bone can defend against a strike from a half-martial ancestor. However, it's useless. Now that all 9 super sects are here, no matter how monstrous he is, he's going to die. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures fluttered their sleeves and rode the wind. Their bodies seemed to have fused with the world as they surged over with immense might. This was a pressure and aura that could only be released by someone at the conjoint body realm. 2 conjoint body mighty figures. However, the immense pressure was dissipated by the aura of Long Yen the moment they approached. Long Yen was expressionless as he looked at the 2 people walking towards him without any intention of giving way. Conjoint body mighty figures were definitely existences that could dominate Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, the 2 of them came from one of the 9 immortal sects, the strongest of the North region, Glass Palace. When the 2 conjoint body mighty figures saw that someone was blocking their way, their eyes flashed with killing intent. Their first reaction was to charge over and kill the person blocking their way. However, when the 2 conjoint body mighty figures approached, they suddenly paused. Even though Long Yen did not take on the form of a dragon, the aura that was released from his body caused the 2 conjoint body mighty figures to shudder in fear. This aura, the dragon race, the 2 conjoint body mighty figures were shocked. Both of them exchanged glances and bowed at the same time with a smile. I'm from Glass Palace. Greetings, fellow Taoist of the dragon race. Long Yan's expression was cold and silent. In his eyes, even if the 2 of them were conjoint body mighty figures, their bloodlines were inferior and he could not be bothered with them. Fellow Taoist of the dragon race, please. The 2 conjoint body mighty figures did not take offense and opened up a path for Long Yen to pass through first, even greeting him with respectful smiles. They were from Glass Palace and were at the conjoint body realm. They were indeed qualified to dominate the North region. However, they had to lower their heads all the same in the face of a divine dragon from the Dragon Bone Valley. Most importantly, the divine dragon's cultivation seemed to be similar to theirs. This meant that it would be extremely easy for the divine dragon to kill the both of them. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, the Rakshasa and God race of the primordial 9 races were all at the Golden Core realm, but they could massacre the paragons of the human race wantonly. Back then, there were very few Golden Cores who could fight against the 2 alien races. Long Yen harumphed and brought Su Zimo along. The 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace glanced at Su Zimo in his scarlet-haired in-spirit form. Although they found it strange, they did not say anything. They had never seen Su Zimo before. Even if they had, it was impossible for them to recognize him. Right now, Su Zimo's hair was draped over his shoulders and he was covered in scales even up to his cheeks. Even those who had seen him before would not be able to recognize him. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he walked past the 2 of them with a dark expression. Through the conversation between the 2 of them, he could vaguely guess that his location at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley had been exposed. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been talk of the 9 super sects gathering. The 2 of them should be conjoint body mighty figures sent by Glass Palace and were prepared to head to the Dragon Burial Valley to hunt him down and kill him. After deducing that, Su Zimo's expression naturally turned grim. After the 2 Glass Palace conjoint body mighty figures let Long Yen pass, they turned to leave. They heaved a sigh of relief and sped up, wanting to reach the Dragon Burial Valley as soon as possible. Long Yen did not know about the feud between Su Zimo and Glass Palace and the supersections. However, he noticed that Su Zimo's expression did not seem right, and could not help but turn to ask, "What's wrong? Was something wrong with those 2 earlier on?" "Yes, they should be here to cause trouble for me." Su Zimo replied instinctively. Long Yen frowned slightly. Wait here. Before Su Zimo could react, Long Yen left a sentence and turned to leave. Transforming into his dragon form, he chased after the two conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace. The speed of Long Yen was way too fast, and he caught up to the two of them before long. Fellow Taoist of the dragon race, you? The two conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace had just greeted when they were interrupted by a dragon roar. Roar! The dragon roar reverberated through the world, piercing through metal and rocks, emitting a terrifying lethality that pierced the minds of two mighty figures. Ah! Both conjoint body mighty figures cried out in pain at the same time and covered their ears instinctively. Swoosh! In midair, the divine dragon swung its tail, and the entire void shattered when its gigantic tail swept over. At the moment when a conjoint body mighty figure was distracted, it struck him heavily. Poof! The conjoint body mighty figure was turned into a blood mist by the dragon tail, and his body and spirit were destroyed. He died on the spot. No matter how good Glass Palace was at body tempering, he could not withstand the burst of a divine dragon. The other conjoint body mighty figure turned and fled without hesitation. However, his speed was far inferior to Long Yen. Long Yen shuttled through the clouds, and in less than a dozen breaths, he had already caught up to the person. He lowered his head and extended his claws, pouncing down with a cold glint. Kill! When he knew that he was unable to escape, the conjoint body mighty figure released an unknown dermic art. Before Su Zimo could see what he conjured, he was chomped by Long Yen. A trace of fresh blood flowed out from the corner of Long Yen's mouth. This conjoint body mighty figure's essence spirit was devoured by Long Yen before it could even escape. In the blink of an eye, two conjoint body mighty figures perished. As a member of the Illumination Dragon lineage, Long Yen had a fiery temper and was somewhat violent and impatient. Su Zimo had already witnessed it at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley earlier on. However, he had not expected that Long Yen would turn around and kill the two conjoint body mighty figures without saying anything. Conjoint body mighty figures were almost the peak existences in Tianhuang mainland. However, they could not even withstand 3 breaths against Long Yen in his dragon form. This bad temper. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo was dumbfounded at the sight. Although Long Yen didn't express it through his attitude, Su Zimo could sense that he was not fully accepted by this expert of the dragon race. That was normal. It was the first time that Long Yen and Su Zimo met, and he did not know anything about the latter's personality, character, past, strength, and everything else. In the eyes of Long Yen, Su Zimo was a junior with decent luck and an impure bloodline that the red-headed ghost took a liking to. The reason why Long Yen addressed him as young master as well as explained patiently to him about the status of the dragon race in detail was mainly because of the red-headed ghost. That was the reason why Su Zimo did not expect that a casual statement from him would be able to make this expert of the dragon race attack for him. Furthermore, the might and terror of Long Yen shocked him immensely. This was the strength of the dragon race. Back then, there was a reason why the dragon race was able to dominate the primordial era and be respected by all races. Among the same cultivation realm, human cultivators were almost no match for him. In the Battle of Myriad Phenomenon City in the ancient battlefield, it was the same for the paragons of the human race against the Rakshasa and god race of the primordial 9 races. Of course, this did not mean that the human experts were completely inferior to the primordial 9 races. After all, the human race had won the ancient war with great difficulty. The ancient emperors were also existences that could contend against the primordial 9 races. Back then, the human emperor appeared out of nowhere and turned the tides of the ancient war single-handedly, suppressing the experts of the 9 races. How glorious was that? In Su Zimo's heart, it was not as though there were no paragons of the human race who could fight against the primordial 9 races in this lifetime. The Yen Beichen and Extreme Fire that he knew of were existences that could look down on their peers. Demoness Ji had received guidance from Fairy Ling Long and obtained the complete inheritance of the Pure Maiden Sutra. Her future potential was limitless. Ming Zhen had obtained the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Given his pure, innocent heart and comprehension of Buddhism, as long as he could grow, he would definitely possess a high status in the cultivation world. Even little Fatty, Shi Jian and the others had their own opportunities and could not be underestimated. Instantly, Su Zimo was filled with thoughts. Right then, Long Yen had already returned after killing 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace. "Thank you, Uncle Yen." Su Zimo bowed deeply. Long Yen said deeply, "Remember this. Even if you don't manage to become the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage in the future, you are still a part of the dragon race. The dragon race will not tolerate provocation or bullying from another race." Su Zimo nodded. Long Yen thought for a moment and continued, "Of course, don't expect me to help you when you return to the Dragon Bone Valley. We will be surrounded by dragons, and you can only depend on yourself if you are bullied." With that said, the 2 of them continued on their way. At the same time, at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, "Master, red-headed ghost, there are cultivators from 8 super sects rushing over here. They have ill intentions and are most likely conjoint body mighty figures." Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit knew about everything the scarlet-haired Yin spirit experienced as well. There were initially 9 super sects attacking. With 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace killed by Long Yen, there should be 8 remaining. Perfect timing. The red-headed ghost harumphed coldly and said murderously, "There are rumors outside that this Dragon Burial Valley is an ominous place. Since that's the case, I'll kill as many as they come." "No, we can't." The old monk shook his head. "You've sinned deeply. How can you commit another sin? Furthermore, if these conjoint body mighty figures die here, there'll be no room for negotiation with these 8 major factions." "What about Zimo?" "He naturally has me protecting him," the red-headed ghost said proudly. "How long can you protect him?" The old monk asked. "Do you want him to stay at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for the rest of his life?" "He's different from you and me. He's only just entered the void reversion realm. If he's in seclusion here all year round, he won't even be able to touch the threshold of the Dharma characteristic realm, let alone the conjoint body or Mahayana realm. Take Su Zimo, for example. Back when he cultivated for 100 years on Howling Moon Mountain, he was only at mid-stage nascent soul realm and could not advance any further. However, when he went out to adventure and gain experience, he obtained many opportunities. Although he encountered many dangers where his life hung on a thread, he was already at the void reversion realm now. It had only been less than a year. Therefore, cultivation and experience were indispensable for cultivators. "What do you want then?" The red-headed ghost frowned slightly. "These intruders aren't friendly. You're already halfway into the coffin, so don't bother yourself anymore." Although Su Zimo could not tell the old monk's cultivation realm, he could vaguely sense that the old monk was in his twilight years and his blood chi was gradually declining. When cultivators were in their later years and did not have much lifespan left, if they were to attack forcefully, the greater the expenditure, the faster the loss of blood chi and lifespan. This was not only limited to cultivators, the same logic applied to mortals. All the elderly were extremely weak and their strength could not compare to a teenager. Even a fall could be fatal, let alone an intense movement. Although the red-headed ghost's words were unpleasant, Su Zimo could tell that he was concerned about the old monk. The old monk lowered his gaze. "These conjoint body mighty figures are from the supersections. They shouldn't be unreasonable." "Reasonable?" the red-headed ghost scoffed. "Don't talk about logic. They wouldn't even come knocking if they knew what shame is." The old monk was silent. The red-headed ghost shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "Up to you. I really don't want to be involved in this matter. In any case, this is a matter of the human race. I'm free now. Furthermore, this lad's true body of the dragon race has already headed to the dragon race. It's even better if his black-haired essence spirit dies. In that case, the lad will be a pure dragon." "Ha ha ha ha." The red-headed ghost reared his head in laughter and swayed his massive body, entering the depths of the cemetery. Accompanied by the sound of chains, he gradually disappeared into the darkness without a sound. The old monk looked at Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit and smiled benevolently. "Pack up and follow me." Su Zimo nodded. There was nothing much to pack. He merely picked up his storage bag and was about to leave. However, he paused and turned to look at the scattered lotus stems, shattered lotus leaves, and the empty lotus platform. Suddenly, he felt a sense of reluctance. The losses brought to him by the calamity this time round were not too great. His true body of the dragon race headed to the Dragon Bone Valley to cultivate. If he could recover completely, it would be considered a blessing in disguise, and his combat strength would be even more terrifying in the future. The only pity was the creation green lotus. The creation green lotus had accompanied him for more than 100 years, and he had nurtured it for the same duration as well. It had just matured as a grade 6 when it was dealt with such a huge blow. It was almost impossible for it to be reborn. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo decided to collect the broken and lifeless lotus stems and leaves and put them into his storage bag still. When he picked up the empty lotus platform, Su Zimo exclaimed softly. The green lotus platform was intact without any damage at all. Although the petals of the lotus platform had already fallen, the 54 lotus seeds were still there. Furthermore, they were emitting a faint glow with a hint of life. Dean died, and an ancestral realm expert attacked to kill Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal's fate was unknown as he escaped. It had only been 3 days since that incident. The entire cultivation world was in an uproar, and almost every cultivator and sect was discussing this matter. Unknowingly, news spread. Desolate Marshal was at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. On this day, 4 uninvited guests arrived above the Great Qian ruins. An old man stood with his hands behind his back. Although his face was filled with wrinkles, his gaze was extremely sharp. Another cultivator did not look old and seemed to be in his teens. However, there was a look of vicissitude in his eyes. The third person was a middle-aged man. He had a dignified expression, and his eyes shone brightly as lightning surrounded him and his aura rumbled. The fourth was a female cultivator with a long sword on her back. She had a sharp gaze and aura that seemed like it could slice the world into 2. For uninvited guests, 1 old and 1 young, a man and a woman. The 4 of them had different attires and auras, but they had one thing in common. They were all conjoint body mighty figures. The old man was from Heavenly Dipper sect. Although the youth looked young, he was actually thousands of years old and came from Chaos Essence sect. The man was from Zephyr Thunder Palace, while the woman was from Sword sect. None of them were nobodies to be able to cultivate to that realm. When the 4 of them met, they had to exchange pleasantries. So, this is the legendary Great Qian Empire. Chaos Essence sect's youth surveyed his surroundings with a spirited gaze. Chaos Essence sect was located in the Middle Continent, and he had just advanced to the conjoint body realm, so this was his first time here. Unfortunately, the empire that was so prosperous 10,000 years ago was destroyed overnight and reduced to ruins. The old man from Heavenly Dipper sect said indifferently. I heard that it was destroyed by an evil dragon? The Chaos Essence sect youth asked. He had already reached the conjoint body realm several years ago and was considered quite a monster incarnate. He was not even born when the catastrophe happened. Even the man from Zephyr Thunder Palace and the woman from Sword sect knew very little about it, let alone him. They only knew about it in legends. Among the 4 of them, only the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect witnessed the catastrophe. It was an evil ancestral level dragon. Not a half-ancestral level, but a full proper one. It was entirely red and came from the Illumination dragon lineage. The old man's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Although it was 10,000 years ago, he seemed to still feel a sense of fear as he said in a deep voice, the combat strength of that evil ancestral level dragon was terrifying, and it could even fight against emperors without being disadvantaged. The Chaos Essence sect youth said, so what if he's strong? He was still suppressed completely by the patriarch of our sect's D-clan. Fufu. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect chuckled and did not argue. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? The Chaos Essence sect youth frowned. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect pursed his lips. That ancestral-level evil dragon destroyed the Great Qian Empire and 2 super sects, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, single-handedly. He killed many conjoint body mighty figures and even a few Mahayana patriarchs. So, the Chaos Essence sect youth continued asking. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect said, "Therefore, if not for the fact that the evil dragon and the Dharma Emperor fought till both sides were injured, the patriarch of the D-clan would not have dared to appear, much less succeed." Bullshit. Chaos Essence sect's youth's expression turned cold. Old man, be careful with your words. A Mahayana patriarch is not someone you can criticize. Guys, why are you arguing over such a small matter? The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace said indifferently, "We're here for something important. Naturally, we should work together." That's right. The female cultivator of Sword sect nodded. I heard that there's a monk from the two major monasteries who survived at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, and he's a Mahayana patriarch. If we want to capture Desolate Marshal, we have to get past him first. Foo! Chaos Essence sect's youth pouted. What's so scary about an old man whose blood chi is deteriorating and his lifespan is almost up? His words naturally had a double meaning. On the surface, he was referring to the old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. However, he was actually mocking the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect. TSK, since you guys from the Immortal sects like to argue so much, you might as well fight it out. A sinister laughter sounded from afar. Immediately after, a pitch-black malevolent chi appeared and transformed into a figure in front of the four of them. Malevolent Earth sect's mighty figure. Beside the malevolent Earth sect mighty figure, the void distorted and a blurry figure appeared with a terrifying aura that was extremely dangerous. Hidden Death sect's mighty figure. In the blink of an eye, 6 conjoint body mighty figures were gathered. Amitba. Right then, a Buddhist proclamation sounded. In the distant horizon, a plain-robed monk strode over. Although he seemed extremely slow, he arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Formless monastery's mighty figure. All of a sudden, a gentle breeze blew by, bringing with it a faint fragrance that was extremely pleasant. However, the 7 mighty figures present frowned and their expressions changed as they held their breaths in unison. A coquettish female cultivator flew over from the air. She wore colorful clothes that were extremely beautiful and emitted a fragrance. If one focused their attention, they would discover that the colorful patterns on the clothes of the female cultivator were moving on their own. Poison sect's mighty figure. There were countless poisonous substances hidden on her body. The conjoint body mighty figures of the 8 supersects had arrived. Everyone from the Middle Continent has already arrived. Glass Palace is located in the North region and is the closest to this place. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? The Chaos Essence sect youth asked with a frown. Hee. The mighty figure of Poison sect laughed coquettishly. I've just received news that the 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace were unlucky. For some reason, they got into a conflict with a dragon race expert and were killed. All the conjoint body mighty figures present frowned with grim expressions. The mighty figure of Poison sect smiled. Everyone, don't worry. I heard that the dragon race expert has already returned to the Dragon Bone Valley and has nothing to do with this. Everyone's expressions softened. I heard that the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley is an extremely ominous place. Our fellow Taoists from Glass Palace Shore are unlucky to meet with misfortunes before they even arrived. Haha. The Chaos Essence sect youth laughed. Initially, he wanted to ease the tension and mood. Unexpectedly, after he said that, the expressions of all the mighty figures present changed. Instinctively, everyone recalled the many legends of the Dragon Burial Valley. It was said that even conjoint body mighty figures did not manage to make it out alive in the past. Everyone, since we're already here, we can't return empty-handed. The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace said, I heard that the old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley has a weakened blood chi and is on the brink of death. We don't have to worry. That's right. Let's go. 8 conjoint body mighty figures flashed and whistled through the skies above the Great Chen ruins. In the blink of an eye, the 8 of them arrived above the Dragon Burial Valley. A heavy fog filled the Dragon Burial Valley. All 8 of them were conjoint body mighty figures and channeled their mental cultivation techniques respectively. Their gazes shone brightly with divine lights. The divine lights entered the thick fog and disappeared quickly without causing any ripples. The fog was formed from the grudges and blood chi of countless experts during the catastrophe 10,000 years ago, and could block one's spirit consciousness and vision. Patrons, you have traveled a long way. Do forgive me for not being able to welcome you guys since I'm old. Right then, a voice sounded from the bottom of the valley. There was indeed someone at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. For the past 10,000 years, there were endless legends about the Dragon Burial Valley. As some experts entered the Dragon Burial Valley and did not return, it added to the mysteriousness of the place. Nobody knew what was at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Nobody knew what secrets were hidden in the Dragon Burial Valley. However, everything could be revealed today. At the thought that the treasures and secret manuals of the two super sects, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, were most likely at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, the gazes of the 8 conjoint body mighty figures turned fervent. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect raised his voice. My Dao title is Sui Han, and I was fortunate enough to witness the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. May I know which monastery you came from? Reverend? What's your title? My dermic title is Yuan Bei. The old monk's voice sounded from the bottom of the valley, calm and peaceful. Yuan Bei was once the abbot of Daming Monastery. Later on, he went into seclusion and finally broke through to the Mahayana realm, becoming the Grand Elder of Daming Monastery. So, it's Patriarch Yuan Bei. I've heard a lot about you. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect said indifferently. The mighty figure of Malevolent Earth sect chuckled. Monk Yuan Bei, to think that you're still alive. Your fellow sect mates have already gone through reincarnation. Why aren't you accompanying them? Old monk, Chaos Essence sect's youth shouted. There's no need for us to beat around the bush. You know very well why we're here. Hand him over. Now that you're in your twilight years, you won't be able to protect him. Although they were a major cultivation realm apart, the tone of Chaos Essence sect's youth and the others was not polite at all. Firstly, they had the advantage in numbers. Secondly, Patriarch Yuan Bei was on the brink of death and his blood chi was weak. If a true battle were to break out, he might not be able to hold out for long before he died. Of course, at that cultivation realm, none of them were reckless. The 8 of them arrived at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley where the fog was thick, but none of them jumped down casually. The 8 of you must be here for my disciple, right? Monk Yuan Bei said indifferently. I already know about what happened in the Dao inheritance ground. However, I don't know what he did wrong to cause 8 patrons of the conjoint body realm to appear at the same time. Chaos Essence sect's youth said coldly. That desolate martial kid is bloodthirsty. He massacred the paragons of our human race in the Dao inheritance ground without restraint. He deserves to die. In the cultivation world, it's common to fight and kill. There are many deaths that happened because of single disagreements as well. Monk Yuan Bei said, since when does a fight between cultivators of the same cultivation realm require the seniors of the sect to step in? Don't tell me that there aren't even such rules in the cultivation world now. Even though Monk Yuan Bei was nearing the end of his lifespan, he was still a Mahayana patriarch and his tone was solemn. Even though the 8 conjoint body mighty figures were standing on top of the Dragon Burial Valley and were separated by 100,000 feet, they could still feel the pressure. To be fair, if Su Zimo was backed by the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, or one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, none of that would have happened. For example, although Diin was domineering and unrestrained, the titular disciples of the major sects would not take the initiative to provoke him. That was because Diin was backed by Chaos Essence sect. That was the reason why Su Zimo could be surrounded by so many titular disciples in the Dao inheritance ground. At the end of the day, it was because he had no backing. It was fine to kill such a paragon and monster incarnate since it would not cause any powerful figures to appear nor would it affect them. Furthermore, Su Zimo had way too many treasures on him. However, none of the major sects or titular disciples expected that Su Zimo would be so terrifying and domineering that he would step on their corpses to establish his Dao heart and shock Tianhuang mainland. Patriarch Yuan Bei, you're wrong. Suddenly, the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect laughed. The feud between Desolate Marshal and the titular disciples is not a fight between those of the same cultivation realm. It's a fight between an alien race and the human race. Desolate Marshal is from an alien race. In the Tao inheritance ground, he slaughtered the paragons of the human race, and everyone has the right to punish him. The female cultivator from Sword Sect said coldly as well, "Old monk, Daming Monastery was once one of the Buddhist monasteries as well. To think that you would accept a being of another race as your disciple before your death. You're old and muddle-headed. If I were you, I would execute justice and kill this lad personally to appease the dead human paragons." The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace was aggressive as well. "We have to be wary of anyone that's not from the same race as us." Formless Monastery's mighty figure lamented softly, "Fellow Taoist Yuan Bei, please hand over Desolate Marshal. As for your Daming Monastery's inheritance, if you trust me, Formless Monastery will pass it down for you." At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo stayed by monk Yuan Bei's side. When he heard that, his eyes flashed with mockery. They had barely said a few words and the monk from Formless Monastery was already impatient, revealing his greedy and ugly face. "Patrons, if you're here to kill someone from another race, please leave." Monk Yuan Bei replied indifferently, "My disciple's essence spirit is the essence spirit of a human. It is only his body that is mixed with the bloodline of another race. But now, his body is destroyed and he's only left with an essence spirit. If he reconstructs his body, he'll be a true human." At that point, Su Zimo finally understood. He knew why the old monk agreed to let his scarlet-haired spirit head to the Dragon Bone Valley. Apart from the full recovery of his physical body, more importantly, it should be for his future. As the old monk had said, as long as he reconstructed his body, he would be a human. From this day forth, no sect, faction, or cultivator in Tianhuang mainland could use that fact against him. Coupled with the protection of him, Extreme Fire and the others of 100 Refinement sect, his situation in the cultivation world would be much better and he wouldn't have to hide anymore. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others frowned and their expressions turned terrible. They knew that with Patriarch Yuan Bei's level, status, and identity as a Buddhist, there was no way he would lie about this. In other words, Su Zimo's body was indeed crippled. In that case, the 8 of them could no longer use the excuse of slaying demons. No matter what, he has to be accountable for killing so many titular disciples in the Tao inheritance ground. The man from Zephyr Thunder Palace said in a deep voice. "Accountable for?" Monk Yuan Bei asked instead. "Your titular disciples tried to kill others but were killed instead. What else do you guys want?" "Old monk, we won't return empty-handed. If you don't hand him over, don't blame us for barging into your Dragon Burial Valley." Chaos Essence Sect's youth's eyes lit up as he took a step forward and stood at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley with a murderous aura. "I don't have much time left," Monk Yuan Bei said indifferently. "However, if you guys dare to take half a step across the Dragon Burial Valley, I can bury the 8 of you at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley even at the cost of my life. Anyone who could cultivate to the Mahayana realm would have their hands stained with endless blood. Even if they were Buddhists. Every single Mahayana patriarch was a man of his word." Chaos Essence Sect's youth and the others frowned and froze on the spot. For a moment, none of them dared to step forward and provoke a single patriarch in his twilight years. "A bunch of trash." A cold voice sounded without warning and a crack appeared in the void not far away. A figure walked out with a powerful and violent aura. At the side of Dragon Burial Valley, the expressions of many conjoint body mighty figures changed. Space teleportation, the ability to tear through space and teleport through foreign lands, was one of the divine powers that only Mahayana patriarchs could master. The aura of the cultivator before him was terrifying and had indeed surpassed the conjoint body realm. However, it seemed like he had yet to reach the true Mahayana realm. A half-martial ancestor. In the minds of the old man from Heavenly Dipper sect and the others, the news of the half-martial ancestor who attacked to kill Desolate Marshal 3 days ago flashed through their minds. Right then, Chaos Essence Sect's youth hurried forward and bowed. "Greetings, Elder D-Fan. True enough. A half-martial ancestor of the D clan. Everyone understood. D-Fan swept his cold gaze across the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others with an endless might. A conjoint body mighty figure was almost a top-tier expert in the cultivation world. However, against a half-martial ancestor, they still had to bow down and submit. It was clear that this half-martial ancestor D-Fan had already mastered the power of divine powers. Otherwise, there was no way he could tear through space and teleport over. Greetings, half-martial ancestor D-Fan. Although the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others were called trash by D-Fan, none of them dared to show any displeasure. All of them went forward and cupped their fists. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo looked at Monk Yuanbei beside him with a worried expression. The best scenario would be to intimidate the other party without even making a move. However, now that D-Fan had arrived, the situation was clearly turning for the worse. Given the current state of Monk Yuanbei, his blood chi was weak, and even if he attacked with his full strength, he might not be able to defend against a half-martial ancestor in his peak. D-Fan said coldly. To think that you guys would be scared to such an extent against an old monk on the brink of death. How shameful! Scatter! D-Fan hollered. The thick fog that surrounded the valley began to spread to the side and thinned. Even the ancient temple at the bottom of the valley could vaguely be seen. Indeed, such a method was beyond Su Zimo's understanding. That was a divine power. Fufu, a half-martial ancestor that attacked a void reversion. Not only did you fail, you even have the cheek to come knocking. You sure are shameless. Indeed, there's nothing good about anyone from the D bloodline. A sneer sounded from the backyard of the ancient temple, filled with mockery and disdain. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that voice. As that voice sounded, the thick fog that was about to disperse was restored and stacked together, separating the bottom of the valley from the top. D-Fan narrowed his eyes. Apart from Monk Yuanbei, there was someone else at the bottom of the valley. How dare a coward like you mock me? D-Fan sneered. Who are you? State your name. D-Fan will not kill a nobody. Little brat. You think you're worthy of knowing my name? The voice at the bottom of the valley sounded. D-Fan was enraged. As a half-martial ancestor, it was a humiliation for him to be scolded as such. D-Fan leaped and was about to charge into the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Cling! Clang! Right then, the sound of heavy chains sounded from the depths of the valley. Swoosh! Before D-Fan's figure could fall, a black shadow darted out from the thick fog and attacked him. Everyone focused their attention. It was a chain that was as thick as an arm. It was rusted and there was nothing special about it. Shatter! D-Fan stood in the air and summoned a dark golden truncheon. The 6 lights on it shone brightly, and it was filled with a terrifying aura as it smashed towards the chains. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. That truncheon looked like a connate mighty figure dermic weapon. However, in reality, there was already an aura of a divine power emanating from it. This meant that the dermic weapon was evolving towards a dermic treasure. The weapon of a Mahayana patriarch was a dermic treasure. Dermic treasures could withstand the power of divine powers and possessed terrifying might. They could shatter dermic weapons with ease. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the chain and the truncheon collided with a loud bang and sparks flew everywhere. The entire space trembled as a tremendous power burst forth, tearing the void apart. D-Fan froze in midair. The entire space and time seemed to have stopped. Elder D-Fan, let me help you. Chaos Essence Sex Youth was the first to react. He strode forward and reached out with a gigantic hand, grabbing towards the thick chain that extended from the fog. D-Fan's back was facing him. If he could see D-Fan's expression, he would definitely regret his actions. Poof! Suddenly, D-Fan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood drained from his face and a blood mist burst forth from his body as he fell backwards. The conjoint body mighty figures present were shocked. A half-martial ancestor was severely injured from a single collision. Ha 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 ha! A loud laugh sounded from the bottom of the valley. How dare a little brat of the D clan come out and embarrass himself with such methods? D Fan did not want to refute at all. Without hesitation, he retreated and tore the void with his backhand, disappearing into the darkness in a flash. The rift in the void closed gradually. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others looked at Chaos Essence Sect's youth instinctively. At that moment, Chaos Essence Sect's youth's palm had just touched the gigantic chain. By the time he saw the changes around him, it was too late for him to stop. Cling, clang. The chain shook and collided against Chaos Essence Sect's youth's palm. Right in front of the conjoint body mighty figures, Chaos Essence Sect's youth's palm was turned into a mist of blood by a slight vibration from the chain. The immense power spread along his arm. Poof, poof, poof. The Chaos Essence Sect youth's arm was ruptured and snapped inch by the remaining energy released from the vibration of the chain. Ah! The Chaos Essence Sect youth shrieked and retreated, spilling endless blood along the way. Cling, clang. The chain was filled with killing intent as though it had a mind of its own as it chased after him. The Chaos Essence Sect youth was so scared that his face turned pale. He had no way of resisting against the power of the chain. Boom! The chain fell and the ground trembled, splitting Chaos Essence Sect's youth into two as his flesh flew everywhere. A conjoint body mighty figure could regrow a severed arm. But now, Chaos Essence Sect's youth's body and essence spirit were shattered by the chains, and he couldn't be deader. A conjoint body mighty figure was smashed to death by a chain, and his body and spirit were destroyed. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others were so scared that they did not dare to move at all. They felt their hairs stand on end and their limbs turned cold. They were afraid that they would be killed by the chain if they acted rashly. However, for some unknown reason, the chain came to a sudden stop. Under the horrified gazes of the old man from Heavenly Dipper sect and the others, it gradually retracted back into the thick fog. Everyone panted heavily as though they had been pardoned. They had never felt that way before. Death was extremely close to them. As long as that chain continued its pursuit, the few of them would not be able to escape death. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Monk Yuan Bei reached out and grabbed the red-headed ghost's chain. Old monk, why are you stopping me? Your methods won't work here. Against these people that only dare to bully the meek, you have to kill them to stop them from killing. The red-headed ghost said coldly. Monk Yuan Bei said, it's enough to intimidate them. If we kill them all, there won't be peace in the Dragon Burial Valley in the future. Patrons, Zimo is the only successor of Daming Monastery. Monk Yuan Bei said in a deep voice. His body is destroyed and there's no trace of the demon race on him. You guys can head back. Farewell. The old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others exchanged glances without any hesitation. It was already a blessing that they were able to survive the terrifying chain. How would they dare to continue being insolent? Hold on. Right then, an extremely arrogant voice sounded from the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. It was the expert who mocked D-Fan earlier on. There was a high chance that it was the owner of the chain. The old man from Heavenly Dipper sect and the others shuddered and froze on the spot, not daring to move. Given the strength of the owner of the chain, there was no way they could escape if he wanted to kill them. When Desolate Marshal enters the cultivation world in the future and fights someone of the same cultivation realm, I'll definitely not bother. If he loses and dies, it's because he's not skilled enough and is inferior to others. The tone of the voice at the bottom of the valley changed suddenly and was filled with killing intent. However, if anyone of a higher cultivation realm wants to bully him, don't blame me for attacking. The hearts of the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others skipped a beat. If he was not wrong, the person at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley should be a Mahayana patriarch. Even the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries might not be able to withstand the frenzied revenge of a Mahayana patriarch. Of course, the old man of Heavenly Dipper sect and the others did not dare to disobey and agreed right away. Actually, in their hearts, this was not an entirely fruitless trip. At the very least, something was proved. Although Desolate Marshal was still alive, the #1 monster incarnate of history had already become a thing of the past. They had heard of the rumors over the years. What desolate Marshall relied on the most was a terrifying body that could even suppress pure-blooded ferocious beasts. But now his body was destroyed. Monk Yuanbei said that there was no trace of the demon race in his body. This meant that the divine phoenix bone in desolate Marshall's body was crippled as well. Furthermore, that lad's destiny dermic weapon, the creation green lotus, was destroyed by half-Marshall ancestor Defan, and many cultivators of the Tao inheritance ground saw it. His physical body, divine phoenix bone, destiny dermic weapon, and the many trump cards that he relied on the most in the past were all destroyed. Even if desolate Marshall was not dead, he had already fallen from grace and was no longer a threat to them. Even if desolate Marshall could reconstruct his body, he would only have the combat strength of an ordinary void reversion. Any paragon in their sect would be able to kill him. The fact that the conjoint body mighty figures of the 9 major sects charged into Dragon Burial Valley only to return in defeat with 3 of them dead naturally attracted countless guesses. However, news spread quickly. Although desolate Marshall was not dead, he lost his physical body and divine phoenix bone. The creation green lotus had already shattered. Desolate Marshall's other identity was the successor of Daming Monastery, and he had the backing of a Mahayana patriarch. The Mahayana patriarch did not have much lifespan left and could not live for long. To think that the Tao inheritance ground battle would end in such a manner. That's right. A total of 8 titular disciples have fallen, including Desolate Marshall. That's 9 of them. Desolate Marshall isn't dead. I heard that his essence spirit was preserved. Do you think there's any difference between Desolate Marshall surviving with 1 essence spirit and dying? Sigh, what a pity. He was known as the #1 monster incarnate throughout history, and stepped on the corpses of many titular disciples to establish his Tao heart. He wanted to impart Marshall to all living beings. In the end, he was destroyed by a half-Marshall ancestor and ended up in such a tragic state. What a pity. For a long time after that, the Cultivation world was discussing this matter. The Cultivation world was in an uproar. However, Su Zimo's scarlet-haired Een spirit had already followed Long Yen to their destination, Dragon Bone Valley. Now that he was back here, Su Zimo had a different feeling. After passing through the vast sea of bones, they arrived at the tall mountain peak that they had been to before. Long Yen waved his sleeves gently and swept Su Zimo's scarlet-haired Een spirit up. Leaping into the air, he crossed the peak and sped forward. Su Zimo looked down. Behind the mountain peak were ancient forests and towering mountain peaks that exuded a primitive aura. Back then, he thought that he had already entered the Dragon Bone Valley. In reality, the mountain that he and Night Spirit ascended was merely the outer perimeter of the Dragon Bone Valley. After a while, Su Zimo was invigorated. Not far ahead, mountain peaks that towered into the clouds rose and fell, forming a long and tall mountain range that was extremely spectacular. From afar, the mountain range looked like a divine dragon that was hibernating on the ground with its head and tail connected. In the middle of the mountain range was a gigantic valley that was extremely vast and almost seemed endless. Looking down, one could clearly see that there were 6 different regions in the valley. Red, green, yellow, gold, silver, and a gray region. Among them, the green region occupied the largest area and the gray region the smallest. It was located at the corner of the valley while the other 4 regions were similar. Right then, Long Yen said, although the 6 dragon lineages belong to the dragon race, there's a clear distinction between them. The largest region in the green area is the habitat of the blue dragon lineage. Previously, he had heard from Long Yen that the blue dragon lineage had the most azure dragon bloodline. Therefore, generally speaking, the blue dragon lineage was the strongest. The red region belongs to our illumination dragon lineage. Long Yen pointed below and said, as for that gray area, it's the mixed dragon lineage. Your mount is only qualified to head there if it can transform into a WRM. Su Zimo nodded and continued observing. He had just arrived and everything he saw was extremely novel. This was a civilization from the primordial era. Unlike the human race, this was a civilization that once ruled over Tianhuang mainland. The 6 regions formed a circle. There was a large empty space in the middle with many ancient buildings. The most obvious thing was a thick stone pillar that shot into the skies at the center. It was ancient and mysterious, having existed for countless years and exuding endless vicissitudes. A divine dragon was carved on the stone pillar. It was lifelike and exuded an endless might. Su Zimo merely took a glance at it and felt like prostrating instantly. The strangest thing was that the divine dragon had 5 claws on its abdomen. Normally speaking, there were 4 claws on the abdomen of a dragon. This was the first time Su Zimo had seen a 5-clawed divine dragon, and it was on this ancient and thick stone pillar. This is the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Long Yen said in a deep voice. When a dragon grows to a certain age or a cultivation realm like the equivalent of the Dharma characteristic realm of the human race, they will come here to receive the ancestral dragon's baptism to awaken their innate divine powers. What's up with the 5-clawed divine dragon? Su Zimo asked curiously. A normal dragon has 4 claws under its abdomen. Long Yen said, only the king of the dragon race with the strongest bloodline would be able to produce a 5th claw. In this lifetime, the blue dragon race has already given birth to a 5-clawed divine dragon. If nothing goes wrong, that blue dragon will become the young master of the 5 dragon lineages. Many important locations of the dragon race are located in the middle of this region. The primordial divine spring where you're going to heal is also here. Long Yen pointed at the region beneath him. Su Zimo's gaze shifted and landed on an extremely wide stone platform not far away. There were 2 divine dragons fighting on it, and every single collision caused the void to tremble. The 2 divine dragons were covered in injuries. Each time they swiped their dragon claws, a shocking wound would appear on their bodies as dragon scales fell one after another. The entire protruding stone platform was splattered with blood. Some of them were already dried and stained the stone platform dark brown. The battle between the 2 divine dragons was extremely tragic, as though they had a deep feud. That's the dragon blood battlefield. Long Yan's expression was grim as he said in a deep voice, "You have to remember one thing. Within the dragon race, conflicts can break out at any moment regardless of the lineage region you're in. The elders of the dragon race have never interfered in the conflicts between juniors. In fact, they even maintain an encouraging attitude. As long as your cultivation realms are the same, you can fight at any time." Su Zimo nodded. This was different from the cultivation world. Among the factions and sects of the cultivation world, mutual care between fellow sect mates was advocated and infighting wasn't encouraged. Even if there were truly conflicts and grudges, they would be at a fixed location and it was impossible for cultivators to fight at any moment. If that happened, the entire sect would be in chaos. However, the civilization of the dragon race encouraged clashes between their own race. Their bodies and minds were molded through the constant strife to allow themselves to grow stronger. Long Yen said, "Of course, essence spirit secret skills are not permitted to be released in conflicts within these habitats, nor are they allowed to revert to their dragon forms. Once essence spirit secret skills were released or they reverted to their dragon forms, it would be a life and death battle." Long Yen pointed to the battlefield where the 2 divine dragons were fighting not far away. "If you want to fight to the death, you have to enter the dragon blood battlefield. Once you're on the battlefield, you don't have to care about life and death." Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, "Dragons are rare and reproduction is extremely difficult. Why aren't life and death battles being stopped?" Long Yen replied indifferently, "If a race fears death and is cowardly, they will only be enslaved by other races no matter how many of them are produced." Su Zimo nodded silently. In the ancient era, if not for those human experts who were unafraid of death and continued advancing, the human race might not have been able to escape the fate of being enslaved by the 10,000 race. "I'll take you back to the Illumination Dragon lineage first," Long Yen said as he swept up Su Zimo's scarlet-haired in-spirit and descended towards the red region not far away. The temperature in the habitat of the Illumination Dragon race was clearly higher. Every single building was etched with dragon-shaped flames that were unusually agile. Although this was ordered by the clan leader, we still have to get the elders to agree to it. Long Yen said, Follow me to meet the elders of the Illumination Dragon race later on. Even if you suffer any grievances, don't speak nonsense. Just bear with it and listen by the side. Su Zimo nodded. After all, the red-headed ghost had left the dragon race for 10,000 years. Even if he was alive, his words would not carry much weight in the Illumination Dragon lineage. For the time being, Su Zimo condensed a dermic power physical body and entered the hall with Long Yen after donning green robes. Right in front of the main hall, 3 old men sat on a high seat in the middle. They did not look young and had gray hair. However, every single old man was hale and hearty, and their eyes shone brightly. The 3 old men exuded a faint dignified aura. It was clear that they were people who had held high positions for a long time. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 rows of dragons, male and female. There were more than 10 of them, and they looked younger, similar to the seniority of Long Yen. "Greetings, elders." Long Yen advanced and paid his respects. "Those 3 are the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage." At the same time, Long Yen whispered to Su Zimo behind him. "Where is he? Since he's still alive, why didn't he return with you?" Elder 3 asked indifferently with a dignified expression. Clan leader said that it's not time yet. Long Yen recounted the excuse given to him by the red-headed ghost and continued. In addition, the clan leader said that he will no longer occupy the title of Illumination and will leave it to the juniors to fight for it. In that case, our Illumination Dragon will have to select a young master as well. That's right. The candidates for the young masters of this generation's blue, horned, winged, and hornless dragons have been decided. Our lineage is the only one undecided. The men and women in the hall started discussing. Elder 4 looked benevolent as he looked at Long Yen and asked with concern, "How is Long Ran? Has his injuries recovered?" Long Ran was the name of the red-headed ghost. "The clan leader seems to be in a good condition." "Thank you for your concern, Elder 4, Long Yen replied. Su Zimo had a much better impression of Elder 4. Among the many dragons, the only one who truly cared about the red-headed ghost was Elder 4. "What's with the young man beside you?" Elder 3 asked. Long Yen replied, "Elder 3, this lad's name is Long Mo, and he has the bloodline of the clan leader flowing in his body. The clan leader views him as a son, and now I've brought him back. His essence spirit is injured. Why is his body gone?" With a single glance, Elder 4 could tell that Su Zimo was only left with his essence spirit and his physical body was not present. This was merely one formed with dermic powers. Long Yen took out Su Zimo's body and said, "His body has been crippled by a human half-martial ancestor, and there's no life left in it. The clan leader wants him to return and head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate." When Elder 2 sensed Su Zimo's bloodline aura, he frowned in displeasure. Immediately, someone stood out in the hall and said coldly, "That person's bloodline is extremely mixed. Even if he has Long Rant's bloodline, he can't be considered as part of the Illumination Dragon lineage. A bloodline like that can only be considered as a remnant beast. He's not even qualified to enter this place, and he wants to head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate? How is that possible? It's rare to get a spot to heal from the primordial divine spring. We can't give it to a crossbred bastard like him." Some of the dragons spoke with heated language. Long Yen glared at the surroundings and shouted, "He's the son of the clan leader. How is he not qualified? Fufu, let alone a bastard. Even if he's Long Yen who died prematurely, he won't be able to go to the primordial divine spring just because he wants to." A dragon sneered. Su Zimo had once heard the red-headed ghost mention Yenner. It seemed like he was not wrong. Long Yen should be the son of the red-headed ghost who unfortunately suffered a premature death. He did not know what this had to do with the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Another dragoness said, "Even if he's the son of Long Ran, he's not the young master of our Illumination Dragon lineage. Why should he go to the primordial divine spring?" The dragon race was extremely reluctant to accept an outsider with mixed blood like him, let alone accept him to head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate. The situation that Su Zimo was facing was even more difficult than he had imagined. Even if the red-headed ghost came back personally, he might not be able to go against everyone's wishes and let him enter the primordial divine spring, let alone Long Yen. Long Yen looked at the three elders and said in a deep voice, "The clan leader has instructed us to bring Long Mo to the primordial divine spring to recuperate. Please permit it, elders." Sigh. Elder 4 let out a long sigh with a hint of sadness in his eyes as he said softly, "He's heartbroken after losing his son and wife. For the past 10,000 years, he's been living in that abyss, and I don't know what sort of torture he's endured. Since he thinks so highly of this lad, let's agree to his request." Elder 3 seemed to have recalled some of the past as well and nodded with a rueful expression. Elder 2 was still frowning. However, when he noticed the attitude of the two elders beside him, he closed his eyes and acknowledged it in silence. Long Yen was delighted and urged softly, "Hurry and thank the three elders." "Thank you, elders." Su Zimo went forward and bowed in thanks. Thereafter, he looked at Long Yen and reminded softly, "Uncle Yen, you haven't told the three elders about Solitary Cloud. We can't care about that anymore." Long Yen shook his head. "We are already under such immense pressure just to send you into the primordial divine spring. How can we care about him? Furthermore, he's not blood-related to the clan leader." Su Zimo frowned. In their eyes, Solitary Cloud was just an unrelated person. However, in Su Zimo's eyes, Solitary Cloud was someone he could not abandon. "Elders." Turning around, Su Zimo suddenly said, "I have a favor to ask of you three elders." Long Yan's expression changed. "What?" Elder 4 looked at Su Zimo with a friendly gaze and asked with a smile, "My mount is a ferocious WYRM. In order to save me this time round, he was severely injured and is on the brink of death. I hope that the three of you will allow this WYRM to accompany me to the primordial divine spring to recuperate." Su Zimo had to declare this matter. It did not matter how great the pressure ahead was. Elder 2, who initially had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Two beams of divine light shot out from his dragon eyes and landed on Su Zimo. Su Zimo's dermic powers and body were almost destroyed. Elder 3's expression darkened as well. Even Elder 4's expression froze and he frowned, looking troubled. "What is that lad trying to do? He's trying to wreak havoc in the world before even returning to our lineage? Even a serpent WYRM won't be qualified to enter the primordial divine spring, let alone a WYRM. You're pushing your luck and don't know what's good for you. If even a WYRM can enter the primordial divine spring, all of us from the dragon race are qualified. The primordial divine spring would have dried up long ago." A huge commotion broke out in the crowd. Long Yen sighed and looked at Su Zimo with disappointment. He knew nothing about Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo's current performance was akin to a young man who did not know when to advance or retreat and could not see the situation clearly. "His performance is way too poor. I really don't know what the clan leader sees in him." Long Yen had a preconceived opinion towards Su Zimo and got more disappointed the more he thought about it. "Long Mo, your request is impossible." Elder 3 shook his head slowly. Elder 4 wanted to speak but hesitated. He wanted to help plead but did not know where to start. This matter was truly against the rules of the clan. Su Zimo had already expected that. With a calm expression, he said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, I'll give my mount the chance to head to the primordial divine spring." "Ridiculous!" Elder 3 hollered. Elder 2's expression turned cold as he said slowly, "Junior, what do you think the primordial divine spring is? Do you think you can give it up just like that? Let me tell you right now, even you don't have the right to head to the primordial divine spring." Long Yen, chase this arrogant and ignorant fool out of the Dragon Bone Valley for the rest of his life. Otherwise, kill him without mercy. Elder 2, please show mercy. Long Yen knelt on the ground hurriedly. No matter how displeased he was with Su Zimo, he had to do his best to complete the red-headed ghost's request. "Second brother." Elder 4 could not help but call out softly. Elder Two's expression was cold as he waved his hand. There's no room for negotiation. If not for Long Ran, I would have killed him long ago. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly with a calm expression. Even if he knew the outcome, he had to stand out and fight for Solitary Cloud's sliver of hope for survival. Even if he was chased out today and lost the chance to repair his body, he would not regret it. Red-headed ghost, sorry to disappoint you, Su Zimo muttered to himself internally. The main reason why the red-headed ghost had this arrangement was because he valued Su Zimo's potential and wanted the latter to become a dragon. If there was truly any conflict between Su Zimo and the dragons in the future, he would at least be able to ease things with this true body around. Unfortunately, it was still difficult for the dragons to accept him as one of their own. Su Zimo said indifferently, "Since I'm not welcomed here, I won't disturb you guys any further. Farewell." The life preservation elixir could only keep Solitary Cloud alive for a month. Right now, there were only a few days left. He had to leave this place as soon as possible and find another way. Hold on. Right then, an old voice sounded from the back of the hall. Immediately after, a strange sound could be heard. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sounds were heard and a hunched figure appeared from the back of the hall. He had white hair and his face was filled with wrinkles, wielding a curved fiery red walking stick as he hobbled over. The strange sounds came from the old man's walking stick hitting the ground. Grand Elder. When they saw who it was, the dragons who were initially seated in the hall, including the 3 elders, stood up and greeted respectfully. Yes. With every step the Grand Elder took, he would pause for a moment before replying. His eyes were cloudy as he shifted his gaze towards Su Zimo, who was not far away. For some unknown reason, Su Zimo felt that the moment the Grand Elder's gaze landed on him, he felt as though he was being read like a book. He could hide no secrets. "Child, stay," the Grand Elder said. Many dragons were shocked. The Grand Elder's status in the Illumination Dragon race was unique and could not be compared to anyone else. Even the clan leader had to discuss many things with the Grand Elder. The moment the Grand Elder said that, it meant that no one could chase Su Zimo away. Long Yen was delighted and replied hurriedly, "Thank you, Grand Elder." As he said that, he pushed Su Zimo to express his thanks. Su Zimo met the Grand Elder's gaze and suddenly said, "My mount is a WRM. I have to be with him." "Yes, head to the primordial divine spring together," the Grand Elder replied casually. The dragons were in an uproar. "Big brother, you?" Elder 2 was shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. To him, this made no sense at all. "Grand Elder, this is against the rules. Grand Elder, should you reconsider?" Instantly, a commotion broke out in the hall. Dong! Suddenly, the Grand Elder's walking stick landed on the ground with a dull thud in the hall. Instantly, silence reigned. None of the dragons dared to make a single sound. The Grand Elder hunched his body and his turbid eyes darted across the hall slowly. "This is my decision. Anyone has any objections?" The dragons remained silent. Nobody dared to meet the Grand Elder's gaze. Long Yen was stunned. He truly did not expect that this matter would alarm the Grand Elder of the Illumination Dragon race, who had not appeared for a long time. Furthermore, the most important thing was that the Grand Elder had actually made the same decision as the clan leader. They wanted Su Zimo to head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate with a WRM. "Thank you, Grand Elder." All the dragons fell silent. But Su Zimo was the only one who remained calm and bowed in thanks. That was the condition for him to join the dragon race to begin with. At that moment, none of the dragons in the hall could understand why the Grand Elder would make such a decision. It was not until many years later that many dragons realized what a terrifying monster incarnate the dragon race retained with that decision made today. Compared to this monster incarnate, the primordial divine spring was nothing. Long Yen brought Su Zimo away. Although nothing could be seen from the dragon's expressions, they were indignant and dispersed one after another. In the blink of an eye, the 4 elders of the Illumination Dragon lineage were the only ones left in the hall. "Big brother, Long Mo has the bloodline of Long Ran in him. Although it's not pure, It's nothing much to let him enter the primordial divine spring to heal. Elder 2 frowned. However, isn't it a little overboard for that kid to ask for the WRM to enter the primordial divine spring with him? The Grand Elder smiled and asked, Fourth, what do you think? Although this long MO did not grow up in our environment, his temperament is similar to that of the dragon race. In the conversation earlier on, he displayed his courage, fearlessness, hot-bloodedness, and was neither servile nor overbearing. Apart from Long Ran as a factor, I've taken a liking to him personally as well, Elder 4 said in a low voice. I heard from Long Ran that this lad was originally from the human race. It's rare that he hasn't been tainted by the conniving nature of the human race all these years. The Grand Elder asked, Third, let me know your view as well. Elder 3 pondered for a moment and said, I'm fine. I believe in Long Ran's judgment. Since he has such an arrangement, he must have his reasons. However, after a brief pause, he changed the topic. That lad was a human in the past after all. It's still unknown if he can join our dragon race sincerely. There's a certain risk to your decision, big brother. According to our original decision, we still have to test him out. Yes. The Grand Elder nodded and looked at Elder 2. Patting the latter on the shoulder, he said, Second, you said that he was going overboard by asking for that WRM to be allowed into the primordial divine spring with him. However, it was precisely because of that request that I was truly relieved and allowed him to head to the primordial divine spring. Ah? Elder 2 was slightly stunned. The Grand Elder explained. If this lad were to disregard that WRM in order to repair his body or feign civility with us, I wouldn't be able to take him in at ease. It's just as you guys are worried. After all, he was once a human and is capable of being scheming. Who knows if we'll raise an ingrate if we take him in? Who knows if he'll bite back at us one day? Elder 2 seemed to have understood something as he pondered. The Grand Elder continued. However, the fact that he dared to take such a risk and make this seemingly reckless request proves that this lad is extremely loyal and true. He will remember our kindness to him. No wonder. Elders 3 and 4 were enlightened. The Grand Elder smiled with a smug look in his eyes, as though he had picked up a treasure. Elder 2 laughed as well. Big brother, it's rare to see you so happy. Do you really think so highly of this lad? Don't forget, his bloodline isn't pure. You guys truly don't know much about the outside world, the Grand Elder said. Even though I'm always in seclusion, I know about the major events that happen outside. Do you guys know what that lad just did in the cultivation world? What? The 3 elders asked curiously. He killed the titular disciples of 8 human supersects single-handedly. The Grand Elder's words were shocking. The 3 elders were surprised. Elder 4 said, It's no wonder why I sensed a sharp killing intent and an aura of invincibility from that lad. So, he actually has such terrifying combat strength. It's no wonder why he attracted the attack of a half-martial ancestor. Elder 3 nodded. Titular disciples of supersects of the human race are not easy to deal with. They can even fight against dragons of the same cultivation realm. Actually, that's nothing much. Elder 2 was indifferent and said, If our dragon paragons of the younger generation head out, they would be able to suppress the titular disciples of the human race as well. Fufu. The Grand Elder suddenly laughed. Big brother, what are you laughing at? Elder 2 asked. The Grand Elder said faintly, Have you guys heard of the catastrophe that happened in Myriad Phenomenon City more than 100 years ago? I've heard of it. Elder 2 nodded. I heard that some treasures appeared and the god and Rakshasa race sent their clansmen and paragons in. To think that they would meet with a massive calamity and wound up killed by a monster incarnate of the human race. At that point, Elder 2's expression changed as he asked, Big brother, are you saying that this lad is the monster incarnate of the human race from back then? It's him. The Grand Elder nodded. Pest! The 3 elders gasped slightly. They were well aware of the strength of the god and Rakshasa race. Even their dragon race might not be able to win against the 2 races. Elder 3 frowned. He's severely injured this time round. I wonder how much combat strength he can recover after his injuries are healed. That's right. After all, he has lost many of the methods of the human race. Coupled with the fact that his bloodline is impure, his combat strength will be greatly reduced. Elder 2 nodded as well. Suddenly, Elder 4 asked, Big brother, do you intend to make him the young master of our Illumination Dragon lineage? The Grand Elder did not comment and said, My intentions make no difference. The key is that he has to prove himself. In our dragon race, whoever is stronger will be respected. He's an outsider. It'll be difficult for him to assimilate into the dragon race within a short period of time. Elder 4 was a little worried. A crafty glint flashed through the Grand Elder's eyes as he continued. That's why I got that WRM to head to the primordial divine spring with him. Apart from giving him a favor, I wanted to incur the displeasure and resentment of the younger generation of the dragon race. He'll definitely be in trouble when he comes out of the primordial divine spring. This will also be a test for him. We'll know very soon whether he's a dragon or a worm. Big brother, you sure are wise. The 3 elders stroked their beards and praised. This test might not be enough. The Grand Elder thought for a moment, and the turbidness in his eyes had long disappeared. They shone with a crafty glint as he continued. Right. Wasn't Long Yen engaged to that girl from the hornless dragon lineage previously? Since this lad is replacing Long Yan's position, he will have to take on that engagement as well. Big brother, that girl from the hornless dragon lineage has a fiery temper and dares to go against anyone. Back then, she did not agree to this marriage and came over to our side to end it. If Long Yen hadn't died, something else might have happened because of this matter, Elder 4 said with a lingering fear. If that girl finds out that her fiancé was changed to a dragon with an impure bloodline, she'll definitely wreak havoc on the Illumination Dragon lineage. Isn't that perfect? Let that lad deal with it, the Grand Elder said with a smile. Big brother, you're truly the most savage. The mouths of the 3 elders twitched as they raised their thumbs. They passed through many buildings under the lead of Long Yen. Along the way, they encountered many dragons with powerful auras and ferocious gazes. Clashes and fights could be seen everywhere. The bloodline of the dragon race was incomparably terrifying to begin with. Even if they were injured all over, they would recover after resting for a day or 2 as long as their organs were not injured. After the repeated clashes, every single dragon carried an iron-blooded killing intent that tempered their melee combat techniques. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. In such a cruel environment, it would be difficult for him to not be strong. Many dragons of the Illumination Dragon lineage had normal expressions when they looked at Long Yen. However, their gazes were filled with hostility and shone with cruelty when they caught sight of Su Zimo. Anyone who wanted a foothold in the dragon race would have to fight to gain it, even if they had the bloodline of the Grand Elder. To a certain extent, this was a relatively fair environment. Only in such a fair and cruel environment could a true expert be tempered. Long Mo, although you have the support of the Grand Elder, your situation is still not favorable. After hesitating for a moment, Long Yen reminded kindly, if your injuries are healed, try not to run around. Go into seclusion and cultivate first to avoid the limelight. Although Long Yen could not guess the Grand Elder's intentions, he could guess that once Su Zimo came out of the primordial divine spring, countless troubles would definitely come knocking. In his opinion, this young man would not be able to handle it at all. Yes, thank you for your reminder, Uncle Yen. Su Zimo nodded. Before long, Long Yen had already brought Su Zimo out of the region of the Illumination Dragons and entered the public area in the middle of the 6 dragon lineages. Although this was known as the Dragon Bone Valley, in reality, the area occupied by the dragon race was larger than the areas occupied by the major sects of the cultivation world. The public area in the middle was even more so, with no end in sight. The buildings that he could see were filled with an ancient aura. The habitat of the Illumination Dragon lineage was filled almost entirely with Illumination Dragons. In the public area, various dragon lineages could be seen everywhere. The Horned Dragon lineage wore golden robes, the Hornless Dragon lineage silver robes, and the Blue Dragon lineage green robes. Before long, Long Yen brought Su Zimo to the entrance of a cave. 2 dragons guarded both sides of the cave. The auras of the two dragons were similar to Long Yen. They were at the conjoint body realm as well. A dragon of the conjoint body realm could kill conjoint body mighty figures of Glass Palace with ease and even fight Mahayana patriarchs. The growth stage of the dragon race was divided into childhood, youth, adult, and peak. Typically, the strength of a childhood dragon corresponded to the chi condensation to nascent soul realm of the cultivation world. A young dragon corresponded to the nascent soul to dharma characteristic realm. An adult dragon was at the conjoint body realm. A peak dragon was at the Mahayana realm. It was clear how important this place was for two adult dragons to guard this cave. Long Yen took out a fiery red badge with a illumination dragon tattooed on it. It gave off a scorching aura and he handed the badge to the two adult dragons. The badge contained some information left behind by the Grand Elder. The two adult dragons received it and inspected it. They looked at Su Zimo with surprise before nodding. "Go on in." The moment the door opened, a rich and exuberant life force gushed out like a spring breeze. The pain on the scarlet-haired Een spirit lessened slightly. Su Zimo took a deep breath and entered the cave. What he saw was a long corridor. The end of the corridor shone with a golden light. The deeper Su Zimo went, the more he could sense the exuberant life force coming from the end of the corridor. Before long, everything opened up before him. Su Zimo was shocked and his eyes were filled with endless amazement. The scene before him did not seem like he was in a cave at all, but a world of its own. The vegetation was rich and lush. In the middle of a few ancient trees, there was a pool that was enshrouded with immortal chi. The spring water in the pool was golden in color with a sparkling luster. The primordial divine spring could regenerate flesh and revive the dead. This world exuded a pure and flawless aura of vitality. The moment Su Zimo entered, a trace of vitality entered his initially lifeless body. At the start, he was a little uneasy. After all, his body had been struck by the power of a half-martial ancestor and his life force was already severed. All his bones were shattered and his organs were crushed into sludge. Even the red-headed ghost and the Mahayana patriarch were helpless. However, the moment Su Zimo saw the primordial divine spring, he knew that it would definitely restore his body to its original state. Su Zimo hurriedly took Solitary Cloud out of his storage bag. Initially, Solitary Cloud was still unconscious. The moment he was moved here, Solitary Cloud let out a raving sound in his unconscious state. Without hesitation, Su Zimo brought his body and Solitary Cloud and leaped into the primordial divine spring. The two bodies were immersed in the golden divine spring and endless life force surged into their bodies, nourishing and repairing their bodies with rich life essence. Compared to Su Zimo, Solitary Cloud's injuries were lighter. Su Zimo could clearly see the golden divine spring gushing into Solitary Cloud's chest wound within a few breaths after he soaked in the primordial divine spring. Solitary Cloud's heart was shattered by Di Yin's palm, but now, Solitary Cloud's heart was healing at a visible speed under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring. To be precise, it was reconstruction. The reconstructed heart was even stronger than Solitary Cloud's previous heart. In his chest, the broken bones were being repaired bit by bit. Specks of golden essence surged into the wound and fused into his flesh. The injuries on their bodies were healing continuously. Su Zimo moaned in comfort. After a few dozen breaths, he suddenly realized that he could control his true body of the dragon race. Su Zimo was delighted. Of course, the limbs of his body had yet to recover and the injuries to his organs had not healed either. It would take a long time for him to recover completely. Right now, he could only do simple actions. Lowering his head, Su Zimo wolfed down a huge ball of water from the golden divine spring. The surging life essence flowed down his throat into his body and exploded instantly. The wounds on the scarlet-haired Een spirit were healing bit by bit as well. Su Zimo felt as though he was lying on a warm bed and the coldness in his body was dissipating bit by bit. He had never felt so comfortable before. A strong sense of fatigue surged into his heart. Ever since he came out of Thousand Demon Valley, he had been through battles such as the Thousand Crane Tea Party and the Dao Inheritance Ground. He was even hunted by a half-martial ancestor and had barely rested. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to have a good rest. At the very least, this was the Dragon Bone Valley and there would be no danger here. What he wanted to do was to conserve his energy and prepare for the challenges ahead within the dragon race. At that thought, Su Zimo laid down in the primordial divine spring and fell into a deep sleep.